Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the SimRacing.Club Virtual Le Mans Series. Apologies for the wait, but we should be back on the air now, and we'll be coming at you with the race. And yeah, we are going to be going racing. Hopefully, we've managed to switch the server over onto a different server now, and we will be going to race shortly. I'm still Josh Anderson. I still have Neil Hitty beside me, and it's good that we got these problems sorted, Neil.
Indeed, and of course, due to these problems, we're going to be taking a half hour off the race. Instead of being 12 hours Le Mans, it's now going to be the 11 and a half hours.
Yeah, so really we should start calling these the 12 hours maybe of Le Mans, but yeah, 11 and a half is still a good compromise.
Indeed, it is still good compromise. Still get the vast majority of your race just a little bit chopped off it.
Yeah, it's like having every single meal in the day, just having a slightly smaller breakfast. Think of it that way. Either way, yes, we are going to be going racing with 11 and a half hours of racing, and yeah, going to be interesting to see how it goes. I don't think it should affect things too much, though, should it?
No, we've got to see what happens to the server, because if it goes down again, I do believe that this is our final attempt because we've moved on to a completely different server.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going to happen if this doesn't work, but we've been doing testing, and Jamie Allison and Ben Schmidt are pretty sure this is going to work. So, trust in them, and they shall make the race work. I have put my, obviously, full support behind them because they're great people. But yeah, this is it. This is the big one. This is the 11 and a bit hours of alarm coming at you, and we are actually going to be going racing, which is fantastic news.
It's going to be fantastic news. So, we've got to see, just got to see what happens. This is a completely different server. This is a slightly more powerful server, I believe, than the last one. So this should work. I'll not say anything like I did last time because obviously that broke it.
Well, you see, more power usually solves everything.
Power!
So... it does solve everything usually, just give it a bit of power. But yeah, that's usually what you can do, solve things. And just I bet some of these teams and these prototypes wish they had a bit more power than the other ones that can get past on the straights easier.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean, there we go then. 3 minutes and 30 before we go racing, and Jimmy Allison just giving us the notification there that in 3 minutes and 30 race seconds we will be getting the just under 12 hours of Le Mans going.
Indeed, we're still missing a car again. I don't know who it is.
Yeah, hopefully they'll get here before.
My car is there again. He's in 28th place currently on the timing screen. Down. Sardina is there. He was slightly later last time.
Right.
And Arwin Taruna's just left again.
Arwin! No! You done it again, man! Seriously, get with the program! Honestly, people these days... they're so entitled to just leave the server before the race happens, honestly!
That must certainly be some variety of a game glitch with him, because it seems like every single time he's just leaving the server. It must be something wrong with his R factory.
Well, it's not good news for Atlantic then. If that's the case, I would hate for that to be happening. It's Taruna's obviously got some sort of technical issue. I mean, but okay, give us a bit of annoyance there, but he's not annoying us. No, I love you, Armin. Really, I'm just trying to channel my inner Sebastian Vettel there, I guess.
Well, I've lost 2 seconds already. No.
Blue flags. There'll be a lot of blue flags in this race, I imagine. Honestly, what are we doing here? Commentating, that's what.
Oh, 133 is missing, which is the Atlantic Motorsport, which did have April Dillon at the wheel of
It's
it.
double trouble for Atlantic then. Not good. This isn't looking good for them. I really hope they can get both cars in before the race starts, because it would be such a shame.
But remember, they've still got a car. They've still got the 132, which is not there either.
Oh no. Oh, now we lost Sergio Azevedo. What's he doing leaving with a minute to go? Oh no. Now we only got 35 cars.
Oh no, the 132 is there. Sorry.
Oh, well, yeah, the
I did
132 is there, but I don't know what's going on here. We've lost Azevedo now as well. This is just, everything just doesn't seem to be going. But either way, we are going to have a 12 and a bit, not quite 12 hours of Le Mans, but we are going racing. Don't worry. We will have a race as, yay, our winter runner's back. I can't believe I'm so enthusiastic about it, but he's managed to get in the server. Which is great, because he wasn't there the first time. But, yep, he's made it. He has made it. I think finally we are going to be getting going racing here. I'm positive. I'm positive. I think this is going to work. I just have this feeling that it's going to be third time lucky. Either way,
Sergio Azevedo has rejoined us as well.
Azevedo was rejoined, so all good on that front. I'm very, very happy that he's managed to get back. And I think finally we will be getting ourselves a race of these prototypes and GTs that we have been promising you for so long now, and are going to be able to give you now. Only the 133 is missing, apparently.
Yep.
So as soon as that gets here, or as soon as the time runs out, we'll go. Right. Here we go then. Once more, under the breach. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall charge and find ourselves in a situation where our cars will go, and it looks like the cars are all there. Progress has been made. It looks like it's going to work.
It's working. It's absolutely beautiful.
I think Neil Teatley's almost in tears. Well, this is a positive thing, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy about this. I'm happy about this.
But indeed, we did run through the
Grid.
Oh,
We did that.
what's the word? Grid. There we go. That's the word I was trying to think of.
Oh,
But-
look at this. There's a safety car.
But now 11, and there is a safety car.
Yeah,
Very
there's a safety car.
interesting.
Looks like we're going to be having slightly different start procedure. Okay, I'm cool with this. So, my team Lionhead will lead us off from Nicky Jakovic, all just trying to keep formation behind the Chevy Corvette pace car. Yep, this was not planned apparently, but it's what we're getting. It is our start procedure. We're going to do a full lap behind the safety car, and then, once that's done, we'll be going for 11 hours and 33 minutes of racing.
Indeed, we are going to be going for 11 hours 33, which means the final finish time of this race will only be about half hour later than it was scheduled to be. So not that much of a delay actually.
Yeah, not that
But-
much of a delay.
But indeed, do you just want to go through the grid one final time?
Yeah, let's go through the grid one, so we've got more time to do it. So, Matthew Meinek will lead us off in the 107 RGPL car. Then it's Nicky Jakovic in the 1219 Virus. Then Boya Milan in the Monaco 121. Then it's the 106 Blackhawk car driven by Patrick Barden. Then the 123 Gaming against P2 driven by Sergio Azevedo. And then it's Greg Hall in the 139 Fanatic Drake Racing car. Tony Malab will start in P7 in the 115 Ghost Motorsport car. Then it is the 150 Simtech driven by Luke Walsh. Jonas Ravel finds himself in 9th for SimHQ Motorsports, and Marco Mazzetti rounds out your top 10 for Handy Racing Team. Daniele Pizzo will start in 11th place in the 118 Witchwood car. Then it's Rickard Nilsson 12th in the 128 SimHQ, second of those two teams as cars. 132 car of Atlantic Motorsport. Ali Ferry will start 13th. Then it will be 14th place for Carlo Evaldi in the 102 Texas Squadra Corse car. Ollie McGowan will be 15th in the Speedy Mike Motorsports 1 round 3. Then it's Thomas Hinz in the Eva Racing by Besley Triple One car. Joe Ciampa in the 122 GNS Endurance Orica will be 17th. Then it's Jason Hogg Jones in the 108 SimRacing South Africa Pro T car. Alessandro Peretti will be 19th in the 120 car. Then it's the Carney Endurance Motorsport. Then Ivan Rico rounds out your top 20 in the 117. Antonio Abreu is in 21st place in the 114 car. Then it's the first of the GTs, 151's Ramada Motorsport. Championship leaders in that class going for championship glory. P1 then class they are, 22nd overall. Second in the GT class is the 162 car, driven by George Manasakis, of course, for Slide Rate Motorsports in second place in class. Then third in class is 175 Caspian Motorsport. I went to McCarn in that car to start this race. Nicola D'Agostino will start fourth in the GT class in the 169 Witchwood car. Then Pedro Lopez fifth in the 177.
Please also in the GT field, follow your screen in the game. Don't go single file.
As Nuno Pinto appears to have pulled off for some reason. Pinto's got some problems. I don't know what it is, but he's slowing down here. Mike Horn is in behind though. So Lopez, then Horn in the GTA class. Then it's the 180 Mellow Motorsports Viper. Then the 170 Simra South Africa Pro TA car. Owen Taruna has left the race, unfortunately. Matthias Grau is in the 176 car in 30th place. And Salvo Sardina 31st in the 171. The 155 of David Serra is next. Then it is the 33rd placed overall 156 Tetrascotta Corse Ferrari. Then it's the Call Team 192 and 34th overall. Campbell Wallace driving for Realist Racing in the 199 behind. Then the final 197 car, Karl Petrovsky rounding out the field in the RGPL BMW. And we've still got loads of time left.
Indeed, just coming down to Mulsanne, there seems to be a rather large gap in the field between second place in the GT class.
Yep, and I'm wondering what's happened with Nuno Pinto there. I saw him going slowly. Yeah, and he's stuck here at Pinto now. Presumably stuck behind Russell, and don't know whether he's going to be able to gain that position back. But problems occurred for him, and I think he's just got to hold formation. He's got to stick behind Lee Russell now. He's lost out, so Pinto won't actually be starting from the pole that he gained. Well, actually, he will. Sorry, that's my mistake. Yeah, Lee Russell, otherwise actually strike that. Double strike that. Strike it out multiple times. Lee Russell's in 28th place. So yeah, I think they've dropped down to about 5th or 6th in class. I think Manasakis might take pole now. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, standing wise, it says that they are in 22nd, but on track they're about 7th or 8th. Not allowed to overtake Lee Russell now. Turn of events, Neil. Yeah, just doing whatever R Factor says at the moment, really, and well, that's the right thing to do. Nuno Pinto isn't trying to take positions back. He's doing exactly what the simulator's telling him to do. He's doing the right thing, I believe. Going to reduce the chance of penalties. And cars need to be careful here, says Jimmy Allison, because the green flag under the safety car will drop before they get to the 4 chicanes, so we can't afford any incidents, really. Cars need to be careful coming around the 4 chicanes, and we will be seeing when the green flag drops. The R Factor 2 will call it, and we're going to see what goes on. And, yep, going to be interesting to see this. Green flag will drop before the 4 chicanes, apparently, because that's when the safety car will come in, and race will start, and we'll have 11 hours and 33 minutes of racing here at Le Mans. Care must be taken by these drivers now, as the safety car is going to be coming to its pull-in position very, very soon. It's holding to the right. Maciej Mlinek and Niki Jakovic are going to be off the start here. Neil Heatley's going to have to take care of the rest of the field, because I don't know how much is going to be going on behind me, but I'm sure you'll be looking and seeing what's going on. Jakovic getting very close. And I believe the green flag has been called. So we are racing at Le Mans, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like a good start from Jakovic, who's gone off from a good start there. Looks like that's all gone there. Jakovic side by side with Mlinek. Coming around into the first chicane. He's gone down the inside. It's happened already. Jakovic tips him, and well, that's not gone how we wanted it to go. There's been an incident already. Nicky Jakovic down the inside of the first chicane. Oh, he just, popped into Jakovic. Oh, yeah, that's not great. Jakovic has got damage, I believe, from that, maybe. I don't know, but yeah, he's got no front bumper. Oh, it's gone wrong already for Jakovic. I mean,
it's already gone horrifically for Team Virus. Their championship hopes have gone into a land of shattered dreams. It's not gone well immediately for that Virus car. Possibly pushing too hard at the beginning of the race, trying to get that pole position back. It's gone horrifically wrong. It's allowed Boyan Lana in the taco car to get that lead, and it's allowed them to get far much more breathing space.
Well, if you're going to win the championship, win it in style. I think it's one Aqua's philosophy, and that's not gone well. Sorry, that's my problems there. But yeah, I thought there was problems at the back, but there's not. It's just the way I was looking at the camera. Oh no, there is problems. Thomas Hinds is off. I thought there was something up, and Hinds has gone off. I was right to say there was problems. What actually happened? I thought there was problems at the chicane. Oh, yeah, it looks like Pizzo, and Hinds had a collision. There was an altercation. There was smoke ahead of them, so something must have occurred ahead, but it looked like there was just, drivers going a bit wide there. So, yeah, Jakovic now with no front bumper is going to fight off the likes of Azevedo, and, well, that's not the start Team Virus wanted.
Having a look back at the beginning, oh dear, pardon me. Having a look back at the beginning, it appeared that Nicky Jakovic actually moved into the line of Milniak. So I'd probably say, just from that replay, I'd probably say it's slightly more Jakovic's fault than Milniak. But of course, we know that team, we know that Virus. They are indeed looking at that. Bernd Schmidt and Jimmy Allison are looking at that incident. But we know how hard the Virus cars are to race. We know that they're very, very aggressive. Perhaps that's came back to hit them.
Well, this is going to be interesting to see how it turns out. I mean, first lap orange zone, that's going to be under investigation immediately, but not the start of the race they wanted, certainly, but still, we are underway. Good to see that we are underway. Cars in order, starting to come through. We've got a battle between Manasakis and Russell for the lead of GTs. Russell down the inside, he's going to try before Indianapolis in that Viper, and Mello Motorsports could lead this.
Oh my goodness, side by side,
contact!
Touching! Side-to-side contact. Manasakis handing round the outside of the kick at Indianapolis, forcing Lee Russell ever so slightly wide.
On the grass.
Lee Russell losing traction on the grass. Those right-hand tyres on the grass, losing traction has allowed that side right car to get into the lead. Sardina's right behind Russell, looking for any opportunities. Sardina's got a slightly better run coming out of Vernage, but has not got anywhere to go. Coming side by side. Oh, very close.
He screamed him a bit there.
Sardina had to touch the brakes ever so slightly to avoid a massive incident with Lee Russell there, but a fantastic job by Manasakis there. Slide right, 162 into the lead.
Look at this, we got a massive train in the P2s. We got Azevedo, Hall, Mella, Raviel, Mladen, Mazzetti, Nielsen, Ferry, 8 cars within seconds of each other, all chasing each other down for this position.
They were all held up by Jakovic with no front bumper. They were all held up by Jakovic because that front bumper provides so much downforce to these prototype cars. Not having that front bumper through the Porsche curves has just held up all of these cars. Greg Hall looking up the inside of Tony Mella. Is that going to work? No, it isn't. Mella keeps that position. I will look back. Any more moves in that train? It appears not, but may see lots coming into the first chicane.
Oh, get the pepper out, because this one's going to be spicy. That one's for certain here, right? V1 Hall as well. Interesting battle. We got Mazzetti Mladen ready to capitalise in case anything goes wrong. We got P2s, we got GTs, so many battles. It's hard to keep track of them. And, well, this is going to be interesting. That much is for certain. We got Garasino and Sardina in the GT field batting it up. I want to keep an eye on these prototypes because they're so close together. Hall and Rivio. I think Hall must be running less wing. He started to gap Rivio a little bit here. And Linek's going to have a go on the fin here. Marty Linek trying to line something up is the pole. He started well, then had the incident with Team Virus. He can't get through with the chicane, though. He's going to try and line something up, though. Here comes Rivio on Hall, though. Hall goes wide. Rivio gets a better run. Hall himself was trying to get a draft on Mella. Mella's being chased by Azevedo, Walsh. The lot of them.
Oh my goodness! Look at massive gap of cars. Who's this? It's Rivio's got a fantastic run on Hall, right up the rear wing, pulling to the inside. outside us, Radio. The 138 SimRacing car, one of the cars in the hunt for the championship. Having a look down the inside. And has not managed to get it. Obviously, there's a massive wall of air if you pull out from the slipstream, so not able to get that very top end speed. So we may have to see what Radio can do. Under braking for Mulsanne Corner, coming up the hill, up the first undulation. Radio closing, up the second undulation, over the top of the hill when Mark Webber had his most spectacular incident in the Mercedes, coming down, having a slight look to the inside, just showing that he's there though, coming through Mulsanne Corner, no moves yet, who can get the better run out of Mulsanne? Radio was a little bit squirrely coming onto the power, Greg Hall's managed to pull away slightly, but Magic Milniak is right behind there in the RGPL car, waiting on any of Radio's mistakes.
Yeah, apparently a racing incident between Nuino Leinig and Jakovic, Bernd Schmidt would say, but we'll see how that turns out to be actually ruled on, of course, very much in progress, the investigation, but still, going to be interesting to see how this goes. Sergio Azevedo, though, Tony Malla, Luke Walshaw battling, Hall battling, Hall gets over safely out of Indianapolis, so easy to do. Ryan got the potential perfect chance here. He's going to turn in and, no, he's not going to get the drive there, but he's going to definitely set himself up well for the next couple of corners. Look at this prototype train, though, it's great.
Having looked further back between Mike Horn and Pedro Lopez. This is for 26th and 27th overall. This is for 6th and 7th in class. Lopez trying to get round Horn, side by side, coming through at least the second kink on the flat out section to Indianapolis, through the third kink. Having a look, Pedro Lopez trying to go around the outside of Indianapolis, side by side. Mike Horn concedes the place. That's Pedro Lopez in the 177 Gaming Events GT car, third place in the championship at the moment, up into 6th place.
Oh, that's not a place I'd like to overtake him, but Lopez made it work. Horn just decided it wasn't worth defending, ultimately held off, and while he's in down a place, Lopez up then. Nuno Pinto starting to make inroads, trying to chase Lance Garacino, but Manasaka still leading this class. At the moment, at least. And, well, let's have an interesting little look here, because what's going on? Rivio's trying to catch up to Hall again, but what a bunch of brilliant battles we've had. It has only been 7 minutes of racing, Neil.
There's only been 7 minutes of racing, you're right, but absolutely cracker of a race so far. Having a look through, it's still very close to being third. All the way back, they have moved out ever so slightly since the last time, but Greg Hall still holding on to the 6th place ahead of Ravio. Milniak still in 8th, ready to pick up any pieces should anything happen between these two.
Yeah, right there, ready to capitalise, and I think Uvio's got a better run on Hall initially. He's going to have a great draft, that much is certain, but will it be this time? Because look how close he's getting. He is closing in, as Jonas Rivio. Look how close he's getting now. This has got to be a potential chance for the Finn. He's so close now. He pulls out to the outside. He'll have the speed differential for a short while at least. He's going to try and edge ahead of the first chicane. Hall breaks early. Rivio goes through. Jonas Rivio into 6th overall. Going to top of the Finn, but he's gone wide.
Mazzetti has taken out one of the bollards. That bollard had a family. Mazzetti has taken out one of the bollards at the first chicane, down into 10th place for the 124 Handy Racing team.
Oh yeah, Mazzetti, he got very wiggly over there, but he managed to hold it on the track. Look now, Ravio and Mella. Ravio and Mella's going for 2 places and 2 chicanes. Oh, he's decided to back off from that one. He decided it wasn't worth it, but oh, he's close. This could be good. This could be a good battle. This Lineck behind this train of 3 is just waiting in open, eager anticipation for the chance to get it.
Oh, indeed, Ravio getting up that slipstream right up the back of Tony Mella. Going from left to right, seeing if there's anywhere to go. Can he get him under braking? Just showing his nose to the outside around Mulsanne Corner. But oh, Ravio has closed up quite nicely actually under braking there. Coming out of Mulsanne Corner, they've both got a pretty equal getaway, but Greg Hall's got an even better one than Ravio. Ravio's in an enviable position of trying to attack and defend at the same time. Very difficult to do. We've just got to see what Ravio decides to do coming up to Indianapolis.
Alessandro Peretti's being a sub-goal penalty assigned to him, and I believe Peretti is part of the, is he part of Sakani Endurance? Yes, he is. They have actually forced up Hold 60 to serve this race. This is the first that's been applied to them, so that is going to start hurting them now. And Boya Milan still leading this race for Monaco ECR. Champions elect, you could say. But Patrick Barden, yep, Ahmed Demakan has a drive through the set. This is the penalties being manually applied now. But yes, lots of exciting action-packed racing going on, and it's not even 10 minutes into the race.
You say that, but Team Virus has hit for Land of Shattered Dreams. They've DNF'd. That's their championship hopes over.
Well, they can argue this race was very much a Shattered Dreams production if he wanted to, but yeah, this has not gone well for them. They actually changed to Adam Taylor before they retired, so it's over for Team Virus. If they were going to win the title, they're not now, but, well, they were third in the standings. They would have needed a fair bit to go their way. They would have needed to win, and then Monaco will be 9th or less, and it doesn't seem to be happening for them today, so Monaco, they're going to win in style.
Indeed, Monaco is going to win style, but you've got to remember that SimTech car, the 150, is in third place. We've got to be careful that what SimTech car, always very fast towards the end of the race, but indeed Boyan Milan has pulled out a rather nice gap. Actually, was 2.1 seconds faster than Barden that last lap. Yeah,
he's doing quite well there. So, yeah, Barden in his own right, P2 has had a great start, but Luke Walsh, you know, Sergio Azevedo, well, Azevedo, look at this, he's having a go. Walsh, this is for the podium.
Having go Walsh for the podium, of course, Ricardo Azevedo in that 123 car, the Gaming Events P2 car, is not in the hunt for a championship, I believe it is not. The 123 car is currently last place in the P2 standings, obviously with double points, trying to gain as many positions as possible, but indeed attacking for that podium position.
Yep, here we go, Azevedo around the outside. Look at the speed he's carrying on. Luke Walsh here, he can't go around the outside of the chicane though, can he? He's feeling very brave, he's through before they even get there. Walsh still is going to attack. That? Walsh on attack mode, attack, he does contact, more contact, and Azevedo into a half spin.
A fantastic save there by Azevedo.
He's lost time though.
A couple of positions then, he has lost a few positions, but absolutely fantastic save there from Azevedo, trying to go around the outside under braking for the first chicane. Was an absolutely ingenious move there by Azevedo. Didn't quite pay off though, but we know that Events P2 car has the pace. No doubt we'll see him dueling again, not in the distant future.
It looked to me like Luke Walsh just shut the door completely on Azevedo there. He was coming in, he crosses over to the inside, he goes for the curb, and Azevedo's got to be there, and that's a bit naughty from Luke Walsh, I think, not leaving him the room. But either way, it's what he's done is done.
Very difficult to go side by side there because the grip offline, especially that chicane, is absolutely horrific. In testing for this race, I've tried the grip offline those chicanes is absolutely horrific. So Walsh was wanting to keep at least a couple of wheels on that line. I think it was just a racing incident. Trying to do that within the first 20 minutes of a 12-hour race is rather impressive. However, not necessarily advisable.
Well, that has put Azevedo back down the order into 7th as a result. From 3rd to 7th, lost 4 places and lost points. Rivio and Mallow though look to be going at it nicely in the prototypes as well. There's another potential battle we could look at. So keep an eye on that too. There's some battles going on in the GTs as well, but still, good running so far from Rivio. But he has the penalty to serve.
Indeed, that 138 SimHQ car does have 2 drive-thrus to serve. He's yet to do it, but that will put him at the back of this massive gaggle of dudes, because these P2 cars are still so close together. Of course, all these P2 cars are Arco 05 Nissans. It's a spec class. It's only setups and drivers that put these drivers apart. And indeed, this is going to be very difficult for Ravio to pass all of these cars. But 2 drive-thrus does equal a 30-second stop and hold according to Bert Schmidt, our race director. So it's going to be a 30-second stop hold for Ravio in that that SimHQ car.
Nilsson and Hall are close for P8. These two are really chasing each other down at the moment. Nilsson and Hall just got to go for it, and Rickard breaks earlier. Greg Hall and that Fanatic Drake car needs a bit of a miracle, you imagine, to win the championship now, considering where Monaco are. But yeah, Nilsson really chasing down in that SimHQ car, doing a very good job of it. Really close to Greg Hall. Do you think he's going to go for it in turn 1? You imagine he might. He's going to try and have a look. Hopefully this goes better than RGPL and Virus did. It's going to go better immediately because there's no contact, but Nilsson can't get through.
Indeed, you can't beat a little bit of Juan Manuel Lungio if the opportunity presents itself. But indeed, Nielsen seeking to stay back ever so slightly from the Fanatec Drag Racing car. Perhaps the 128 has better straight line speed. We'll just have to see as they come on to the 100 for the third or fourth time this race.
Team Virus are back in it, but at this point, Adam Taylor is quite a way back. He's 3 laps down. That is at least 10 minutes, and it's not going to be easy to make up over 12 hours.
Indeed, but it is 12 hours, and it's also Le Mans. Anything can happen.
Anything could happen, and usually it does happen, so we'll see what does happen. And Eunice Rovio does want a shot at Tony Malla for P4, but I don't think he's going to be close enough. He's going to try and line something up, though. Nelson has got past Hall. Nelson is through on Hall into the chicane, but he's overshot it. Just sliding, and Greg Hall's going to get a run back.
Indeed, just having a indeed, as I told you, I thought that that car had better straight line speed, and it appears that it did indeed have better straight line speed, but just outbraking himself coming into that first chicane on the back straight has costed that position. So he's going to have to do it all over again. Perhaps he can do it into the second.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. I mean, Hall and Nilsson here. Oh, Hall can't get through, but yeah, it really is going to be good to see how this goes. I mean, he's trying, Greg Hall, but I think Rickard's got this one now. I think Rickard has this. Oh, right view, and Mala close again, though. Another great one of the battles that we got going on. Jonas is going to have to try and have a look at Tony at some point here. Around the outside. No, he's not going to go around the outside. He's going to look to the inside, but oh, well held by Mala. Rivio just tries to get as far inside as he can, but there's no room at the end. And now look at this, Mlinek wants through. This is a three-way battle because Maciej Mlinek's back in it.
Indeed, Maciej Mlinek is coming side by side through Rivio, through the first of the Kings. Not working though for Mlinek, right on the rear wing of that SimHQ Motorsports car, the 138. Of course, that 138 is one of the new cars.
He's gone! He's gone!
Accident. Oh my God, spinning like a top. He's going to get hit. He's got hit again. That's a massive incident. That's 3, 4
Okay, guys,
cars
we come to
involved.
call 80 in 10 seconds.
Code 80 immediately. This involved. I'm just trying to have a look. Rickard Nielsen, the SimHQ car,
5,
has
4,
absolutely gone.
3,
That's a front
2,
end flying into
1,
that
call
corner.
80 in
I
full.
do believe that is Maciej Mlinek in the RGPL car. That 107 car. That their championship hopes are gone. That's absolutely horrific for that car, and it's almost a bit like last man standing in the P2 field. But indeed, that is absolutely horrific. A massive accident that's taken out at least 3 cars.
Well, let's just see what happened. Tony Mel actually seemed to have some sort of slowdown. He slowed down. Rivio had nowhere to go, really. Was stuck behind him, had to turn left. May have touched Mlinek. Mlinek obviously went off into the wall, hit the wall, lost the front bumper in the front left. He is out of the race, and yep, spun around, was still spinning around when he was then tagged by Nilsson, lost the rear of the car. Nilsson took some significant damage as well, of course. Greg Hall was so lucky to escape that one alive. And then, yeah, absolute havoc on the back.
Because I'm pretty sure I saw an orange P2 possibly touch someone. Is that 124 car got any damage, the Handy Racing team?
Marco Mazzetti doesn't appear to have any damage, I don't think, but I can go back and have a look. But yeah, that was so close to there. That is such a hard one to decode. That so many things going on in the space of so many seconds. Tony Mala he just seemed to slow down. Maybe a bit of a blip in the connection, I don't know, but yeah, the car just suddenly slowed. Rivio had to go left. He had to avoid Mala, otherwise he would have rammed straight into the back of him. Mlinek didn't actually hit Rivio,
Okay,
he
guys,
just
we
reacted.
come back to green in 10 seconds.
He reacted to going back to green, but that's how that happened, and oh, that was a big one.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, a green flag.
Either way, we're back to green flag racing, and that is going to hurt the chances of RTPL at least. But Azevedo and the gaming events car's going for Rivio now into the 4 chicanes.
That's it for RGPL. They are out. 4th place in the championship, the P2 championship is out. Virus, who were 3rd place, a quarter of a point ahead of RGPL. They are also essentially out of the running today. That's 2 of the championship contenders gone within the first 20 minutes.
Mlinek's been put up at 9th for some reason. He's not out yet, I don't think. But he's trying to get back in, but with that much damage, it's not going to be possible. They're pretty much done, you'd imagine. So RGPL are out, Virus are out. It's really only Drake, Simtech and Monaco in it, and given where SimTech are and where Drake are, you imagine really at this point, only SimTech can do it. Then again, it's not that much of a gap in the long scheme of things.
Indeed, Greg Hall is in 7th place. They need to gain, what is that? That is 30. Sorry, that's 43 points they need to gain on Fanatec, which means in order to even, on one Aqua car, which means in order to even have a chance of this championship, they have to win. That 139 car has to go into victory lane. They are 7th at the moment, which, you know, is 7th at the moment, but there's still an hour and 12 minutes to go. The SimTech car needs to gain, if I do my quick math, that's 19.25 points, which means they need to finish at least, 7th. They can do that if one Aqua has a massive problem with DNFs. If they finish where they are just now, they will win the championship. However, it's a massive task for both these teams. Borja Milan, as we've seen all season, is absolutely fantastic driver, incredibly quick, and he's just continuing that with his masterclass today. An absolutely massive lead.
Yeah, he's just really pulling out all the stops here as Milan for one Aqua. Oh, Rabiel gets squiggly out of the finals to get the second chicane on the Hunter there. And, well, Azevedo chasing down, of course, but Perry and Mazzetti are reasonably close as well in the prototypes, so we've got battles going on left, right and centre, and it's not just in the prototypes either, we've got GT battles too. GT's pitting Lopez in for gaming events, but we got some close run battles in the GT class as well. We got Manasaka, Sardina, Pinto, Garasino all close. This is for the lead of GTs, and they're not that far away from each other. Pinto and Sardina can be very tasty.
Indeed, Pinto and Sardina, that is the 171 Scuderia Denopo car who needs some sort of miracle to win the race this afternoon. And Nuno Pinto, currently in 3rd, the current leaders of the GTA Championship, who have an absolutely massive lead. Nuno Pinto can just relax a little bit. He's in 3rd place, he's on the podium. He does not need to push this hard.
He doesn't need to push this hard at all. Apparently there's a 1,000 second repair time for the Rickard Nilsson car. That is them pretty much out of it too then, you'd imagine, in the immediate term at least. David Serra has just left the pits in the 155 Ferrari. Obviously, Pedro Lopez is just, I believe, coming out as well. Linek obviously out of the race with an incident. Radek Circus somehow behind them, as is Adam Taylor. But yeah, some tasty battles going on the GT field too, and not just the prototypes. It's all Pinto and Sardino. This could be good down the straight.
The 128 car, that is the Rickard Nilsson. Apparently it's 1,200 seconds of damage. That's 20 minutes for them. That's the best part of 7 laps.
Yeah, that's going to hurt them big time. I'd love to go on board with Pinto as he chases down Sardina here. Just as you can hear the ferocious Viper V10 as he chases down Sardina now into the second chicane. Breaks for it now. Going to try and get his line here and see what he can do coming out of the turn. You see that Viper has the torque. I'm just going to shut up and let you listen to it.
Mike Horner's going wide coming out of the second chicane in the middle part, like Lee Russell to go around the outside, side by side coming down the third part of the Mulsanne Straight. Lee Russell in that Miller Motorsports car has been able to get ahead of Mike Horn in the 181 Blackhawk car. We've got to see the Blackhawk car, the sole Aston Martin Vantage in the field. And Miller Motorsports is one of the only 2 SRT Vipers. Mike Horn trying to go around the outside of the Mulsanne corner. Absolutely outrageous move, but isn't able to do it. And Lee Russell continues to hold on that place, 22nd overall. That's for 5th in class.
Yep, well done there. Well held by Russell in another Viper, of course. But oh, Pinto and Sardina are close again. These two, we can see on the broadcast just how where Pinto and Sardina are, just how close they are. I mean, this is good stuff from these two at the moment. Well, yeah, this is definitely what we want. And well, Neil may have spoiled my moment of listening to the Viper engine, but he's not going to spoil these on-track battles.
Indeed, Mike Horn tried to have a little look around the outside of the kink of Indianapolis. But extremely brave move from the Blackhawk racing car there. Not able to do it though. He's still trying to chase Lee Russell coming up into the run between Arnage and the Porsche carbs. Mike Horn is still quite a way back. He's maybe falling back ever so slightly from that Miller Motorsports car.
Yeah, he has fallen back slightly there, and yeah, Russell, you know, Horn and Russell really duking it out in these GTs, as are the GTs. I think Pinto is really starting to drop back, I think, in the Porsche curves. The thing about that Viper, it's going to have the traction coming out of the corners, but I'm not sure about its capability on the straights. I imagine it'll be good, but obviously traction out of the corners with the sheer torque the Viper has makes it a bit more lively, but it gives you more acceleration. Horn and Russell, though, going to be really going at each other, I think, soon. I think this could be an interesting battle as well, and that Aston Martin, another great sounding car.
Indeed, that Aston Martin is a fantastic sounding car. Unfortunately, it's the only one that we've got in the VLMS.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rare breed in the VLMS. Look how close he is to Russell now. He is really giving it the full beans now. I mean, Horn has just got to put the hammer down on that V8 power that he's got there. It almost sounds like a V10 from the cockpit, but it is actually 8 cylinders in the Aston Martin, and he is going to turn it in and see how he can cope with the 10 cylinders that are ahead of him in the form of Russell's Viper.
Indeed, coming through the S's, where Alan McNish had this absolutely massive accident in 2011, if memory serves me correctly. Coming through the Tetra Rouge S, the left and the right is very difficult, very easy even, to get that wrong, because it's slightly off camber towards the top of the hill, that right-hander, but through the awesomely fast Tetra Rouge, Mike Horn ever so slightly behind. Can he get the draft off of Lee Russell coming down to the first chicane?
Yep, just got to see what he can do here. 260 kilometers an hour, shifts up to 6, gets 270, then climbs up to 280. That's how quick the cars are accelerating. Gonna touch 300 kilometers an hour before he has to brake for the chicane. Gonna hit the red line as well, or near it. So close to the red line there, he's pushing it to its maximum. We've got a fantastic slipstream there.
Indeed, and here he comes. He's even closer for the second time round. Is Nuno Pinto even? Sorry, I'm looking at a battle ever so slightly further up the road between Pinto and Sardina for the lead of the GT class. Now that Manusakis has came into the pits in the 162 slide right car. Coming out, Nuno Pinto is moved to the inside for the second chicane, side by side coming into the braking zone. What is Sardina going to do? Is he going to leave him room or not? Oh, still side by side, but Sardina lets him through. That's Ramada Motorsports back into the lead of the GT class.
Practically no surprises there, one may argue, but yeah, the slide right car did pit. I didn't notice that. Manusakis now down the order, of course, in that Ferrari, but the other cars are going to pit too. So let's remember that. Let's remember other cars need to pit too, and they might gain time back. But still, yeah, Pinto now leading Sardina from Garasino. We got prototypes ahead, pitting Russell on Horn. This could be a good one as we come round into, oh, look at this curved braking. Where's he not going to go around the outside? Oh, that's gone wrong. Yep. Oversteer. And, well, Lee Russell, it was always going to be an ambitious one there, trying to make an overtake into Mulsanne, but, well, he had to have a go. He was on the outside.
Tried to go around the outside. It appeared that he left himself too late at braking. The rear axle's locked up, and he had nothing from there. His rear brakes locked up. And that's him just having a half spin through Mulsanne corner. Only one position lost, though, so not that bad for Lee Russell, not Miller Motorsports car.
Oh, well, yeah, the back just stepped out on him. He just couldn't hold it. If he'd made that stick, I would have had to have downed all my drinks and gone home, because there would have been no way that would ever be topped. But Lee Russell tried his best. You got to commend his bravery, though. He gave it a go.
Indeed, it would be an absolutely wonderful move if he could have let it go. But indeed, it just didn't work. A little bit over ambitious. Don't worry, he's still got over 11 hours to go in this race.
Mazzetti and Ferry are close for P7 overall here. These two prototypes going to have a go at each other. And we can't forget the prototypes in all this GT action. We can't forget the GTs in all the prototype action. Important we cover both classes, and cover both classes we shall, as Ferry and Mazzetti chase each other down. And Ali Ferry has really shown herself to be a very capable driver, I've found, within this series. You know, she knows how to handle this prototype, and I reckon this is going to be a good battle.
Indeed, and I do know a couple of these drivers, certainly Ali Ferry and Bill Wallace, the driver of the 199 car. They're getting their stints in just now because they've actually got another racing series that they're doing this evening, so they want to get their stints in early. So it's going to be absolute hell for them after they've finished their stints. But of course, we just got to see when they decide to pit.
It's not going to be easy for them, is it? Certainly not. It is not going to be easy at all, and I would not want to be doing a race on the same night that I'd already done commentary or whatever, but I mean, it's weird. It's weird. It's like I wouldn't want to do an endurance stint and then go out and do more racing, but still. Woo. Dedication right there.
Absolute dedication, but she's about equidistant between Marco Mazzetti and Valdes. She's halfway between the two. Mazzetti in the 124, Valde in the 102. That's for 7th, 8th, and 9th.
Yeah, this is a really good little train of cars we got here. Ivaldi wants to get relatively involved in this as well. I'm sure, oh, very running slightly wide there, but she holds it. And, well, yeah, well held. You know, it's so difficult sometimes with the Porsche curves to go wrong, but yeah. I mean, it just goes to show how in tune these drivers are. Look how close she is to Mazzetti now. This, I wouldn't wager this is going to be in the 40 games, but she's going to line it up.
Oh, indeed. Passing into the 40 chicanes would be an extremely brave move, let's put it that way. Coming to the second chicane. The second chicane is ever so slightly slower than the first one, and she hasn't managed to get on the power there. Massive wiggle coming out of the chicane, and that's her lost all her time.
Time, yeah, has been lost by Ferry. She's got to make it back up again. Ivaldi will want to start making it up. Ferry gets past the GT. And, well, further up the field, Walsh has got a GT to get past if he's going to catch Barden. But, yeah, some good racing so far from these prototype drivers. And we've got a battle between McGowan and Abreu and Hinds. We've got a three-way going on. Into turn one, McGowan is going to try and go ahead. I know this is only for 14th overall, but McGowan's through and Hinds is going to close in on Abreu. He's going to go for it! Well, he doesn't, but he tried. Made him think.
I think Thomas Hinds spooked Abreu ever so slightly there in the Spirit Sim racing car. And indeed, that's the EVA racing car up into 15th.
Yep, well played psychological tactic there. Abreu cut and I don't think he had to give time back. But yeah, well played from Hinds. 15th, not really where they want to be, but you know, a good start to the race. Definitely a good start. Oh, Ciampa and Rico ahead. Those two are having a go. GNS versus
BTB Series racing team. But of course, you've got Jason Holden-Jones in the RSA Protea SimSports car right ahead of these two.
Yeah, this could be very interesting. Got lots of battles on track and none of them able to really die down so we can focus on another one. They all want to be covered at once. Holden-Jones is being caught by Ciampa here.
Indeed, ever so close. They're snaking across from left to right along the Mulsanne straight, trying to break the slipstream of the car behind them.
Yep, this is just such a good battle between all of the cars. Neither wants to yield, so needs to really just keep all of them on each other here. This is a fantastic looking triple sort of battle that we have going on here. And, well, Holden-Jones, Ciampa, Rico, all gonna have the chance, and I should say Holden-Jones and Rico should have the traction here. They're on the soft tyres, Ciampa on the hards.
The Ciampa possibly going for that towards these treble stints, trying to keep those pit stops to a minimum, because I believe, if memory serves me correctly, it's an extra 40 seconds to change the tyres, so possibly wanting to save time is Joe Ciampa.
Possibly is, and I think it might be a good idea. Holden-Jones gonna get past Sarah, but Ciampa's on the slipstream. You got a Joe Ciampa on you back there, Jason. You better watch himself. It might be that he gets through here. He's gonna go for it though in that 122 GNS car. He's looking left, he's looking right. He goes through a stalled bumper, but no damage taken, of course. And Ciampa's not gonna get the position yet, but he's gonna try and line it up again. And this is the thing, we're going to see this a lot this race, where moves aren't necessarily going to happen, but they're going to be lined up.
And there's a lot, ever so close between the two of them there. They're nose to tail, the three of them. But a lot of this racing is about psychology, trying to force your opponent into mistake. And that's exactly what Joe Ciampa is trying to do. Jason Holden-Jones trying to hold off both these cars at the moment. It feels like 40-1 at the moment, I bet, for Jason Holden-Jones. But indeed, coming up through the Porsche curves, about to come through the Porsche curves even, Joe Ciampa has fallen a little bit behind. But that tyre compound difference is really going to hurt Ciampa through these Porsche cars, because those soft tyres provide so much more grip than the hards.
They do, yes, but it seems like Ciampa's keeping pace to him, so maybe he's overcooked his tyres with his JHJ, and, well, Ciampa will want to try and take advantage of that. Look at Rico, though! Look how close he is! That's the advantage of the soft tyres when used correctly. He's looking left, he's looking right, he can't go into the 40 gains. No, of course he can't. Holden-Jones pits.
Comes into the pits.
Holden-Jones pits, now it's Rico versus Ciampa in a straight fight. And, Rico looked to be better. He got such a better drive out of the final couple of chicanes there, the 4 chicanes. Rico, this is going to be good.
The 117 car going up the inside, trying to go up the inside of Champa, the GNS car. No room at the end though, coming through, braking for the Dunlop chicane. Like there though, Champa going ever so slightly wide in the first sector though. Rico having a slightly better run through the second part, coming down the SS, down the hill. Very difficult this right-hander, very difficult, very easy I should say to lose the car, very easy to oversteer there. The left-hander of the Tetrarouge edge, the right-hander, the off-camber corner, having a look coming through Tetrarouge. Rico got a map, fantastic run through Tetrarouge S, coming through Tetrarouge itself. Right behind him is Rico Champa, trying to defend as hard as he can, coming down the first part of the Mulsanne Straight.
Yeah, he's trying to defend as hard as he can here. Rico and Champa going for the battle here for 11. This is a great battle. It's one that I'm sure we'll want to be keeping an eye on throughout this race, because I don't suspect for a minute it's going to be going away. Ivan Rico's on the inside of this chicane here. Can't go for it, no room. He's going to have to wait his turn.
Indeed, having to wait his turn is even Rico coming through the exit of the second chicane. What can he do here? Rico right at the back bump of Joe Champa, coming up in a GT car of Pedro Lopez, lapping him. Champa trying to use as much of the slipstream of the GT car as possible, moving to the inside, passing the GT car. Rico does the same, mirror image. Rico still staying there on the inside though. Will he go for a move down the inside? The answer is no. Champa hold on that position for one more chicane. Can Rico in those soft tyres get an absolutely fantastic run out of the second chicane? The answer is no. It's a little bit of a wiggle when he gets onto the power and coming down the Mulsanne Straight again. The third section of the Honor d'Air, Champa has a nice little lead. We have to see what Rico tries to do coming down to Mulsanne corner over the second hump of the that section of the Honor d'Air. Coming through, Rico far too far behind to make a passing opportunity. Coming through Mulsanne corner, a lot of the bollards already gone on the inside there. Rico managed to gain a whole load of time through there as they come up on Campbell Wallace in the 199 Wheelish Racing Ferrari F458. That's the next lapping car. Champa coming through. The first of the kinks on the run up to Indianapolis. Rico closing and closing and closing. These soft tyres really helping them, especially in these corner exits. Rico gained, Rico gained 3.5 tenths that last lap. They're just going to catch Campbell Wallace at the wrong time there. Champa throwing up the inside of Wallace into Indianapolis. Rico following him. Oh, almost a collision between the two of them. Rico rear-ending Champa's. Campbell Wallace threw it out of the way on the exit of Indianapolis. Coming through Arnage. These traction zones is really where these soft tyres are going to help Rico in that 122 Orca 05 Nissan. But there's still quite a sizable gap between the two of them. I look, another very close battle is between Ali Ferry and Valde for 8th place overall. Indeed, Ferry's managed to gain a whole load of time through the Porsche curves there. A fantastic run through there by Ferry. Ferry is coming to the pits, as is Mazzetti, as is Greg Hall. Mazzetti goes extremely wide in the pit lane. Oh, and there's almost contact, forcing Ferry into the gravel. That's got to be looked at by the stewards. Mazzetti coming back into the pit lane, pit road even, extremely dangerously, almost forcing a collision between himself and Ali Ferry. As all these P2 cars are coming into the pits. It is currently lap 10, I should say. That's exactly where we were expecting these P2 cars to pit. 10 to 11 laps these P2 cars can do. And indeed, they can only do 10 laps, as Luke Walsh has managed to make that tank go one extra lap in that SimHQ car. This could be an absolutely genius move from the 138 team. Sorry, it's the 150 team. It's SimTech, excuse me. But SimTech managed to gain that extra lap. All these P2 cars in the pits. Tony Mella has won the race out of pit road with Sergio Azevedo right behind him in the Gaming Events GT car. Third off of pit road is Greg Holm, that Fanatec Drake Racing car. And followed by, who is this? Oh, that's Mazzetti and Milan coming out side by side. Milan has lost a lot of time in the pit lane there. Perhaps he's on the soft tyres and wanted to change tyres, but that's him lost the effective lead of the race. Tony Mella is down the lead. We just have to see how long Luke Walsh spends in the pits. Indeed, it's now Horn versus Garcino in the GT class. Apparently, that is very close. Indeed, nose to tail. This is coming up through Indianapolis. Coming down to Mulsanne corner. Horn moving to the inside, braking hard. Garcino trying to go around the outside. Can he defend? Horn breaks ever so slightly early. Garcino fends around the outside. A fantastic job there from the RC Potato SimSports driver. Coming up towards the Indianapolis first kink. Garcino has managed to get a little bit of a gap, actually quite a nice gap there through Mike Horn, but although Horn did gain 1.25 seconds on that last lap of Garcino, so obviously that Black Hawk 181 car is very quick. Oh, that's 2 moves by Garcino. Surely that'll be looked at. That was a move to the inside, then the outside again. Blocked Horn. That's possibly a retroactive move. That is ever so slightly dirty from the RC Potato SimSports driver. Coming through our Nash corner now. Mike Horn going for the slightly wider line, looking for the exit. Garcino goes in ever so slightly deep. We have to see what the run is coming up to the Porsche curves. Coming up through the Porsche curves. What is going to happen? Mike Horn nowhere near. Oh, he's going to have a look. Oh, that was ever so slightly cheeky by Mike Horn there, just showing that Garcino that he is indeed there. Of course, Garcino now under massive pressure coming through the Porsche curves. The double left-hander down the hill, the right-hander, very easy to get this wrong. The rear axle can lock up extremely easily if you shift down too early. Coming through Virage Corvette. Next up is Maison Blanche, the fast right left-hander, absolutely flat out. Mike Horn getting ever closer, coming towards the Ford chicane. He's looking towards the inside. Can he make a move stick? No, he's just making sure his nose is there. And Garcino still holds on to 20th place overall. Third in class as we have a yellow flag in the final sector for someone. Who is that for? Luke Walsh is slowed. Luke Walsh has run out of fuel. I think he's run out of fuel. I think the leader of the race, the 150 Simtech Motorsport car, has run out of fuel.
Caution in the last sector, caution in the Porsche curves.
Porsche curves. This is the final right-hander of the Porsche curves. The next left-hander is the Virage Corvette. He's ran out of fuel. A massive miscalculation there by the Simtech Motorsport car, and that's another championship contender gone. Monaco cannot believe their luck. That's him gone. Look, Wolf, the 150 Simtech car, second in the championship, is out. Essentially, Monaco have guaranteed their championship just by everyone else making mistakes. Oh my goodness, what a horrific luck there for the 150 car. Oh my
Green flag
goodness.
in the last sector.
As the green flag is Luke Walsh has now exited a massive tactical blunder there from the 150 Simtech car. Oh my goodness, Monaco has been handed this championship on a plate. I'm going to say this now, the only way they can lose this championship is by crashing out. But even then, Fantech Drake, the 139 car, has to win the race. They're currently in third place with Greg Hall at the wheel, but oh my goodness. That's all I need to say. Oh my goodness. Massive drama here, and we're not even 40 minutes into the race. I say that as Mike Horn tries to go around the outside of Garcino, come into Mulsanne corner, just looking back at that battle. Pardon me, but Garcino's still holding on to that podium position in that GT class. Having a look, Mike Horn coming up the run to Indianapolis. Can he get into that slipstream? We've seen that he's extremely fast. Let's see if he can capitalise on that speed through the first kink. Coming up, Mike Horn looking towards the outside, towards Indianapolis, side by side through the second kink, through the third kink, side by side between the two of them, coming into the breakers of Indianapolis. Garcino concedes the place. Mike Horn is up into the podium position in the GT class. See that as well, another extremely close battle is between Grudello and Petrovsky for 27th and 28th overall. This is slightly lower down in the field, this is for, if I can count correctly, this is for 9th in class, 9th in the GTs, but indeed, Gridello has extremely close to the RGPL 197 car. Coming up through the first move of Indianapolis, first kink on the round to Indianapolis. Gridello moves towards the inside of the track, got the inside for the second kick. That's him past Petrovsky. Oh, Petrovsky goes wide. He's on the grass, almost loses control. Fantastic save there from the RGPL 197 driver. Petrovsky, a fantastic save there. That has allowed Gridello through. Texas Corsa up into 9th. But still extremely close between Bordy Milan and Greg Hall. Bordy Milan has actually managed to get past Greg Hall. That's the one ACO car up onto the podium yet again. The next closest battle on track is actually for 12th place overall. It's in the Eva Brasilia racing car of Thomas Hins trying to get past Jason Holden Jones. Oh, Holden Jones goes to the outside. Thomas Hins onto the grass. Thomas Hins on the gravel. That's the front end of the Eva racing car. The 111 now has no front end at Indianapolis. Oh my goodness, Eva racing
coming to
Brazilian
code
car.
80
And
in
we
10
have a code
seconds,
80
no
for the second time
overtaking.
this race. This is for the 111. Thomas Hins at the wheel of the Eva Racing by
5,
Brazilian car. This
4,
has got
3,
no front end.
2,
Coming down to the
1.
code 80. Oh, who is
Code
that?
80
Even
first.
Rico has passed Brew under code 80, but has redressed that place. But that had to be speeding by Rico. That had to be speeding by Rico, surely. Was that such a massive velocity compared to the other two cars he was coming up at? Oh my goodness gracious, the one time that my commentary partner has taken a break, all hell breaks loose. 7 hells has came. 7 hells has came down on the track here at Le Mans. But we have cars now in the pits. Some have been very unlucky to just miss the pit lane. Ali Ferry, Mazzetti, Hall, those three are nose to tail essentially for 4th, 5th and 6th. But Patrick Badens came into the pits. Eunice Ravios came into the pits as well. We have to see what Evaldi in Texas Quadra Corsa and Daniel Pizzo does in the 118 Witchwood Goblins car. What did these two drivers decide to do? Pardon me, indeed they are coming in. Oh, sorry, who is that? Evaldi came in, but Pizzo electing to stay out. Campbell Wallace in the 199 Realish Racing car electing to stay out. Come in as well. But oh my goodness. Absolutely. It's all gone horrifically wrong for almost everyone. But Wanako has been handed essentially this championship on a plate.
Okay guys, get ready. We come back to green in 10 seconds.
Back to green as Thomas Hins comes into the pits.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
Right, having a look at this fourth place battle between Hall, Petty and Ferry. It will not surprise you, listeners and viewers, to say that I am currently a bit light-headed. I was not expecting this much action, and I've been breathing out too much. I'm starting to hyperventilate a little bit, but however, this show must go on. Greg Hall trying to hold off both Mazzetti and Ferry. Mazzetti has had a fantastic run off of the code 80, possibly off the limiter, ever so slightly earlier than Hall. Mazzetti coming up the inside of the first chicane. Oh, Hall tries to go outbreak. Oh, fantastic late braking around the outside to defend his position. Mazzetti has been compromised through the middle of the chicane. This is now Ali Ferry trying to attack him as there's a massive gaggle of GT traffic and assorted prototypes right between them. There's Joe Champa, the prototype right ahead of them. He has laps down. This is not for position. But indeed, Hall moving to the inside, blocking off Mazzetti. Ali Ferry staying on the racing line though, prepared to pick up any pieces that should happen. Ivan Gradello, the 156 Texas Quadra Corsa GT car, holding up Ali Ferry ever so slightly. That is closer to drop back, but Mazzetti and Hall right nose to tail again. Mazzetti is coming coming up behind Greg Hall in that slipstream. Can Mazzetti do anything coming down into Mulsanne corner? Nothing there at all, not close enough to make a move. Coming through Mulsanne corner, what is the run that Mazzetti gets? It's a fantastic launch he gets. He's managed to close up quite nicely on Greg Hall. Mazzetti closing in on Greg Hall. Hall trying to defend that 4th place in the 139 Fanatec Drake racing car. He needs that car to win to have a chance at the championship, but Mazzetti managed to go through the inside, but at the kink before Indianapolis. Greg Hall allows him past, not wanting to fight the position, but a massive lock up there for Mazzetti coming through Indianapolis. What can Greg Hall do? Greg Hall has nothing in reply at the moment, coming through Arnage and nothing. It seems Mazzetti has got that place fair and square. Now Ali Ferry's got her sights set on Greg Hall. Oh my goodness gracious, another quite close battles for 9th and 10th between Daniel Pizzo in the Witchwood Goblin's car and Ollie McGovern, that very nice retro liveried 113 Speedy Mike car. Another close one is Jason Holden Jones and, oh, I say that, almost commentators' cars. Avalde almost hit the barrier on the outside of Arnage there, but managed to just hold it up in time. Lost quite a bit of time to the car in front of him, but oh my goodness, that was almost calamity for the Texas Corsa Corsa car as the GT cars start to make their pit stops. D'Agostino is in, Garcino is in, Monosekis is in. Let's have a look else. Lee Russell in the Mellon Motorsports car is also in as well. All these cars did not make their pits under the last Code 80. But a fantastic battle for the lead now as well between Tony Mellon, the Ghost Motorsports car, and Sergio Azevedo, the 115 and the 123. Nose to tail coming through Tetra Rouges, off camber, right-hander at the top of the hill. Can Azevedo do anything? The answer is currently no. Coming through Tetra Rouge, can Azevedo, the 123, do anything? In the slipstream of Bella, coming to the first section of the Mulsanne Straight. Closing is Azevedo. Moves to the inside. Mella makes a move to the inside just to cover him off, but indeed Azevedo cannot pass him. Oh, but it appears that Mel had a little bit of a slide through the central part of that chicane. That should allow Azevedo to have a fantastic run coming onto the second section of 100 in the air. Closing yet again, can he do anything? Azevedo moves to the inside, shows his intent to Tony Mella. But nothing there at all, braking for the second chicane, just making sure that Mella knows that he is there. Oh my goodness gracious, coming out the second chicane. Nothing there at all for Azevedo. Azevedo is still a little bit behind Mella. Can he make a move coming into Mulsanne corner? It's going to have to be an almighty move. He goes to the inside. Oh, shows again that he is there. Azevedo has a lock up coming to Mulsanne corner, but it's far closer this time on the run up to Indianapolis. Is anything happening to have a look? Is anything going to happen in this move? But Borja Milan is there in the background, ready to pounce should anything to happen to these two cars. Azevedo showing his nose to the inside, nowhere close enough. Coming into Indianapolis, the right-hander, then the left-hander. Either these two lock up Tony Mella. Oh, move to the inside by Azevedo. Almost done, but Mella just has the better drive off of the corner. Mella holds on to the provisional lead of this race. Azevedo coming through the right-hander. That is Arnage, the slowest corner on the circuit, the run to the Porsche cars, but Azevedo is nowhere close enough to make a move. the first right-hander of the Porsche cars. Can Azevedo do anything? What is the setup differences between these two cars? Who has more weight? Oh, Azevedo and ever so slight slide through that first left-hander of the Porsche cars. Through the right-hander, Miller's gone wide. He's gone ever so slightly wide. He's going to lose time there through Virage Corvette. Can Azevedo do anything through Maison Blanche? Still nowhere close enough. There's certainly not going to be a move into the fourth chicane as a GT car comes into the pits right ahead of them. That's the Blackhawk Racing car. But indeed, through the second chicane, Azevedo appears to have gone a fantastic run, but it's gone to the AstroTurf on the outside, loses a bit of traction, so loses that run. Mel is still holding to the lead, but oh my goodness gracious, have a look at those last lap times. Borja Milan got up 2.5 seconds that last lap on this battle. It's soon going to be a three-way battle for the lead. Coming down the right-hander through the Tetrarouge S yet again with just under an hour of this race gone. Coming through Tetrarouge itself, can Azevedo do anything this time round down the Mulsanne straight? Coming down, Azevedo has not got anywhere but Milan. Azevedo will see that orange and black one ACO ECR car is looming ever larger in his rear view mirror. It's going to be one against many soon if he's not careful. Azevedo still nothing he can do in comparison to Tony Mel on that 115 Ghost Motorsports car. We've seen that Ghost Motorsports car has actually been very good this season, not always got the position that it deserved at the end of the races though. The same can actually be said for the Game Events P2 car. They've only had 17.25 points from this season, but they've been right up there almost the entire season. It's just been unfortunate incidents that have cost them those dear points in the championship. Azevedo with a massive lock-up coming to Mulsanne corner. That's allowed Borja Milan, I should say rather, to catch up on him. Milan with a fantastic run off of Mulsanne corner. Can he do anything on the run-up to Indianapolis through the first kink? Borja Milan closing yet again that slipstream. I think that one ACO car has got slightly less wing on it. Coming through the second kink, you can visibly see that Milan closing down through the third kink. Will Milan do anything through the final kink for Indianapolis? The answer is no. Will he send up the inside of the left-hander that is Indianapolis? No, but he's gained so much time compared to Azevedo coming into Arnage. Borja Milan just shows his nose to the inside, make sure that Azevedo is there, I should say rather, as we have Joshua Anderson back with us.
I think you need a breather, Neil Heatley.
You have missed absolute wonders. The 150 car you will see now is in 34th place overall, the SimTech Racing car. They tried to go a lap extra on fuel, but ran out at Virage Corvette at the end of the Porsche curbs. They are out of the race. We also had a code 80 while you're away. Thomas Hintz hit the barriers at Indianapolis after trying to make a move on Jason Holden Jones, if memory serves me correctly. So we've had a code 80 and SimTech now eliminated from the race. That's essentially given. Oh, as I say, that's Borja Milan has a look up the inside of the four chicanes. No room at the end there. But as I said, this is now one ACO essentially got their championship on the plate with Virus having that having that incident in the first lap with that damage. RGPL being out of the race due to that massive incident, and SimTech now out of the race due to losing fuel. So it's only really Fanatec Drake that can stop them. But they're in fourth place. They need to win to even have a chance of winning the championship.
Yeah, then they needed to go on for one ACO. So really, the championship possibly in their hands. Drama at Le Mans then, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I told you it can take and give away, didn't I? And I wasn't half wrong, because we've had some really dramatic moments for the top teams. And, That would, I bet that stings for Simtech though. That is just trying to go one more lap, didn't have the fuel, and they ran out. And now apparently according to Shane Burke in chat, they keep getting it under AI control, so they're done. That is them out. So now it's only Fanatic Drake Racing that can stop them, and well, that has got to hurt. But Ghost Motorsport leading affairs at the moment in the 115 at least, and yeah, they'll be happy that they're in the lead. Tony Mallow will be happy that he's currently leading, and we come up to 60 minutes expired. So, Neil Hitley, I said you could have a breather. I've given you a breather. Would you like to do the very first of the race, the R Factor 2 hourly updates?
Indeed, the hourly update is slightly off filter now, isn't it, Josh? Because we had the 11 hour, 33-minute race. So, slightly off kilter from what we'd normally have. However, it is still here in the lead of the race at the moment. Is the one Tony Mella in the 115 Ghost Motorsports car. Right behind him though is Sergio Azevedo in the Game Events P2 car, the 123, and right behind him is Borja Milan in the 1 Aqua car. Nose to tail is the podium. In 4th place, a little bit further behind, is Greg Hall, who's under fire from Mazzetti. As I say that, having a look through the second chicane, Mazzetti makes a move to the inside, too wide, but indeed Greg Hall allows him to pass. Ali Ferry is right behind him in 6th place though. Will he lose 2 positions in the space of a corner and a straight? We have to see. Ali Ferry coming down right behind in that slipstream. Can she do anything? Coming into Mulsanne corner, moves into the inside, shows Greg Hall that she's there. Nowhere though, not got the speed advantage. Coming down into Mulsanne corner, the right-handed kick before had Ali Ferry looks towards the inside. Nothing she can do. Although coming through Mulsanne corner, can she get a nice run? It appears that they've both got a roughly equal run. So that is 4th, 5th and 6th. That's Mazzetti now, Hall and Ferry. Nose to tail for 4th, 5th and 6th. In the GT class, we have Neo Pinto in the lead for Ramada Motorsports. In 2nd, Sergio Sardina, the Scuderia Denopo car, not that far behind them at all. 3rd place is Garcino in the RC Protea Sim Sports car. 4th, not far behind him either actually, is the 169, that's D'Agostino in the Witchwood car. And in 5th place is Demurkan in the Caspian Motorsport.
And that was possibly the most enthusiastic audio update we've ever had from Neil Hitley there. And, well, thank you very much to him for that. But, yeah, you got this great battle going on in the prototypes from 4th to 6th. Mazzetti, Ferry, Hall, as Neil called it. Really close-going action here between the 3 prototype cars. Hall looks closer to Mazzetti than Ferry is to Hall. So more of a 2-1 there. And, well, Fanatic Drake Racing need positions here if they're going to win this championship.
Indeed, they do. The point being that Fanatic Drake have to win. If they finish 2nd, they cannot win the championship. They absolutely have to win.
There's a nice little battle going down in 11th as well. Jason Holden-Jones and Carlo Ivaldi duking it out as well. So we have Texas Squadron Corsair, I believe, going against...
That, as you've said that, Boy Milan has got past Sergio Azevedo. Milan right on the back end of Mela now.
This is for the lead. This is for the lead of the race. Milan to get back in. And, well, what an interesting move it would be to put them right back in the dominant spot here. And, well, let's see whether Boya can go for it. We're going to check this one out for sure. Milan, round the right, coming into Tetra Rouge now. Comes into the corner.
Ali Ferry has gained that position, and Greg Hall, so Fanatic Drake down into 6th.
That's not what they need at all, really. Ferry's gotten through, and, well, Hall's now just got to try and chase back. Don't think Milan is close enough to Milan to get him on this straight, unfortunately. But I tell you, and I don't think any of the other prototypes are, so, yeah, worth keeping an eye on Boya Milan, though, because that 1 Echo car is looking pretty good down the straight, regardless of the fact that we won't get the position made.
It's been very interesting to see what the difference between these cars are, because it appears that some of there's not that much variation in the rear wing actually. They're all very kind of equal in a straight line.
Yeah, quite equal in a straight line. Milan doing 315 kilometers an hour, 320 kilometers an hour. Look at this, he's going to have a look. If anything, round the outside of Mella. Oh, he's made it work! I think he has made it work! Boya Milan into the second chicane there.
Goodness.
That was a good move from Milan. He held that perfectly through the second chicane, went to the outside, Mella respected him, gave him room, Milan held the inside, Mella ran out of room, and Boya Milan back in the lead in style for Monaco.
Indeed, right back where they were at the beginning of the race, first place. It's just going absolutely extraordinarily well for Wanako, as we have now coming for an interview us. We have, hang on a second. There we go. We have Mlinek from the 107 car.
Yep, we have Machi Mlinek with us. Hi, Machi. Great to have you with us, even if your race in the 107 Team RGPL has not quite gone to plan, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I just was going behind Mela and Ravio, and Mela just lagged, like 0.5 lag. We both, me and Ravio, went off. He didn't hit the wall, but I lost my front and front left wheel, and when I was spinning, someone else hit me, and I lost my rear right wheel, and my engine was dead.
Yeah, well, that is such an absolutely tragic way to end the race, especially after a pole position from Team Virus at the start, and then problems obviously with the actual race start, but then we got going again, then this happens. It must be heartbreaking to have, really prepared for Le Mans, so, and then it ends so soon.
It's pretty much, not pretty much, it's very heartbreaking. I don't know what to say more.
Yeah, I imagine that you're not going to be feeling very happy. I mean, ultimately, you can take pride, I guess, in the fact that you've had a good season this season. Obviously, this is no consolation to anything, but still, you've had a very good season as part of Team RGPL. You had some great rounds. You had great rounds at Motor Atlanta and Sebring. Great results there, and, a good run at the Red Bull Ring as well. So you can be proud, at least, that in this season, your team have had a good run.
Yeah, but just remind, I was driving with Simtech until Le Mans, where we made the switch with Mateusz Bogusz. It was like conflict for VC Le Mans. That's why we needed to switch.
Yeah, of course. And, Simtech themselves found themselves out of the race, but they were running well as well. So, to be part of these two good outfits, you've really been able to show your real potential this season. And Simtech, of course, won winners at Montreal, winners at Sebring, very capable, did great at Imola as well. So, you've proven yourself really this year, Machi.
Yeah, and I was only hoping to show myself from good side to everyone in this league, and I think I did it.
Yeah, you've definitely made yourself, known as one of the better drivers in this series, and definitely really put your name out there. And I think the future for you is going to be very bright going forwards. And I imagine you'll probably want to have a full-time seat in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Obviously, I think maybe if you don't already, maybe a lot more teams will want you now.
Yeah, but I think my place in VC is safe for next year.
Yeah, I think it definitely is. Thank you very much for joining us, Matty, again. Such a shame to hear about what's happened to you and Team RGPL, but well done on a great season.
Thank you, and enjoy the commentating.
I'm sure we will. Thank you. God, it really does break my heart to hear that. I feel so sorry for him. It just, for Malinek and the whole RGPL team, and just and Simtech, who he's driven for as well. It's just, they were doing so well, and then that happened. Just, I would not want to be in that situation as a team manager. Well, Le Mans, as we say, it is a cruel track sometimes. It is a very, very cruel track sometimes, and it can take away from teams that are doing well. And it's part and parcel of endurance race, and unfortunately, you got to take the rough with the smooth, and that's exactly what Team RGPL will be doing this race. And, well, as hard as it can be, they will just keep going. As, oh, dearie me, I've just noticed Sergio Azevedo's no front bumper. That's not very good. Yeah, he's got no front bumper. What actually happened? Oh, he went into the back of Mella. He went into the back of Tony Mella in Indianapolis. Oh, I think what happened was Mella started braking in the turn before Indianapolis, Azevedo was still on the throttle at the time, and I don't know what happened. Did he just brake too late, or? I don't imagine he would have probably got it stopped, or got it stopped. It would have been a faster corner, but he just ran into the back of Mella, did Azevedo. Oh, that's not good. Got no front downforce. He's going to have to pay. That's going to cost them. Probably going to put Ferry into third and Mazzetti into fourth. And Hall into fifth. Position changes incoming then. That much is for certain. Azevedo makes it to the pits then. Ali Ferry should go into third for Atlantic Motorsports. As well, Neil Heatley has rejoined us, and just in time because we've been joined by Shane Burke.
Hello.
Great to have you with us, Shane. A very big shame to hear about what's happened with you and the Team RGPL. Both of you out of the race. Would you like to explain what happened to it, please?
Yeah, we went to extra lap, which was a surprise. It said we had definitely enough fuel, so we're like, oh, okay, maybe our gearing is saving us fuel because we're actually quite slow in the straight. So we're like, okay, maybe we're slow, but it's saving us fuel. Entering Porsche curves, our factor said we had over 2 liters left, and we're like, oh yeah, that's perfect, just make it. And then suddenly it just went to 0, and yeah, we couldn't coast it back. We'd done everything to get it back as far as we could, but it just came to a halt, unfortunately.
Well, that is a shame, and just suddenly running out of fuel. I mean, that must sting from where you were in the race, and just, you know, as we were saying to Matthew Mlinek, to DNF at such an early point in the race is never a good feeling. But you know, I guess even though it isn't really a consolation, you can take pride in how well you've done. And we were saying with Matchy, 2 wins this season, and you did so well at Imola as well. I think biggest points scorer coming out of Imola as well, which was the split race. You got 21.75 points coming out of that, and 2 wins at Montreal and Sebring. You've really shown that you can be up there with the best of them this season.
Yeah, it's been a good season, but we've had our downs, and it's just to win a championship like this, you need a full season clean, and unfortunately at Road Atlanta we messed up everything really. Even though we led most of it, just the last bit, the most important bit, the end, we didn't win, so that cost us dearly. But yeah, the rest of the races, like Sebring, that was a nice race to win because we won the VEC Sebring as well, so we kind of shown we're the king of Sebring. But we came to Red Bull Ring knowing how quick the others are, and yeah, the extra stop go we got, you know, it didn't help. But then we had 2 stop goes before that because I somehow messed up the code 80s before, so it kind of that made that race into a qualifying kind of race. And yeah, the gamble we made on staying on slicks on the wet track didn't pay off. I smashed it into a wall, and that was kind of that. So we came to Le Mans looking at it both ways. We have VEC in the same class, same car in 2 weeks time, so it was like a test. And also we're like, sure, if things fall into our hands and we take the championship, okay, that's good. And today we learned that car's not really that quick, which was a bit of a shock. But and then yeah, luck wasn't on our side, so yeah, it's not been ideal. But yeah, we look at the championship, we took some wins, we entered the championship last minute for some fun, weren't expecting really much, so to fight for the championship as long as we did was pretty nice. So I just want to thank all my guys who did put in all the work, all the hours testing, race strategy, the whole lot, so thanks to them.
Well, yeah, see, it's always nice to be able to see the positives in something, even though when things don't go right. Any questions for Shane from you, Neil?
If everything had gone to plan today, do you think you could have a shot of winning the race?
That's an interesting one. I don't know. We really struggled with top speed, and we don't know why. Just yeah. So, like Le Mans, it's all about top speed, and how we've kind of messed it up, I don't know. But it's interesting seeing this strategy from some people using mediums and some people like switching tires like straight away. It's kind of interesting. So we would definitely go a different way than some of them. So maybe in the long run, maybe, because it's not all about speed. It's Le Mans. You have one mistake and you crash, you hit a wall. It's not going to be a small crash. So I think as a team we're quite mature. We're good at what we do. So maybe. But on pace, definitely not. No.
Yeah,
Are you going to be rejoining us for next season, VLMS?
Hopefully. Depends on what drivers I've around, and you just don't know what's coming up. So definitely VEC, anyways. At least that we want to go for a championship. But other than that, we'll see.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for joining us anyway, Shane. Pleasure to have you with us, and well done on your season as well.
And thank you very much, and keep up the good work.
I'm sure we will. Thank you. Now, let's go to our GT. Well, actually, we're already at our GTs. We've got a battle going on. Campbell Wallace, Mike Horn for 26th overall. I believe this is about 9th in class. But George Manasakis and Ivan Gridello want to get involved as well for Texas Squadron Corse and Slide Right Motorsports. Although drivers driving for the other teams. Boy, Milan, the leader, wants through.
Oh. Yeah, I was just going to say they're trying to let the leader through. Mike Horn going round all the way around the outside.
Yep, Mike Horn goes around the outside. Look, Campbell Wallace giving him the minimum possible room here. He's giving him practically just enough room to manoeuvre, but Mike Horn only needs that, but Wallace holds the position. And, well, Campbell Wallace has managed to hold that nicely. Manasakis will want to go on Horn. Gridello's right up close now. Now this is the four-way fight for what I believe to be 8th or 9th or 10th in class.
Indeed. Oh, pardon me, we had another bollard go at Mulsanne Corner. Another family has lost their father as we're coming through the first kink, coming up to Indianapolis. Campbell Wallace has got to feel like it's the last stand.
He's really just trying to hold everyone behind him at the moment, and Mike Horn is trying to get through, but it's not working. And Campbell Wallace really just charging really hard at the moment is the Scot, and I'm very sure that he goes off, off goes Wallace.
Oh.
And he's gone off there, he's gone wide, through goes Horn, and Manasakis now will be thinking, I can see a Scotsman ahead of me, and he's just gone off the track, he's mine. He'll want to have a go at him, Gridello will want to have a go at him, and Wallace is just going to be trying to not let Manasakis through.
Oh my goodness, we know Manasakis in that 162 car is extraordinarily quick. We saw him be right up there at GT qualifying, hold provisional pole for quite a while. But Gridello is right behind him there, ready to pick up the pieces should anything happen to these two.
Yeah, Manasakis and Wallace really just going to go to battle with each other. Campbell Wallace, a very capable driver. Might not be the quickest, but he's quick enough, obviously, to hold the likes of Manasakis behind him in a race scenario, though. Manasakis is looking left, looking right. He goes off slightly. I don't think he's going to have a run into the Ford chicane, though. He backs off. He does back off. Maybe he just wants Wallace to make a mistake here. And, takes a bit of curb there. He's hoping for a better exit than the Scot here. And Manasakis will want to go through here. And, yep, gets a good exit. Gridello gets a good exit as well.
And need the Ford chicanes there. You really can't go 2x2 through there.
It's very, very difficult to get cars left and right of those chicanes. And, well, it's a kind of triple Ferrari battle, this. Gridello, Manasakis, Wallace, all in the 458 Italia. All chasing each other down. Manasakis again. Manasakis just seems to get the best exits.
That car seems absolutely planted. It's got a P2 car trying to lap these three GT cars. But that
Wallace
is as even Rico, I do believe.
Wallace has slipped up in the S's there, going into Tete Rouge, and Manasakis on the outside. Oh, Campbell Wallace breaks very late there and gets himself straight back in front. Well, that's how to get a position back if ever I've seen one. This is a fantastic battle. It's Alessandro Paretti's trying to go through. Technically, Wallace doesn't need to let him through here because this is a position, but Paretti's just that much quicker. He gets through anyway.
I'd like to see Campbell do extremely well, but I think trying to block a P2 on a straight wouldn't possibly be the best thing to do for the 99 Wheelers Racing Ferrari 458, as we have for Mazzetti trying to pass these three cars now as well, and Ali Ferry right behind Mazzetti. So indeed, nose to tail between these three cars, coming through the first chicane on the Honor d'Air. Can Manasakis do anything compared to Campbell Wallace coming out? It appears that, I'm not sure, my camera position is too far away. Manasakis closing and closing and closing. Mazzetti, oh my goodness, almost contact between Gridello and Ferry. As Manasakis tries to go through the inside, tries to get the draft of Mazzetti side by side, but he comes back through. Ali Ferry diving to the inside. Will Campbell Wallace let her through? And indeed, he does still. Oh, he had to have a second go at turning in because Ferry was still there on the apex, extremely slow on the apex, but Campbell Wallace managed to hold off Mazakis fantastically.
He is doing a good job of defending here. I would not like to be looking behind him right now. Loads of cars everywhere, but it would be great from a broadcast perspective. We can see exactly who's where, but Campbell Wallace must be terrified. Just seeing all these cars coming left, right and centre. Greg Hall, Patrick Borden both run through. Wallace just trying to defend from everybody. I'm just looking from that rear wing. He locks up! He's locked up! And off he goes at Mulsanne into the gravel. Campbell Wallace has been sent to the cleaners by himself there. He's absolutely gone straight off the track. He's Robinson Crusoe'd it 100% of the way. He just locked up and he just missed the wall. He's going to get going again, but there are going to be flat spots like crazy on that Ferrari.
Indeed, he broke far too late and went straight to Narnia. Do not collect £200.
Yeah, he just absolutely made a man. That I've seen people go off at Mulsanne, but he just locked it up completely. After that, the front's locked. He couldn't go anywhere, and then the car hit a bump. Got A-time actually, Campbell Wallace, then hit the ground again. The front's locked again. And that's how it happens, so, wow.
That's actually, I've just been messaged by Mike Bell, obviously, of the Realish Racing team, and a little tip from him, and it does look like that Hall moved back to the outside to take the racing line once he passed Wallace through the kink, and just kind of forced Wallace off track ever so slightly, and perhaps those dirtier tyres caused him to go head straight on.
Yeah, perhaps so. Maybe that's what caused it ultimately. And well, either way, he's lost position because of it. He is now down to 29th from 27th. And that is not going to help them in any way. Manasakis is now still a while from Horn. Lopez and Horn are reasonably close, though, to be honest. That could be an interesting battle if Horn can get closer. So we could have Blackhawk versus Gimme events on in that sense. We also have a battle between Lee Russell and Matthias Grab here on Logitech versus Mellow Motorsports, and we've got battles up and down in the GT field, but I think this one, Grau and Russell, is actually very close, because Russell has got the torque out of Tetra Rouge, and he's going to have the torque down into the first chicane on the back straight here. In fact, he might be able to go for the overtake before they even get there. Russell's got that much more speed, doing 290 kilometers an hour to Grau's 287, and that is the speed diff right there. Grau can't get through.
Indeed, Russell managed to overtake Grau before they even got to the braking zone. Obviously, absolute minimum wing on that Miller Motorsports car.
Let's not forget the sheer power it has as well. 8.2 litre V10 in that thing. So much torque. Got quite a bit of power too. So he's going to have the advantage there. Mind you, that Corvette is no slouch in a straight line either. So the slipstream definitely helped him.
Indeed, these P2 cars coming in for their next set of pit stops. 10 hours and 10 to go. Milan and Ferry almost side by side. This is for the podium now. And almost side by side coming through the right-handed downhill towards the beginning of the lap. That would be extremely brave by Milan. By side coming through Tetra Rouge. Milan has to back out. Ali Ferry keeps that third place. A massive bit of oversteer on the curbs on the outside from Ali Ferry. Boy, Milan will no doubt have a massive run coming down the Honda d'Air for the first section of it at least. Milan closing, and Ali Ferry moves to the outside onto the extreme rumbly bits on the outside, the light grey parts, as you can see on the screen. But indeed, that's Milan past Ferry before they even get to the braking zone, rather like Grau and Russell from the lap before.
Yeah, Ferry couldn't defend against that. Milan just had it from the start, and well placed from Milan indeed. And we got Thomas Lechevre in the Ghost Motorsport car now in P5. Ollie McGowan 6th. Daniel Pizzo 7th going further down the order. P2's in. Oh dear, Ilaria Finn has had a problem. I just noticed Ilaria has been disconnected, so that's problems for them. Ivan Rico, yep, Finn out of it in that Texas Squadron Corsair car. And then Ivan Rico can't find his pit box.
He's reversing down pit lane. What on earth is Rico doing?
He can't find his pit box. He's either overshot it or it's just not there. Something's going on for Ivan Rico. But, yeah, he's not having a good time with this. Nick Newcomb appears to have disconnected as well.
Oh, that's Fanatec Drake. That's the 139. We have a yellow in the final sector. What for?
I'm trying to look. I'm trying to see what the yellow flag's for, but I'm not having much luck here. I can't quite see it, unfortunately. But I'm sure there's yellow flag for a reason.
Reversing down the pit lane.
Rico must just not have a pit box. Surely, if he's reversing this much and he just can't find it, no, he can't go.
No, I think that's him being serviced now. Oh no, that's him. That's him gone.
Yep, out. That's it. Oh, now a driver swap. So there was a problem with the driver swap. Aito Sintez is in the car now. Oh, dearie me. And Nick Newcomb is nowhere to be seen.
Rico had 20 available pit boxes to him, but just the one was valid.
Oh,
according to someone on the YouTube chat. So I don't even know what to say about that.
That is a shame. That, I mean, well, when you have 20 pit boxes and only one works, it's a game of which one is it. Apparently there's 41 spots, says Jimmy Allison. Well, that is strange. That is very strange indeed. I am.
But Sintez is now in that car, so perhaps they can get it back out again.
Yeah, Sintez will have to connect and get in that car for sure. But, well, that is not what they wanted to happen. Patrick Borden, the leader in the pits. Jonas Ravel in the pits. The Milan might retake the lead if this is not quick enough from either of these two. But
Milan coming through Virage Corvette now, coming up to Maison Blanche.
Yeah, what will Boyer do? Boyer will not pit.
No, he's not coming into the pits.
I think he's going to take the lead. He should take the lead.
Oh, massive slide there, actually.
Yeah, gets a bit of a slide on. Milan should take the lead here. Bardon and Raivio still in the pits, of course. So Ferry will go into second.
That 132 Atlantic Motorsports car now up into second.
What a position for them. They'll be happy with that. Thomas Scheffler is going to go third for Ghost Motorsport. Ollie McGowan will have a threat of fourth. Pizzo might find himself in fifth. This is how long a pit stop takes, you know. There might be driver swaps involved for all I know. I'm going to check the waiting list area for drivers. Tony Ukic is waiting. Tom Knoll will probably be getting in the Black Hawk car. I imagine Tony Ukic might be getting in the same HQ. Melik Markley is waiting around. I think he'll be at Caspian Motorsports. Twitch. Nicky Jakovic as well. So Team Virus down in 33rd. Tony Ukic is in the same HQ.
Adam Taylor just came out the pits driving the car, so there's been no driver change.
Yep, Tom Knoll in the Black Hawk as I suspected. Adam Taylor, though, is now challenging Knoll, and this could be interesting.
Adam Taylor's many, many laps down, though.
Dintez is back, so we will see the car rejoin. We will hopefully see the car rejoin now that's happened. But Tom Knoll now in that Black Hawk car. We've seen Tom before. Quite a good driver in these prototypes. Definitely knows his stuff. And Black Hawk, I think, in sixth at the moment, could do with the driver as capable as him.
Indeed, that's true. Yes, indeed.
They just need to kind of hold formation at the moment, really. Trying to keep where they are. And, well, our cameraman, Vern Schmidt's going on a quick break, but he'll be back soon. And, yeah, well, I'm just watching Adam Taylor, actually. He's trying to unlap himself on Knoll. He's not really giving any quarter here, but he doesn't go for it. Decides that discretion is the better part of valor, and he's not going to go for it yet. Mind you, Claudius Astari might be wanting Adam Taylor to battle him here, because he's not far behind.
And he's not that far behind at all. Adam Taylor tried to unlap himself. We know that Virus car is extremely quick. We've got to see what Tom Knoll does, but of course he has no obligation to let Taylor pass.
Yep, and
Taylor making a move to the inside of the second chicane. Nothing there though. Oh, Tom Knoll's gone straight. Oh no! Almost so close to hitting that tyre barrier. But indeed, he's kept it out of that tyre barrier, but that has let Mazzetti pass, and he's up into sixth. Sorry, Casteri now.
Yeah, it just looked like Knoll either overshot it or he locked up or something, and he just managed to miss the barriers. But yeah, Taylor will have gotten through in that. He's gotten past Sassari too. Adam Taylor on a charge now, trying to get past Daniele Pizzo. He's got to be careful here because he is laps down. So he's going to go look down the inside here of the run down to Indianapolis, and yeah, this could be very interesting here. Daniele Pizzo, Adam Taylor sort of area, and yeah, Taylor goes through, no problems there. And Pizzo is not going to try and, I assume, re-overtake Taylor. I think he's just going to try and stay behind. It'll be interesting to see how this goes. Apparently, according to Ben Willis in the chat, Nick Newcomb is on track, not the pits. Well, from where I'm sitting in my spectator seat, Nick Newcomb is not actually visible at all.
Yeah, for him, he's in the pits and it's dropping him down the order.
Yeah, so perhaps he's racing, but there's just nobody else there. I don't know. But he's not there for me. And Bernd Schmidt rejoins us. But yeah, problems perhaps for Fanatic Drake. The championship appears to just be swinging further and further in Monaco's favour.
Indeed, that is essentially all 4 championship rivals out of the race now.
Well, I bet Monaco didn't expect them to have this easy. All they're going to do, even if they get to the end, don't even finish now, they'll probably win the championship.
Indeed, even if that isn't entirely true, because we know Simtech is out and RGPL are out as well. They do essentially need to, and if they don't finish, they can still probably win the race.
The championship at least, but...
Championship even, sorry.
Yeah, I think Alaria, Finn and Aito Cinders are still having problems rejoining 27th and 28th, but... Yeah, they're going to fall down the order. Nick Newcomb falls down the order. Actually, I think he's still in the pits for me, and he's dropped down to 31st now, so I don't know what's going on there. Either way, though, just looking up and down the field still, Sestari and Noel could be an interesting one. And, yeah, Thomas Hinds in the pits for Eva Racing by Vasilea. So, now is the pit window, really. This sort of area is kind of when cars are expecting to pit and gaps between cars are starting to increase.
Indeed, Noel and Kisteri very close together. And Pizzo just ahead of these 2 cars as well. 3-way battle for 5th.
Yep, this is going to be interesting here. Noel, Pizzo, Sestari. Close battle between these 3. Getting past Campbell Wallace not long ago. And Noel now chasing down for P5, but being chased for P6. It's kind of a double sandwich here. Does not want to be in this scenario, because when you're being chased and chasing, it's hard to defend and attack at the same time. Noel, though, is doing a good job of chasing Pizzo. Doing a very good job indeed. He's got a go. Look at this speed. Look at this. I don't know how much wing Pizzo's running, but it's dampering him because Noel is practically in a different class.
And oh, interesting, but still managed to pass him very nicely coming to the braking zone for the second chicane. Daniel Pizzo's right behind him though, and Kisteri there to pick up any piece of shenanigans go on between these 2. Kisteri's managed to get a fantastic run out of the second chicane because the other 2 were indeed compromised. Going around the outside of Daniele Pizzo, trying to go up the first rise of Mulsanne, up the second rise of Mulsanne, side by side between these 2 still. Can Kisteri go around the outside of Mulsanne corner? And indeed he does. Pizzo has lost 2 places.
That's not good for Daniele Pizzo at all. He's just absolutely lost 2 places, as Neil Heatley says. Now it's a direct battle between Noel and Sestari for 5th, and that Blackhawk car is in a good place right now. But Sestari and Pizzo have really just got to fight it out between each other for 6th. Sestari will want to go for 5th, though. He's got designs on that top 5. I've just seen Nick Newcomb's gone. I think he's probably pulled the plug, and he's going to try and rejoin, which is good for them, but they are way down in the order now of Fanatic Drake Racing. And I think really they're just going to try and finish now.
Indeed, the highest championship contenders for Monaco is actually that Fanatec Drake car. The championship rivals for Monaco are currently 32nd, 33rd, 35th and 36th. And Monaco's in the lead. What can I say?
Well, Monaco leading would pretty much stop anyone else from winning the title either way, but the fact they are leading is just making it easier for them. Ali Ferry 2nd though, Thomas Lechef 3rd, so battles going on for the other places on the grid. There are still battles going on, of course, just a case of finding them. I have to say though, really, Le Mans, one of those races where you just really need to be in sync with the car. You need to get into a rhythm.
Well, I said before, well, we both said before the beginning of this broadcast, it's Le Mans, anything can happen, and look what has happened.
So far, loads of stuff's happened, absolutely, and Milan is going to try his best to try and win this race, of course. I wonder what's going through his mind at this point. Really just thinking about, let's just keep it in the lead for now.
Indeed, just manage the pace, that's all they need to do, manage that pace.
Yeah, of course. And pace management, really just what it's about today. Just keeping himself nice in there, pacing himself, not pushing too hard, but keeping enough pressure on so that he holds the lead. And really, it's just going to be an interesting race in that sense for these two. And, oh, hello, what's this? 2 and 3, Ali Ferry, Thomas Lechev. Really close here as we have an interviewee which will bring in, it is none other than Jonas Raivio.
Oh, hello guys. How's the weather today?
How was the weather today? Well, it was raining in England before, but in France it's been nice and warm and sunny so far. And I guess for your team at the moment, everything is, well, let's look for you at the moment. Of course, you are driving for SimHQ. You have 2 cars on the field, but your car is all the way down, I believe, in actually, we'll strike that. Yeah, one of your cars is down in 34th, but your car, I believe, is all the way up in P8. So, yeah, good race for you so far.
Yeah, good race. We had, well, we had the stop and go, but otherwise it's really going nice for us. And when it comes to the team, yeah, being the team that actually does practice for the event, yeah, I'm really enjoying my time.
Oh my god, Eunice, I wasn't ready for that.
I don't think anyone was well, but yeah, new surroundings for Jonas Raivio then. And yeah, Tony Ukic in that car at the moment. Tony obviously in P8 at the moment trying to track down Daniele Pizzo ahead. Nick Newcomb is back! Nick Newcomb is back in the race, good to see. That is fantastic. But yeah, Jonas doing, you know, your team doing alright in the running order at the moment in the 138. And that car, one of the newer cars to enter the championship. It was only granted the entry after Estoril. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think we entered just for fun, but what comes to that, at least, well, I was having some fun. I did a couple of stupid mistakes, and also with the code 80, but I don't know. I think it was kind of decent stint after all.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good run from your guys so far, and you know, for such a late season entry, you've definitely made a good impression on the series. So, do you think you'll be running 2 cars again next season?
Yeah, I hope so. But yeah, I haven't really talked about that with the guys, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, and I don't think we have that many Finnish drivers in the Virtual Le Mans series. I think you're one of a rare breed here, but we have a very international lineup. Though, of course, I think there are some of you about. There's not that many, and well, you've definitely shown some good form today. Jonas.
Yeah, I guess so.
Any questions for Jonas from you, Neil?
How do you think the rest of the race is going to go compared on your comparing your sort of pace so far? What do you think is the maximum position for the car?
Well, if you don't aim for the win, you're not doing it right. So, nah, I don't know. At least, let's say, I hope for, let's say like the top 5 at least.
Well, a top five would be interesting, and yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this goes for your team. Thanks for joining us, Jonas, and best of luck to you for this race, and well done on your season, of course, so far.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Very interesting to talk to Jonas there, you know, get a perspective from him.
Indeed, these P2 drivers, they're probably going to be doing all different stints again. So they're probably vast majority of them will be getting in the car again. So we've just got to see what happens over the course of the next 9 hours 55.
Yeah, just going to see what goes on for now at least, and yeah, see what goes on for the rest of this race. We're about an hour and 40 in, so about another 20 minutes until we update you on the standings again. But yeah, interesting to see what goes on.
Indeed, it's quite close between Casteri and Knoll for 5th place overall. Casteri in that 124 car, that is the Handy Racing Team car. Knoll in the 106 Blackhawk Racing car with that special Le Mans livery.
Yeah, of course, and Knoll is actually having a very good role here, P5 and P6. So yeah, I'm going to be interested to see how this goes, and Yeah, Tom Noel really giving it the full beans at the moment, and I am seeing on the broadcast actually there was a GT car in focus. Maybe I should look at the GT battles. See, Lance Gavasino, Ahmed Demirkan are quite close, to be honest. Mind you, this is for a decent position in GTs as well. I believe this is about 3rd or 4th in class, so battles going on there too. Demirkan is chasing down in that Caspian car, chasing down Garasino, doing a very good job of it, it should be said. So lots of battles going on up and down the field. And Tony Jukic is chasing down Tom Noel as well. Daniele Pizzo being chased. Claudio Castari having a good run as well. Noel and Jukic are quite close.
And I am seeing in the waiting booth we now have Ben Willis with us.
Oh, that's fantastic. Hello, Ben.
Hello.
Slight problems for your team as well then, unfortunately. Nick Newcomb got held up. He was registering as being on track for you, but he was actually seemingly in the pits, but obviously disconnected, rejoined, and now you're down in 31st. So, yeah, problems for you.
Yeah, no idea what happened. Seemed like it went perfectly fine for the stop, and then I think Nick got halfway around the lap, and me and Greg suddenly were like, why is he still showing in the pits? So we think we've lost about 4 or 5 laps out of that. So the rest of this race now is just sort of plug away. We've got 10 hours to get as far up as possible and get some points.
Well, anything can still happen, of course, in a 12-hour, 11 or 11 and a bit hour endurance race in this case. But yeah, really for you, I guess, you know, just about keeping on going now. And it is great to see you still going, of course, you know, still charging on, still giving it a go. That's the sort of spirit we like. That's the sort of spirit that wins races.
Well, I don't think we'll win the race.
Well, you can dream.
Oh, we can dream, yeah. But no, it was Greg put in a great first stint. Okay, the way we've set up the car, you know, we're not quite as close as the others, but we're going for long race distance. So if we can make it back, then that'll be good. And we just need to get the points really and do well in the championship.
Yeah, I guess that's really what you need to do. You're not the only team who have had problems this race, though. I would like to welcome Nikki Jakovic to the room as well from Team Virus. Hello, Nikki.
Hello, Joshua. How's
Great
it
to
going?
have you. Great to have you with us, of course, Nikki. But unfortunately, Team Virus not having the best race at the moment. Adam Taylor down in 30th.
Yeah. Well, we started from 2nd place. Pretty sure it was exciting for everyone to see the start, double file. Then after the turn 1, I'm sure this is the reason why we normally have in single file starts. So I usually know I'm good with the starts, cold tires, and warming up the brakes nicely. So when I was that close, you know, you think nothing else but take the opportunity to pass. You know if the guy ahead is gonna take a couple of good corners and get away. So I was on the inside line, and I think I left a lot of space. But then I heard a thump, and I think I know, you know, the car is kind of wrecked. So I don't know. I don't know what Linek did, but seems like he ran deep or whatever. Would be interesting to hear from him. Whatever happened is, you know, now we're on a couple laps down, and the problem really was that when we went to pits, the AI took over, so we had to rejoin a couple of times for Adam to actually take the car, because we did the driver swap as well to make sure the top speed deficit is not there. And well, whatever. Now he's running well, and you know, we'll see what happens from here on.
Yeah, really just about seeing what happens. Obviously, the AI taking control of the car has proven problematic in the season. You know, it can happen sometimes. It's just, I guess it's a part and parcel of our factor too. But for you in Team Virus, Nikki, it's been a fantastic season. You've had some very, very strong results. You were 20 points at Montreal, so 2nd place there. Did very well at Imola as well, and Red Bull Ring. You've shown yourself to be a strong outfit. You know, you're in, obviously, Virtual Endurance Championship as well, but, you know, your VLMS program seems to be working too.
Yeah, we're kind of using this to keep the form, and you know, it's a long time between back races, so it's good to have some fun. So we're gonna use this as some track training for the big one, and you know, I can't say we had a lot of luck in VLMS. It's just it's like all of our luck is with WEC. Sometimes the things just work that way, and again, this round has proven that from the go. So, but you never know. It's a lot of hours left, so I mean, I'm pretty sure you're gonna see us battling close on track with our competitors. No?
Yeah, I'm sure we will see still some close battles on track. I'm sure we'll see Adam Taylor and yourself trying to, get yourselves up the order as well, trying to unlap yourselves, fight with the best of them, because we've seen that before. When you've not had the best of moments, you still fight with everybody else to get yourself as far up, and that is admirable. You never give up. Any questions for Nicky from you, Neil?
So are you going to get all your drivers for the VC in the car at some point, just to give them some practice around GT traffic?
Well, it's probably gonna be me and Adam doing the full 24. So we'll do that right now. We actually left Adam in the car right now because there is a huge storm outside of my place. Seems like it came from France down here. So in case of power cutout, we don't want to be losing any time. So yeah, after that I'm gonna be in the car and doing the best I can to fight back. I mean, there isn't much hope to win the championship in VLMS right now, but it's never over until it's over.
That's exactly it. It's never over till it's over. And, well, thank you very much for joining us, Nicky. Pleasure to have you with us, of course.
Thank you for having me.
We can get back to Ben Willis now. Well, I know, obviously, your race hasn't gone quite as well, but just listening to what Nicky said there, it's true, really, isn't it? You just got to keep going, and what happens, happens. You can never predict a race until it's over.
Exactly, that is endurance racing. At the end of the day, 10 hours to go, plenty can happen. For us, just to be getting through all the GTs now and getting to a point where we can get, even if it's 1 or 2 points, it's still something in the championship, and that will help us standing, and who knows, may help us get into VEC or something next year. So that's the plan.
It might. Any questions from me, Neil?
So what's the sort of plan for your car from now?
Well, we're sort of changing drivers every hour and a half, just to keep everybody fresh, cycle it through, give everybody a bit of experience. I think now it's just a bit of fun and sort of doing our best to keep it, keep it going and keep it out of walls. So keeping everybody fresh, cycling through pretty quickly, and seeing what we can get out of the tyres, really, and just having a bit of fun now.
That's what it's all about, ultimately. You got to enjoy yourself. I've always said to be good at something, and I guess, for you, you're going to be enjoying yourself within this scenario. You find yourself thinking, thanks for joining us, Ben, and good luck to you, Fantastic Drake, for the rest of the race, and well done on the season.
No worries, thanks, Samuel.
Well, we've got a nice little battle going on here between Daniel Pizzo and Tony Ukic in the same HQ and Witchwood cars, 6th and 7th, and Tom Noel wants to get involved as well, though he's not quite there yet. Ukic and Pizzo are super close, and this could be a nice little battle.
Indeed, Pizzo trying to go right up the back of Ukic. Ukic is not letting any room as they come down into Mulsanne corner. Pizzo will have to try and go the long way around, what do you call it? Mulsanne corner. There we go. Trying to go around the long way around Mulsanne corner, but it's not going to work. Ukic holds on to that 6th place in the 138 SimHQ car.
Yeah, I mean, Daniele Pizzo forced to take the long way home there, as you rightfully say, and, well, a bit of annoyance that for him, but he's back on the case, and, yep, now we'll just want to try and catch up.
Indeed, but Pizzo halfway between Ukic and Noel has to decide what he wants to do. Of course, he wants to try and pass Pizzo, so now Pizzo has to deal with Tom Noel in that 106 car.
Yeah, Noel there in the 106 is closing in while they're battling each other. It's the classic, we're battling each other, so we're holding each other up, and the other guy behind's going to get ahead effect. And, well, that's the opposite of the two guys behind battling, so someone ahead gets ahead effect. But yeah, Noel, this is exactly what Tom Noel wants. Oh, Wallace out, apparently! Wallace out! What's happened? But Campbell Wallace is out of the race! Oh, he's off big time! He is off massively! If ever the definition, Hayes Robinson Crusoe on it, came into play, that's what's happened! Oh, he went off at 1 and he stuck it in the gravel. Oh, the engine blew up! That Ferrari is roasted! Well, that is not good news. Campbell Wallace out of it at the 108-minute mark. I think they've disconnected to try and rejoin, but I'm not sure whether they're going to be able to continue because the engine blew up. That is an absolute disaster for the Realish team. They were running great, and I don't know whether Wallace just double downshifted or what. He was in 3rd gear going through the first turn, so he must have just double downshifted. Something must have happened. We're back with 7 and 8 now. Pizza 1, no. But that is terrible. Neil Healy, I think, is trying to find out what went on, and he's back now. Neil, have you got any news?
Yeah. Sorry, I just muted the sound so I could hear. I think it was a double downshift.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. It's so easy to do. So easily done, and it just happened for Wallace. Double downshifted into 3rd gear, blew the engine up, went spinning into the gravel. He's going to try, I think, and rejoin because he seems to have disconnected. Going to try and rejoin, but that engine will still be blown when he comes back, I think, because it doesn't repair damage.
No.
Wow, that is a big shame. That is a big shame, that.
Indeed, I don't know what to say.
Neil Heatley, of course, you know, a big fan of and we are both real big fans of the Realist Racing team, you know, just for the ethos, but to end it like that is cruel, that. If the race is going to end, don't end with a double downshift.
I must say, it will put the heat off of Craig Woolard now, because he's now not the only one to have blown an engine. Of course, Craig Woolard blew it at Road Atlanta.
Well, I guess there's that going for me. No, it can't happen to anyone, but Campbell Wallace I bet he will probably feel very bad about this. I mean, it can't be helped. You double downshift, it can happen just out of the blue sometimes, but he'll still feel bad about it, I can guarantee that, and I feel bad about it.
Absolutely terrible. I don't know what to say. Oh well, just the same luck as they've kind of had all season.
Yeah, not been the luckiest car in the world, but they have had the good moments, I think. As Campbell Wallace rejoins, I'd be interested to see if he can get it going again, because that engine should still be blown, really, but he might get it going. This could be the great revival if he does, but doesn't appear to be much going on in that car at the moment. Wallace's driver moving about, but I suspect he won't be able to get it ignited.
So yeah, that's what happened.
He's trying, but I don't think it's worked. That's
apparently he shifted instead of up.
Oh, again, so easy to do, just pull the wrong pedal, but Wallace is, I think, going to try and kick the engine into first, or neutral, and then first. I can see him steering the wheel, but nothing much happening. He just needs to try and get the engine running, and ultimately just if he can, just kickstart it, get it ignited, get it back out again. But yeah, I imagine if he's blown the engine, it won't even start. But
no, I don't think it will. I think that's Realist Racing out of the race.
I think it's game over for Wallace, unfortunately, and the Realist team. But no, I think that is them out. Pizzo and Noel to go back to that battle, 7th and 8th. These two really going forward at the moment. Noel and Pizzo, 7 and 8. Trying to battle each other though, and an interesting battle that they have going on.
Indeed, Pizzo has pulled away from Noel ever so slightly. Just certainly getting out of the 4 chicanes, but Noel managed to gain 2/10 of a second on Pizzo that last lap. But Ukic is just screeching away, he managed to gain 2 seconds on the car behind him last lap.
Yeah, Noel is doing a really good job at the moment of trying to catch up, though. I mean, he's really going for it here, and I imagine 7th will be on the cards. He can just find a burst of pace that allows him to get through, and I imagine he might be able to find that. Really, Tom Noel. Oh,
that was a wheel
Daniele
bouncing down the
Pizzo.
track, was it not?
Daniele Pizzo just hit something. I was about to say.
That was
I don't think there's any bumps in the track, but he hit something. He hit something.
It
was a wheel.
Yeah.
Whose wheel was it?
I don't know.
I'm going to go find out. Keep an eye on the action. I'm going to find out whose wheel it was.
Oh, it's Sarah. Factor 2 race 155. He's got no front bonnet. He's got no front bonnet.
No front bonnet.
But he's still got all 4 wheels.
Still all 4 wheels, though. I'm just trying to see.
I'll go back to see what happened to him.
I don't know whose wheel that is, though, because I don't see any wheels on, unless the debris from a previous. The only person I think who's lost a wheel this race is Maciej Mlinek, but yeah,
That
the
was
rain
down
must
at
have
the
cleared.
Indianapolis.
But that was further back anyway, so whose wheel is it? I don't know. We got a rogue tire at Le Mans.
Extremely. I don't know what to say. As with us now, we have the representative of the 199 car.
Oh,
We have
sorry,
the
I've just
lofty
noticed
Greg
something.
Willard.
Sorry, I've just noticed Karol Petrovski's got big
Okay,
damage.
guys, we come to call 80 in 10 seconds.
No rear spoiler,
overtaking.
front bonnet gone. Code 80 called, and Craig Willard joins
5,
us.
4, 3, 2, 1. Call 80 enforced.
Oh crikey,
Yep.
that is...
Petrovski has big damage, but yeah.
I'll see what happened
Craig.
to him. Taylor has damage as
good
well,
afternoon.
apparently.
Oh, dearie me. Big crash in front of Indianapolis, apparently. This is Bernd Schmidt.
Yeah, I appear to have picked an explosive time to join.
Well, you pick your moments. You do pick your moments. I don't know what happened, actually. Petrovski came out of the pits and stuff happened, but... Yeah, boy, man takes the time to pit. But yeah, Craig Willard, unfortunately, your Realish Racing team out of the race.
Yep, that's terrible. That is absolutely... Yeah, we're pretty much all lost for words at the moment. It was devastating. Like last night, we pretty much had a breakthrough, and all of us found several seconds a lap. So that was going to be, we were going to have some pretty solid pace throughout the race, and we were just going to improve as the race went on, but it just wasn't to be, unfortunately.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem to have gone your... Oh, I'm just looking at this incident with Adam Taylor. Piccolo was on the... Piccolo seemed to either veer over to the right.
That's got to be a massive penalty for Piccolo.
Oh, he did.
Yeah,
He just veered.
If you keep on watching, he just pulls. I don't know what he was thinking of doing, trying to reach out the track.
Yeah, it is a bit laggy for me, the replay, but something must have happened and he came on and tagged Taylor. That's not good, unfortunately. I don't know where Ollie McGowan comes into this, or the Speedy Mike car comes into this.
It's later on. It was the tag being Piccolo went
Oh,
wide.
I've just seen. Oh, Johnny's Piccolo. Oh, he's absolutely flash cannoned Ollie McGowan there.
That has to be a massive penalty for Piccolo.
Yeah, he really...
There's absolutely no excuse for that whatsoever.
Yeah, Jonas Piccolo on the Richmond car just tried to rejoin.
No excuse whatsoever.
But he tried to rejoin, he just ended up... Oh, yeah, he just didn't see McGowan or what, he just... Bit of a spatial, didn't realise, just ended up crash smashing into McGowan. And that's where the wheel came from, I believe, because McGowan lost a wheel, or someone lost a wheel in that. Yeah, McGowan lost his front left, he's managed to keep it going again, but Jonas Piccolo, well... I can make Dragon Ball Z jokes all I like, but there's no really defending that. That was an unsafe rejoin. That can't happen. And Ben Schmidt, I think, is going to review that. There really is no... You just need to take more care than that, really.
Yeah, that was absolutely unacceptable.
Well, Ollie McGowan and the Speedy My team, they're going to have massive damage from fourth. They're going to pretty much be put out of it now. That is going to be an absolute devastator for them. That is going to be terrible. And Ferry in the pits now in third. She's not going to lose out in any way. The Starry and the likes of those behind as well. I wonder what happened to Karol Petrovski, because he has big damage as well. I wonder where he got it. Adam Taylor has damage too. Oh, Taylor! A bit of an altercation with Wilson in the pits there. James Wilson getting in the only P2. I don't know what happened. Adam Taylor pulled in and then James Wilson went. So I think Wilson, maybe a bit impatient, but Taylor had to come in front of him anyway, so...
I should go back and see what happened to Petrovski. I'll see what happened to him.
It just, Adam Taylor came into the pit box, James Wilson was leaving. Yeah, Taylor just pulled in front there, and I don't know what happened when that pit-in altercation between Adam Taylor there and James Wilson, but... Yeah, Petrovski had a big crash for something. He's lost big body work. And Jonas Piccolo and all this, he's gotten it back to the pits in 32nd, but... Oh. Apparently the code heater will stay out now until Karol Petrovski's made it back to the pits. With a car as crippled as that, I do not blame it for staying out that long. But yes, Craig Wallard, back to you. You have picked a pretty explosive time. Apologies for not getting to you sooner, but yeah. Shame that your car's out, but yeah, you've had a good season, haven't you?
It's been definitely a learning experience for the lot of us, because this is the first time that I think all of us have actually raced at SRC. So we've all had a lot of learning to do. We obviously brought in Bjorn Golder partway through the season, who did a grand total of 0 laps in the Virtual Le Mans series this season.
It would be the same with me, and if racing by Basilia, they brought me into the car and I've done nothing. I basically just been their team mascot.
Pretty much, but yeah, we obviously had the massive high last time out at Red Bull Ring, and we've had some interesting lows as well. We will completely brush over Road Atlanta, and then there was a Campbell's disaster at Estoril as well.
Why should we brush over Road Atlanta, Craig? Tell us what happened.
We kind of lost an engine.
We is a rather general term.
I lost an engine. How about that then? Yeah, I blew up an engine, so it's easier done than it seems. I think a lot of people tend to overlook that. All it takes is for one incorrect gear change and that's your race over. So it's not easy at all to finish these races, especially one of this length, even though it's been cropped by 27 minutes.
27 minutes is roughly a stint.
Not for us. We were definitely doing towards an hour. We actually gained quite a few places on one of the earlier Code 80s because we topped up whilst that was out, and we gained several places as a result. I don't know whether it was the timing of it, but I was surprised that more GTs didn't pit during that Code 80 because we gained 2 or 3 spots, and I know the American he gained loads of places from it. So that's something to keep an eye on, like later on, I think. So.
Yeah, worth keeping an eye on, I think, really. Neil, obviously, you know the YOLO, you're very familiar with the British team, so any questions for Craig from you?
What was going to be your strategy for the rest of the race before this incident?
Our strategy going into this was to make as few green flag pit stops as possible. Pretty much to top up whenever there's a Code 80 and we're within
okay,
sight
guys,
of the
get ready.
distance.
We will come back to green in 10 seconds.
Oh, here we go, going back to green flag racing in town. Petrovski in the pits, you say?
Yeah, we're gonna
5,
do that.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
The green flag racing once again, but yeah, you know, really wanted to just try and make as little green flag pit stops as possible, and well, yeah, that was your plan, really. But yeah, learning experience for you. What have you learned from endurance racing then? If this has been a learning experience.
Yeah, because this is obviously I've done multi-class racing before, but not when it comes to sharing cars. And you really, because when you've got your own car, you don't really mind as such when you bin it. You know, you just ruined your own race as such. But when you're sharing a car with someone and you've actually ruined other people's races as well, I think that's something you really don't get when you're not sharing a car. I think doing races at this length as well has been really eye-opening, because you have to be really sort of focused for quite a long period of time, and the quality of the drivers here is very, very high. It's much higher than what I'm familiar with, so it's been really eye-opening. We are aiming to be back next season. We might be back with multiple cars next season, possibly, depending on the interest, for within our own realish racing community. So, you never know. But yeah, it's been good fun. We obviously had the really massive high at Red Bull Ring. Somehow we got onto the podium. Totally unexpected. So, yeah.
I guess there's not really much else to say, is that thank you very much for joining us, Craig Wardle. Again, a shame about your race, but hopefully we will see you next season, and well done for what you have achieved.
Oh, actually, I might wait here a little bit because there's
Yes,
somebody
you might.
waiting.
Yes, you might, because we have none other than Campbell McWallace himself. And Neil Heatley with a sign of
just talk on, sorry.
Yeah, I was on to say Neil Heatley doesn't seem... He just gave it a nice little sigh there when he joined, but shame he almost came to the end there. Campbell just all of a sudden went.
Yeah, I mean, he's sighing. Jesus. Yeah.
It affected me, you know? He loves your car so much.
Yeah.
I bet he'd marry it if he got the chance.
Yeah.
Oh my.
I can't really defend what I did, so yeah, it was a completely stupid mistake to make. Yeah. But what else was to say? It just my mindset shifted, my body shifted down instead of up, and it blew the engine. Which I have done in a race before, but not with these kinds of consequences, not like letting 3 other people who are still to drive the car down. So it hurts quite a lot, as you'd imagine, but you know, I'm sure I'll live.
Yeah, I think he'll probably live to live another day, and it's just a shame. Oh, I've just seen Joe Chandler's out for JNS, problems for Chandler.
Internet issue.
Internet issue for Chandler. Oh, but yeah, Jamie Otis pointing that out. Thanks, Jamie. But yeah, problems for them there. But yeah, Campbell, we're talking to Craig Wallard, who said it was a very much a learning experience. Have you taken anything away from endurance racing?
Yeah, well, I'd done one endurance race with teams and stuff before coming to VLMS, but this has been a very different standard. But it's much more professional, and obviously just doing them regularly, getting into the swing of preparing for these races is quite different, and especially when you look at the number of laps that some people do for these races is pretty insane. Especially since I'm assuming most of them do other series around there, so yeah, you really have to be at the top of your game to just even be remotely competitive in these races, and you need to have your strategy nous around you as well. It really, yeah, it's quite demanding racing. It's quite different very different from the from even long races in other races where you're on your own. It's a very different kind of pressure to drive these races, knowing that if I think Craig was just saying that if you screw up, it's not just you who you've let down, you've let your team down, and yeah, you need to prepare. It's very, yeah, it's a very different type of racing to just do. It requires an awful lot of dedication.
Yeah,
I'm not sure I answered your question there. What was it?
Just, well, it would be strange really for the interviewee to ask the interviewer a question. Maybe you don't have a question section at the end. Campbell Wallace wants to get in on the action.
Campbell Wallace with the typical driver answer there, where he's not actually answering the question at all.
Yeah, except I don't have a press man behind me feeding the answers.
Wow. Tony Ukic certainly has a way to get through Pascal Cesare. He's just done it for P4, I've just noticed. I was watching that battle anyway, but I didn't want to detract from our interview too much. But yeah, Ukic at the 4th, Cesare in the 5th, and well, I guess now we've got 3 realish racing stalwarts here with us. You know, it is kind of the realish takeover here in the booth. But yeah, Campbell, Craig, you know, as we say, Craig threw up the possibility, Campbell, of maybe having more than one car next season. So might it be that we have little inter-club rivalries?
It really depends how, like, I know there are people who have expressed an interest in doing some of these races. Whether that's enough interest to run 2 cars for an entire season remains to be seen. But yeah, I don't see any reason why not. And whether it be 2 cars in the same class or 1 car in each class, if we were to get enough people, obviously, that would be up to. That wouldn't be me making a decision. That'd probably be James and the other people who really organise a team, because I'm basically just a driving monkey in these cars. But yeah, it'd be really fun if we managed to get. Well, we've kind of had that this season because a lot of the Atlantic P2 drivers for the most part, race it realish out with this. And so we've kind of had 2 cars, just one of them's actually somebody else. But yeah, wouldn't say no to it if there's enough interest.
I've just realised, Campbell, that we're no longer teammates. We can start insulting each other again.
Not an
So-
ear.
No, not on air.
Well, perhaps
That
so,
would not
but
be
you
safe
can't.
for work.
But you can't insult the big battle that's going on in GTs at the moment. 19th to 22nd, we got a massive battle on. Russell, Grau, Manasakis, Horn, really going. I've been trying to watch this again for a while. I've been watching this for a while, but now we can actually talk to it. Oh, apparently massive incident for Vermusca in the RGPL BMW. I'm keeping an eye on this battle. Neil, can you tell us what's happened?
Indeed, it appeared coming over the crest after the Dunlop chicane. He just kind of lost it and smacked into the wall, big style on the left-hand side, rather reminiscent of the impact that Alan McNish had, and that appears to be them out of the race.
Oh, that's terrible. That they're out of the race. That can't have gone well, especially after the big damage they had before. Unfortunately, I mean, I'm watching this, so Manasakis got Grau on the outside of Indianapolis there. That was a spectacular move from Manasakis to go around the outside. Well, actually, he was on the inside of it. Yeah, he was under the brake and outside of the previous turn. Great by Manasakis, now chasing down Lee Russell. And Matthias Grau and Mike Horn both having a go at each other. This is a crazy battle. 4 cars within the space of about a few seconds.
Indeed, coming up through the curbs with Lee Russell in that Millen Motorsports car leading this small train. George Manasakis in second, Grau third, and Mike Horn fourth. These are 18th to 21st overall. This is for 5th to 8th in class. Mike Horn all over the back of Matthias Grau, having a look through into the Ford chicane. Can he brake on the inside and pass him? The answer is no. He falls back in behind through the 2 chicanes. Lee Russell had a little bit of a squirrely moment. That's allowed the slide right car to catch up on him. And speaking about slides, Matthias Grau had a massive one coming out of that last chicane. Mike Horn coming on the inside, coming up to the Dunlop. Can he make the move? Indeed, he's ahead of him, almost ahead of him before they even start braking. Side by side under braking zone. Mike Horn's got past Matthias Grau. Grau has went from the lead to the tail of this battle.
Well, he won't be very happy about that one, Matthias Grau. He won't want that at all. Gonna have to try and catch up to Horn there. I've noticed we've lost Campbell Wallace in the meantime. Must have just had to dash off. Craig Wallard, I must say thanks for joining us. Pleasure to have you with us, of course.
No problem.
And
I think
thank you
Campbell's
again,
gone
and-
to race over at some other place. So
That's not as good as this, of course.
no, obviously not. But hopefully he won't blow up any engines there. Have fun.
Yeah, well, thanks very much just for joining us anyway, Craig. And I tell you what, we're not going to stop with the interviews now. We can bring in none other than Karol Petrovsky. Hello.
Hey guys.
Neil Healy just pointed out to us that you just had a massive incident there. Yeah, and it looks like you might be out of the race. What actually happened?
Well, first of all, I want to apologize to everyone who was involved, but we had no idea what happened. We wanted to swap drivers to Petr Varmushka. We did it, and Petr went out of the pits, but still the car was in my hands, sitting in our pit stand, and no one could see Petr on the track, and 2 cars hit him. That's basically what happened there. No idea why.
Oh, that does sound like a terrible incident. I mean, ultimately, I guess nothing could be done. Ultimately, I mean, problems with driver swaps, we've seen some of them this season, and problems just obviously occur. But your RGPL BMW team, you know, obviously in terms of the actual GTs, you know, you've had an okay season, and I mean, it hasn't all gone your way. Obviously DNF in the first round, then 10 points, 2 points, no points, 7 points, no points, and no more points again. So, you know, in terms of points, it hasn't been fantastic, but there has been some good runs from your BMW outfit.
Well, I can't say much about it because I'm here just as a backup driver. I drove 1 race, I think, at Road Atlanta, and that's everything I did here.
Yeah, not unfortunately got much of a chance to prove yourself this year, but will you be back next year? Because we would love to see you have a bit more of a go in the Virtual Le Mans series.
Yeah, hopefully we will be back with more guys and better prepared for next races and next seasons.
Yeah, hopefully you will be back with us in the next season. Any questions for Karol from you, Neil?
Not really, no. You've picked past what I was going to ask.
Oh, have I? Well, sorry about that. But yeah, Carol, obviously, you know, if you're going to be back with us next season, that's great. But yeah, anything else you'd like to say, really?
Yeah, probably, you know, just to apologize to these two drivers that were involved there. And good luck to everyone else who is on the track. And
Yeah.
enjoy this great broadcast.
Yeah, I'm sure that things are going to keep going. Well, again, unfortunately here your race ended, Carol, but thanks for joining us anyway, and thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, guys. Have a nice day.
I mean, it is such a shame to see the race end the way it did for them, isn't it, Neil? I mean, just... I would have liked if they could have made it back.
Indeed, and just speaking of accidents, while you were doing the interview there, Per Ockfist, the 128 SimHQ Motorsports car, their day has gone from bad to worst. Ockfist tried to with a GT car up the inside of the Tetra Rouge S, outbroke himself, got to the gravel outside and has taken the front end of that car that's got no front end, and he's coming through the first chicane on the Mulsanne Straight.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be able to get it back nice and safely as Ockfist, because there doesn't look to be too much damage to that car, so he should be okay. Not going to be any problems here for Per. And, well, going to be interesting to see how he gets it back, of course. But, oh, look at this. I'm just seeing Nicky Jakovic, actually. He'll be getting blue flags waved at him because of how close Sergio Azevedo is, but I think he's trying to unlap himself.
He's trying to unlap himself. Of course, he has. Jakovic is allowed. Can do that if he's fast enough. It appears it is. He's just unlapped himself from the 7th place car overall, the 1-2-3 car that's got Sergio Azevedo at the wheel.
Yeah, nothing wrong against unlapping yourself if you're fast enough to do it. I mean, go for it. More power to you. Nothing against it. Nothing saying you can't. But yeah. Jakovic on a mission, obviously, just to get his track position back. And, well, I'm sure that he'll be keeping a very, very hard foot on that throttle that he's got at the moment. And, yeah. Oh, I've just realised, actually, we're 136 minutes in. We're actually 16 minutes late for our offer to do all the updates.
Oh, no.
There was so much action going on. We've missed it. Do you want to do it now, Neil?
Well, I did it last time round, so I'll let you do it this time round.
Fine then, I'll have a go for our not quite hourly update. Our factors do not quite hourly update, an hour and a quarterly update. Dennis Riera leads it in the 121 Monaco car from Thomas Sheffer in the 115 Course Motorsport. Then it's James Wilson in the 132 Atlantic. Then the 118 Witchwood P. Turkov, Daniele Tully. Tony Ukich is in 5th place in the 138 Team HQ car. Then the Handy Racing Team 124 is in 6th place, followed by the 123 Gaming Events P2 driven by Sergio Azevedo. Then Tom Noel in the 106 in 8th place. Yogi Alves in 114 car in 9th place, and 10th place overall is Garrett Craffen in the 108. Going to the GTs now, we have 1st place GT Romano Motorsports 151 driven by Nuno Pinto. Then it's Salvo Sardino in the 171 in the Dono Pole in 2nd. Then it is the 177 Gaming Events GTE car, 15th place overall, Pedro Lopez 3rd in class. Then James 4th in the 170 RSA Pro Tier GT. Lee Russell is 5th in the Mellow Motorsports Viper. Then it's Jordan Manasakis in 6th place in the 162 Slide Ride car. Mike Horn is 7th in the 181 Black Hawk Aston Martin. Then the 176 Corvette of Pirwa Logitech is in 8th place. Jack Maltley is 9th in the Caspian Motorsport 175. And rounding out your top 10 in GTs is Marek Progress for Call Teams 192 Porsche. Whew, and actually the cameras are on Jack Maltley because he's chasing down Grau because this is a close battle.
Chip Mackley's taken over that Caspian Motorsport entry, and indeed he is chasing down Grau in the 176 PRL Logitech car.
Yeah, Caspian versus Logitech, PRL Logitech here. This is really looking to be good. Jack Maltley down the inside. He's going to have it before he even gets down to Indianapolis. Yep, he's got it. Well played in the high-speed section from Jack Maltley. Into that position he goes.
That was a very, very brave move from Chip Mackley there. But we've seen that Caspian Motorsport car has been fast all season. It's just showing it again by just having that straight line speed, that awesome straight line speed.
Yeah, great straight line speed from that BMW, of course, 175 versus 176. I think it's one of the only times this season where cars with adjoining numbers have fought each other. That is a first, I guess, I think. Maybe, I don't know, but Grau will want to try and get past Jack Maltley here, but Mike Horn obviously ahead, Manasaka's ahead, obviously battles, between long distances going on there. and I'm just trying to keep half an eye on this whole scenario with the prototypes, really.
Indeed, Nicky Jakovic in that 12019 Virus car is continuing their march up the field. They're up to 13th place in class. 22nd overall though, and they've still got a whole field of GT cars to try and pass.
Yeah, obviously a whole GT field to pass, and that's not going to be easy going, but Le Mans it makes it slightly easier when you got loads of long straights where you can use your speed advantage. Ultimately,
there's not that much of a speed advantage for the P2 cars, only about 10 miles an hour or so.
Yep, only about 10 miles an hour or so. Oh dear, Sean Jacobs is spun.
Champa's gone off in the GNS car down at Mulsanne Corner.
Is it just me, or does Sean Jacobs not have a front left wheel?
Just me, or does Sean Jacobs not have a front left wheel?
That's the question I'm asking, because that Speedy Mike car, from where I was sitting, the rest of the car was respawned, but the front left has not.
Nope, he's got 3 wheels on his wagon.
Yep, but he's managing to keep it. Well, Speedy Mite is sliding about. Oh, he's hit the wall there and lost his rear wing. This might be them done, actually, if it's not repaired. But yeah, someone else went off as well. And, well, concerned slightly for the Speedy Mite car. Oh, yep, Bernd Schmidt saying he has no wheel. So that might be them out. That might be them out. They've disconnected, I think, in an attempt to restore, but I don't think it's going to fix that wheel. I think the damage is, yep, 113 is now just DNF'd, and I imagine that, you know, the wheel will not repair even if they rejoin. It didn't for Matty Linex,
that
so...
is what the yellow flag is in for the first sector. That's for Sean Jacobs being off at the top of the Tetra Rouge S. But indeed, we've got a massive GT battle going on between Lee Russell, Manasaukas and Mike Horn. This is for 17th, 18th, 19th overall for 5th, 6th and 7th in class.
This just doesn't want to go away, this one. We've had these two battling for ages, and now it's just continuing. We've had it on and off and on and off and on and off and now on again. These GTs don't want to stop battling each other.
It is, we were momentarily 3 wide behind them with Mike Horn in between Nick Newcomb and who is this? Alvarez. Momentarily 3 wide between them, coming down towards Mulsanne Corner. But indeed, these cars are getting together, and it appears that Manasaukas is closing ever so slightly on Lee Russell, quarter of a second on that last lap.
Yep, quarter of a second gained, and hopefully he'll be able to continue that pace up. Russell and Manasaukas aren't far behind each other. Horn's not far behind Manasaukas either. This could be an interesting, tasty battle if it heats up, and Manasaukas is just going to try and keep where he is, get James ahead of these minds in that RSA Sim Sports car, so James will want to have a crack at the action as well if he gets challenged. But yeah, interesting GT battle going on. Oh, dearie me, I've just seen Thomas Hinds on and off in the Evo Racing Basilia car there. Sorry to detract from the battle that we're having, but yeah, Hinds has had a fairly major off. I was going into the pits, actually. He seemed to half spin it, and then he's rejoined. Well, that's an interesting place to have an off, but yeah, Hinds is all right. Now back to this GT battle with Manasaukas and Horn and Russell.
Did you just have a look at what happened to Thomas Hinds? He got on the gravel on the right-hand side after the first left-hander of the pit lane. It's so easy to mess up the pit lane here. It's extremely narrow, only about 1 1/4 car width wide, so extremely narrow. And we've seen so many times so far today cars going off and having small little incidents and losing quite a bit of time coming into the pits.
Easy enough to do. The pit lane here is not the easiest in the world if you get it wrong, but Nick Newcomb in the pits now, I've just noticed, for Fanatic Drag Racing. And Nick, I believe, is just going to be doing a straight stop here. No drivers waiting, so yeah. GT battle though, I mean, Manasaukas and Horn is closing in on George Manasaukas here. This might full well be a battle. Manasaukas locks up, that's just going to help Mike Horn.
I think Manasaukas locks, I should say, rather, that's going to lose a valuable time, but Mike Horn isn't really close enough at the moment to do anything to the slide right car.
Not really in touching distance yet, but he's going to try and be, that's the thing. He's going to chase and see if he can be. Going to really give it the full beans. unleash all of that V8 power of the Aston Martin. Giving him a
Indeed,
good,
that Aston Martin Vantage, the only one in the field.
giving him a good chase here. Manasakis can see Horn closing in at certain points of this track, and it'll annoy him slightly, but he's ahead at the moment, and that's the good thing. That's the important thing. That's the necessary thing, that they are ahead. Into the first chicane they come, then Manasakis, then Horn. Mike Horn, again, one of the drivers I've said before, really showing his stuff here in VLMS this year. Really showing himself to be very capable.
Indeed, Mike Horn has closed in ever so slightly on Manasakis. It appears through that first sector and certainly halfway down the Mulsanne straight.
Yeah, I've just been told by Daniele that Daniele Tully's spot he's got no front bumper, but no problems with the suspension. He can steer
Fourth
it
place
fine.
overall.
And yep, Tully, 4th place overall. That's fairly major in the Wedgwood car. Tony Ukic, I imagine, will probably get that 4th place then in the process. So they're going to move up. Oh, same HQ. And well, this could actually be an interesting sort of could be interesting to see how this affects the likes of Sestari and Azevedo behind.
Indeed, the 138 car currently in 5th place. That's a SimHQ car. Indeed it is. And then Castari is in the 124 Handy Racing Team car. They're currently 5th and 6th at the moment. Good to see what sort of damage Tully has when he comes into pit, because no doubt he has to have that front entry attached.
Funny enough, I think the gaming events P2 and Handy Racing Team cars were designed by the same person. Because if you look at them, they share some extreme similarities. If you just flick between the two, they're in 6 and 7. They are very similar. Nothing wrong with that, of course, but practically one is a colour swap with the other, with some minor differences. It's weird. Then again, though, I've always said the best designs can be recycled. Interesting. By the way, though, both cars, though, you know, still doing well in 6 and 7, though, very respectable places.
He's 6th and 7th, as you said, very respectable places, the 123 being that Gaming Events P2 car. But it appears that Mike Horn is making no inroads to Manasakis in the 162 slide right car, although Lee Russell is pulling away ever so slightly.
Yeah, pulling away slightly, and well, this could be interesting here. I'm going to be interested to see how this goes, and well, keep this battle in mind because it could get very good. I'm just watching the GTs as well, but it's got to this point in the race. This is where it kind of starts to peter out a bit. Generally in an endurance race, at the sort of 2-3 hour mark. This is where we start.
Tully's completely off at the exit of the Porsche curves.
Oh, Daniel, he's got no front left. Lost a wheel.
Oh, it came into the
Caution
first part.
in the last sector, guys. Caution in the last sector.
It came
through
into
the Porsche curves. Slow, calm,
sector. It came into the first sector of the Porsche curves, the right-hander, and it appears it wasn't anticipating the understeer from having no front end. It just went understeered straight on into the wall on the outside of the Porsche curves at unabated speed.
Yeah, there was no need for code 80, of course, because
Porsche curves are clear.
Yeah,
Please
Porsche curves
watch
are clear,
out the
though.
pit entry. Slow car the pit entry.
Yep, just being given a nice advisory there, and well, he's made it back. That's good.
Also, pit entry is clear now.
Very good to see that, and yeah, Daniele Tully, good to see him back. You only needed an advisory, didn't need a full-on code 80 for that. Good to see that, of course, when drivers can get it back with only a little advisory notice.
Indeed, it was very close. It was very close to the pits, as I said, at the entry of the Porsche car. So there wasn't really any need to throw a code 80 for something that could be cleared that quickly.
Yep, and well, that's obviously good to see when we can avoid a code 80, of course, because well, they do slow the racing down. Gives us time to talk about stuff, but obviously they have their advantages and disadvantages. I'm just looking behind Sergio Azevedo here. Yeah, Tully just manages to get into his box, all as well. As oh, here we go. I've just been told, Ben Schmidt, we have a stop-go penalty being applied to Jonas Piccolo for that incident before with the rejoin, and well, I can't say that's not deserved, but now he gets to serve it from 13th place.
Indeed, Johnny Piccolo with that 60-second stop hold there for that fairly reckless incident, to be honest, rejoining and completely destroying the Speedy Mike 113 car.
Yeah, that race I think pretty much put them out of the incident, put them out of the race. So penalty I guess was always going to come to them for that. But yeah, they will have to save it now. Within obviously I think 5 laps or so, or 3 laps. I think it's 5, but you only have so many where they can save them.
Indeed,
Piccolo
you've only got
himself
so...
is just being lapped by Jack Markley here. Oh, just left off a bit less than Starry. Through! Oh, Jack Markley in the wall! Jack Markley in the wall in the Caspian car! He's lost his bonnet! That's not good from early Jack Markley there. That is damage to the Caspian car from 21st overall. Yeah, oh, Sestari sliced down the inside of Piccolo and him and... Oh, Sestari just came over on him. Sestari then, he just... I guess 3 cars going into the same turn was never going to work. But he seemed to come over on Jack Markley. Jack Markley hit the barrier. I don't think any particular... I think he has a slight bit of suspension damage, but nothing he's not able to control here. His man Jack Markley... I think he's going to be okay. He's going to be okay, but Jonas Piccolo there, just in the middle of a sandwich. Bread in a GT sandwich, which Sestari became the filling of.
And you see, Sestari just moved straight across to the left, and that's a massive incident for Lee Russell. Lee Russell's off.
Oh, Russell's off! That's not good! Oh, no, that isn't off! He's got no front bonnet! And the disasters for the Mellow Motorsport team continue. I said that before. The look is, it was on the entrance of the Porsche curbs. Russell lost it, then caught it, then the weight transferred the other way, straight into the barrier. And it looks to me like they don't have suspension. I don't think they have much suspension damage, but gotta watch himself here is Lee Russell.
Russell
really got to watch it. I think
have to come into the pits, and indeed he's slowing down and turning right into the pits. So the Mellow Motorsports car coming to the pits is a little bit like the last man stands here.
Sestari assigned a drive-through, I think, for that incident. So the incident with Jack Markley is assigned to Sestari a drive-through. Russell is slowing down here in neutral gear. Maybe he's waiting for a driver for the Yep, he stopped on the entrance of the pits. We've seen this when drivers aren't ready. So, yeah, Lee Russell waiting now, I think, for a driver for the Mellow Motorsport car, to do a driver swap. It'll be interesting to see how this goes.
And we do have yellows in the final sector for that, Lee Russell being stopped just before the pit entry there.
Yeah, as I say, we've seen this happen before when teams don't have drivers lined up. They just wait. They just wait and stop and see what. Just wait until the driver can get there.
Car number 180, please move to a safer place.
Oh, yep, and they're being told now, move to a safer place. So Lee Russell's got to get a shift on and get to a slightly safer place because he is just over the lines, actually. Yeah, maybe he's got to go into the pit lane and just park it until actual stop gets to happen. But yeah, Russell's gone into the pits now, and I imagine he'll just pull over to the side here. This is a safer place. No one can tag him.
Absolute disaster there for the 180 car.
That has not gone well for them. It's going to cost them serious time, much is for certain. It's going to cost them some big time now. And that's not really what you want as the manager or driver of any team, to just not be ready for a driver swap. Might have been a snap decision, which is why they weren't ready for it. Or maybe the driver just wasn't there, I don't know. But still, either way, that's not going to help anything.
And yeah, it isn't going to help anything at all. We have seen these snap driver swaps before, but of course you need to let time for the driver taking over to actually come onto the server.
Yeah, you need time for drivers to go on the server, which is why drivers usually join a couple of laps before a swap and just get it done straight away, you know. But yeah, Russell's just waiting here. It will be for David Hart, who's actually there now. So why isn't Lee Russell moving? That's the question. The ignition isn't even on. There's nothing on the dashboard. Has something happened? Oh dear, oh dear.
What has happened?
Yeah, he needs to kick the engine up again because David Hart's waiting, but he can't do it for some reason. Wow. We'll keep an eye on that situation, but Mike Horn and George Manasakis are reasonably close at the moment, about 2 or 3 seconds between them for P19, P18, that sort of area at the moment.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Those two are having a go at each other at the moment, 18 and 19, and...
Of course, it's for 5th in class now. Manasakis now 5th in class.
Manasakis and Horn for 5th in class. There's a couple of seconds between them, so it could develop into an interesting battle sooner rather than later if Mike Horn picks up the pace.
But it appears Gert James has just managed to pull away slightly from these two. Gert James, of course, in that GT RC Protea Sim Sports car, the 170, as we've got a car ahead of them jumping.
That's the start of this might be the drive-through. That might be the service drive-through.
Indeed, it probably will be, because I do not think he has served that yet.
Yep, he comes in now. We will have to serve that. Gert James, yeah, in that RC Protea Sim Sports Corvette. That has been a good car this season. Definitely one of the more impressive ones. Definitely done a good job. Had a good season, and you know, they have been really high up the order. Won at the Red Bull Ring. So, you know, they've shown they can win races.
Yeah, they have shown that they can, as you say, they can win races. It's just, yes, not always where they should be.
They're in 4th at the moment, so, you know, they're right up there. And then the Gaming Events car, then the Denopo Corvette, and then the leading Viper of the Romano Motorsport team. All seems to be going well in the RSA camp then, in terms of their GT entry.
Indeed, Gert James just sitting there in... hang on, say that, he actually lost 2.5 seconds to Manasakis that last lap. Manasakis just did an absolutely stonking lap, only 3/10 off the car's best so far.
Obviously pushing that Ferrari to its absolute limits then, isn't he? At this 30-degree Le Mans, pretty much, because it's 29 degrees now on track, so pretty much 30 degrees. Quite hot out here in France, and Manasakis is pushing that Ferrari to its limits.
That is absolutely that Ferrari, and to be able to do this after 2.5 hours, that's 2 hours 40 that's gone now, it just showed that the pace is still there in that car.
Yeah, really showing that he can still keep up here, and James is probably going to have to start getting worried. Mike Horn's actually dropped back, so that is the extent of the speed that Manasakis is carrying here. Quite some serious speed. Russell has still not moved from the pits. Maybe more terminal problems for Melon Motorsport, and it would just kind of representative of their bad luck, it seems, if they ended their race here.
Indeed, it is almost that's almost the story of their season so far, to be honest. Just horrific luck the entire time.
Hasn't gone their way, has it? The opposite could be said for the other Viper in this championship, the Romano Motorsports Viper. Everything's gone their way, and they're on course for a dominant win.
Indeed, just having a look at where they are, we have Nino Pinto just coming into the Dunlop curves, and second place in class, Sardina is just getting across the start-finish line, so not that much of a lead for the Romano Motorsports car at the moment. Scuderia Denopo right there.
Yep, Denopo doing a good job as well. Obviously not quite in the lead, but they're there in case anything goes wrong, Scuderia Denopo. They're right there. It's always a good place to be, in contention.
Indeed, and of course, if anything happens to the Pinto in that Romano Motorsports car, if they do DNF, this is where Denopo need to be.
Yeah, that's exactly where they need to be, just right behind them, waiting for the chance. I've just seen James Wilson pit from third, and we have Alessandro Peretti in for Sakana Endurance Motorsports in P11.
Indeed, I'm just looking at what would happen if there was... If Romano Motorsports did DNF right now, Game Events GT and Scuderia Denopo would actually be tied on points for the championship.
Wow. Obviously the positions would change around. Obviously Denopo would go into the lead of the race. But yeah. That would be interesting. I mean, Caspian have dropped points, Gaming Events, yeah. possibly that would happen. So I imagine
They would be
because
tied
Skinner,
on points, so it would go to countback.
and I imagine Denobo would win by virtue of having a win. So, yeah.
There we go. Cinderella story almost on.
But then again, the Romana team have been so solid this season, you know. They must know
Indeed.
they're not out of the woods yet, but what they need is this win, first and foremost.
Indeed, they just need to finish. Well, like I say, if they finish 8th or above, it does not matter what happens. They still win the championship.
It doesn't matter, you see, so really it's going to be a case of it would have to go drastically wrong. And from where I'm sitting, it doesn't look to be going drastically wrong.
Not yet.
And hopefully not
Don't
at
say
all,
that out
but
loud.
hopefully not at all, Neil. Never mind that. 12th place, though, overall, in the 24 sort of... 12th place in the 12 Hours of Le Mans, in a GT, though, in a P2 field. That commands respect.
We've seen really cars dropping like flies. To be honest, we've only got 28. That's alive. We've only got 29 still going at the moment. Yeah, we only have 29 still going at the moment.
And we started with 30 yards, so we've had reasonably high attrition. We've lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars in the first 160 minutes.
As the leader comes in, Riera and the Wanaco ECR car comes into the pits.
Yes, Riera in. Now, this is going to be crucial for them, because Thomas Lechevre is probably going to take... Oh, no, Lechevre in as well. So, first and second in. Interesting. Now, I'm looking at the driver area. I see Tony Malla. He'll probably be getting in the car. I don't see anyone to take over from Riera, though, so I imagine they'll leapfrog Ghost in this battle. So, I'm going to be interested to see how that goes. Let's see what goes on. With that, Thomas Chevrolet takes the lead, if only for the moment. And, oh, there's a little bit of difficulty. Goes up on the jacks. New set of tyres for him then. So, obviously that's going on. So, Dennis Riera, I think, will take slightly less if this is going to be a driver swap for the Ghost car. James Wilson is going to get into contention here, though, because... Look at Wilson. May not be for forever, but he's probably going to take the lead of the race. In fact, he has done. So Atlantic are going to take the elite. Yep, they're going to take the lead. Wilson into the lead then from Lechevre, from Riera, from Ukic. Riera leaves now though. Tony Ukic is going to be close on the exits. Well, not massively close, but close enough to cause concern. At least. Gonna get past Lechevre. Tony Ukic hit the third then, of course, but Argenis Riera second. James Wilson leading in the P2s. Yep, Tony Malla in the Ghost car. I imagine the Ghost Motors will put Malla in. So Malla in the car now. And, oh, hello, we have a battle on. We have a battle on between Garrett Crawford and Thomas Hinds here for P9. In the prototype, SimRacing South Africa Protea car versus Eva Racing by Basilea. Hinds versus Crawford here, and, well, Tom Hinds, to get into the top 9 would be good for him, of course. And, well, I do believe that, yep, actually Hinds is apparently a lap down off Crawford, which is strange. Okay, well, this is to unlock himself. But it's a battle nonetheless. Yeah, there is a lap between them. I didn't realise, but he's giving it a go anyway. Garrett Crawford, oh, he's just let him through. He's just let him through. Well, that's very nice of him. Gonna get on the slipstream. But that is Hinds on lap on him, but he's got the whole rest of the lap to get back, of course. But yeah, interesting little scenario there as we regain the Scotsman Neil Heatley back to the broadcast area. And yeah, that was an interesting little duel between them two. But yeah, obviously good of Garrett to understand, you know what, I'm not really going to be battling him here. I may as well just let him through. So, let's see if we can find anything else going on track. We've got, obviously, again, it is reasonably quiet at the moment, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It gives us time to look at what's been going on in the race and review it so far, Neil.
Indeed it does.
Gives her a breather. It actually gives her a well-deserved breather.
I know, I don't understand what's happening anymore.
So how's the race been for you then?
Been extremely fun so far, I must say.
Yeah, 12-hour races do that to people. They are fun. I mean, been an interesting one so far from good and bad perspectives, but, you know, it's Le Mans. It is Le Mans. It does this. It is unique and it always provides fun. I've always said this.
Le Mans always throws up surprises as well, as we've seen so far today.
Yep, it always does. Always manages to throw something up. And, well, in this case, it's throwing a very interesting race into the mix. Well, I'll tell you this.
As Nuno Pinto comes into the pits.
Yeah, Pinto went to the pits. I tell you this, though. If this is anything to go by, the 24 hours of Le Mans, it's going to be fantastic.
It's going to be absolutely fun if this is anything to go by, indeed.
It's going to be amazing. I mean, ultimately, you know, that is still 2 weeks away, and it is VEC. This is VLMS, of course. But still, you can't help but look forward to it.
Indeed, 2 weeks' time, the 24-hour race. And there's actually 2 qualifying sessions beforehand, isn't there? On the Wednesday and the Thursday of the week of the race.
Yeah, we're doing qualifying differently for Le Mans. We're doing Wednesday, Thursday qualifying. Because it's such a big race, we want to focus on the race. And I'm sure I'll be on commentary in some capacity for that. But yeah, we will be seeing what goes on in that race when it comes about.
Yes, Nuno Pinto refueled and obviously not changing driver. He's still in the car after started the race in the car.
Yep, still in the car and, well, obviously can't do more than 70% of the total laps, but that's still about 6, 7, 8 hours, you know, so he's still got a while before he has to get out of this car.
Jakovic is still trying to dice his way up the field. Oh, Tom Nola's a bit of a misunderstanding there with the GT car. Coming out of Maison Blanche, almost a massive accident between the two of them.
Oh, wow, I'll have to have a look here. Tom Noel, it was Richie here. Yeah, Richie went over, then went over again, and then just missed it. Yeah, but, oh, that was almost disastrous. You are absolutely right, Neil. And, well, we'll see what happens. And, well, I believe Neil Heatley is about to take camera control, so we have a Scotsman in charge.
Perhaps we just need to see.
We just need to see if we're allowed to. That's the question. Tom Noel, though, in the 5th place because the Starry is pitted. And Claudius and Starry in the pits now for Handy Racing Team. I imagine he'll come out close to Hugo Araujo. And that will be a thing. Right, so. Keep half an eye on, yeah, just in case of finding stuff.
Indeed, I am now in control of the camera, so what could possibly go wrong?
Neil, the last time we said that we had server problems. Don't say it ever again. That's him told. Right, okay, I've just had a massive brain fade there. I've just completely forgot what I was going to say. Lost my train of thought. Sorry about that. Matthias Grawin for PLR Logitech. Yeah, PRL Logitech in from 18th place there, Matthias Grau, and they're not a team we're talking about much this race, PRL Logitech. Not really in the championship running, but they've had some good results. They got 20 points at Road Atlanta, for instance. But they have had some good points this season.
Yep, PRL Logitech got 20 points, as you said, at Road Atlanta this season. And it went. You know, a fantastic that was the absolutely soaking race we had, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a really, really difficult race, that one. And, yeah, difficult race to do. Lots and lots and lots of rain. But ultimately, you know, we had winners. And, yeah, they did quite well. They got second in that race. So, obviously, the Reagan Meisters at Road Atlanta proving themselves to be.
Indeed, but at the moment we've got James Wilson in the lead of the race, haven't we? James Wilson in that 132 car, that Atlantic Motorsport car, just coming in this race for a bit of fun. Happens to be in the lead at the moment, perhaps a little bit of an alternate strategy, that 132.
Perhaps so. Perhaps so. Maybe just trying something out a little bit different is James Wilson. It's paying dividends right now, at least. They are in the lead of this race, but yeah, gonna be interesting to see if he can hold it. That's the question. Of course, we have been through almost 3 hours of this race now, I believe. We'll be at the 180-minute mark soon.
Tony Ukic has just came into the pits as well in the 138 car.
Yep, the 138 is yet to, Ukic is now in. So, obviously that'll be a pit stop for him. I'm going to see if there's a driver swap maybe involved. Could be. There could be, but I don't know. I think maybe, no, I don't think maybe there will be. I think maybe Ukic will stay in that car, but Mallow and the likes, Tom Nolan as well, so maybe the pit window opening.
Indeed, the P2 cars are starting to roll into the pits now. I did say before the race, it's about every oh dear, I've broken my own replay. We did say before the race, it's about every 10 or 11 laps they'll come in. It's now lap 43, so this is roughly in consistency of when we thought they'd come in. And Salvo Sardinas came into the pits.
Sardina in, yes, and well, I tell you this, get James and George Manasakis are the closest cars on track at the moment. Oh dear, Nuno Pinto's had 3 DNFs in a row. Oh dearie me, and that's a Romana car. That's not good.
Car.
That's not good at all. 3 straight DNFs for Pinto. He triple disconnected. There wasn't 3 of them.
No, it just went straight from coming out of Tetra Rouge straight back to the garage.
Yep, that's a DNF for Nuno Pinto. Hopefully he can get it back.
Earth.
That is a weird one. From the lead of the GTs as well.
But do you know what that means?
Oh, and he's disconnected again. He's disconnected 4 times. What? How can one person disconnect this much? It's just like it's going back in. It's like, nope, you're going to disconnect again. Oh, you're not even here. Let's disconnect you again because I'm feeling like it.
But do you know what this means?
What does it mean?
Who's in the lead of the race now?
Oh, it's Scuderia Dinopo, isn't it? Well, no, it won't be, actually. It will be.
Scuderia Dinopo. So
no, it isn't.
177's in the lead now.
Well, yes, they are now, but
it's in the lead of the race.
They are now, yes. Quality leads.
If it finishes as it does now, Dinopo and Gaming Events GT will be tied for points for the win of the championship. Dinopo has 2 wins. It'll go to them.
Wow.
Things have just as it is now. My goodness gracious.
Even the slightest bit of loss of time here has dropped them back massively. Has the title just switched hands in one single moment? We thought it was a gimme for Romana Motorsports. Now, Scuderia Dinopo might walk out as champions.
I don't know what to say.
I want to know what happened. I want to know what on earth is happening. We've lost to Garrett Crawford as well. Crawford has gone from P9.
I had a look at what happened. He just was coming out of Tetra Rouge, and the car just disappeared and went straight back into the garage.
Was this for Crawford as well? Because that would be 2 cars. Pinto rejoins, but look where they are. They're 18th. But this could be enough. Remember that if Romana Motorsports managed to finish in any higher than 8th place, they have the title. As it stands, if they rejoin literally now, they'd be 6th.
We just have to see, because occasionally when you come back out, the lap that you do does not count.
Yeah,
he may still lose time. Hadlack is just coming through the 4 chicanes now. We have to see if he drops the position to Hadlack.
Yeah, if he drops the position to Hadlock, then they really will be in trouble. They really will be in trouble, and yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how that goes. Apparently, Manasakis is leading now, according to Edgerman and Johnson in the chat, but he's not really. He is in third, fourth place, and he's being chased down by Alex Browdigam. And he's chasing James to have a battle in GTs. James is third in the GTs. Manasakis is fourth.
It is counted Nuno Pinto coming off the pits. It's counted him. So now he is in 18th place. That's 6th place in class.
Well, it's still a bit of a shock to the system. Kevin Ryan saying they got sent to the pits out of Norway. That's what happened. It wasn't a disconnect. They got sent to the pits out of Norway. And, well, they're in 6th now. It's putting the dampers on their race. But if they have so much as one incident, it's probably going to put them out of title contention. This has really put them on edge.
At Le Mans, anything can happen.
And it has done in this case. It has done. It has happened.
Oh my. It's now squeaky bum time for that 151 car. The championship hopes almost snatched from them due to a technical malfunction. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
We've
wow.
still got 8.5 hours to go.
If ever there was a heart-in-mouth moment for the team, that would be it, I think. The win may have changed hands anyway, but the title may stay with them. We don't know yet. We won't know until these 12 hours are pretty much done. Well, I say 12 hours, I mean 11 and a half, but you know what I mean. 12 hours sounds better. Realistically, we're going to be 3 hours in, so it'll probably be more like 8 and a bit hours. They are going again, though, and that's the main thing.
Yellow in the final sector, and I don't know what for. I can't find anything. I'm gonna look through myself, and I can't see anything.
Well, I don't know what it would be, but either way, I can't seem to find where there would be a yellow. Maybe someone.
177's gone back to the pits. So in the game against GT.
Oh no! What's happened there? I want to find them. Where are they?
They're in the pits now.
You're a burrito there. Your burrito was in the pits, and then just then bit of flickering and goes. What actually happened? I wanna look back at this. Like, if you can keep an action on the Iron the Action Neil Hitler, I'm gonna find out what happened to Burrito. Oh, he came into the pits and then he went. He was always gonna come into the pits. He pitted, but then he went. It's the whole Newcomb scenario. Oh dear.
I have no idea what's happening anymore, but we still have Jade ahead of Manasaukas. This is for 2nd place in class now. Both these cars now on the podium.
Yep, both cars on the podium now, and well, all of a sudden, this is going to help Romano Motorsports. They're going to get a place back. They go to 5th. Bit more security. Well, now it's all kicking off. It decides it wants to kick off in the start of the 3rd hour, or the end of the 3rd hour. That's what it is. At the start of the 4th hour, it wants to kick off.
I have no idea what's happening anymore. As Manasaukas is still chasing James, coming down the 3rd section of the Mulsanne Straight over the massive hump.
Yeah, he is. Manasaukas chasing.
Yes,
Wow.
indeed, coming down into Mulsanne Corner. Manasaukas has pulled out. Is actually pulled in James quite a nice little bit. Coming down that. Coming to the braking zone.
Yeah, Manasaukas is doing a very good job of chasing James here, it must be said. You know, hats off to him. He's doing a good job on the chasing front. George Manasaukas into 6th gear, getting blue flags. There were blue flags because of the prototype, of course, of, I believe that's James Wilson who's going through.
Of the leader of the race. Whoa! Garrett James. A little bit of a... Yeah.
Oh dear! Oh, I just realised the Monaco's in the pits! Problems for Riera! What's happened? Oh, I think it was a straight disconnect. Oh, they got thrown back to the pits or something. But the tackle's being eaten up. They're in third.
Oh, I've no... What's
Wow!
happening? What is happening?
Everything's going wrong, ladies and gentlemen, at Le Mans. Monaco had it. Now they've lost it. Now they're off track. I don't know what's happened.
But you've got to remember, it's in relation to everyone else that they're fighting in the championship. The 150, the 107 have both DNF'd. The 139 is in 13th place, and the Virus is in 12th. Even if they DNF now, they're most likely going to win the championship as Manusakis tries to go up the inside of James coming to the 4 chicanes. That's not going to work, son.
Well, Monaco, as you say, probably likely to win the championship regardless, but, you know, I got a bit worried there because, you know, obviously Drake Racing would need to win this, even if it's a DNF, and Drake are currently way back in the order with Newcomb 20th, so still pretty much Monaco's title. Let's not forget.
Indeed, I'm just doing some quick calculations, see what the current difference between Monaco and Virus is.
Team Virus would need to win and Monaco 9th or less.
Or if Monaco disconnect, like completely DNF, Virus need to finish on the podium.
Yeah, that's still 9 places for Nicky Jakovic and 3 laps to make up, so it's still a very, very big ask. Even over a 12-hour race. But we're 180 minutes in. We're 3 hours in. It's now time, I believe, for another one of our infamous Half-Active Do Hourly updates. Neil Heatley, take it away.
Indeed, our next hourly update, hour 3, it's all gone horrifically wrong. James Wilson is in the lead in your 132 Atlantic Motorsports car. Second is Tony Mellon, the Ghost Motorsports 115. Third is Tony Jukic in the 138 SimHQ Motorsports car. Fourth is Arujo in the 123 Gaming Events P2 car, as he's just trying to get around Piccolo through the Porsche curves. That's interesting. And fifth is Crespi is now into the 124 Handy Racing Team car. In your GT class, your current leader is Prooti in the 171 Scuderia Denopo car. Second is Manusakis Slide Right car, who's actually managed to get past Garrett James now. James is now down to 3rd place in the 170 RSA Protea Sim Sports car. Fourth is Alex Broutigam in the 181 Blackhawk Racing car. And fifth is Nuno Pinto in that Armada Motorsports car. After having a little bit of that heartbreak, almost heartbreak earlier on.
Thought I'd just try and make a little noise to keep you in the loop there, Neil. But yeah, I assume that's our hourly update done. Thank you very much for that. And yeah, interesting scenarios containing themselves in this race. Riera back on track though for Monaco.
Taco is back on track in 8th. They need to go things to go their way, and currently they are. They would win the championship by being in 8th place because they're still ahead of all their championship rivals.
Yep, and I'm saying actually that the same HQ car is now in 3rd. Tony Jukic in 3rd place.
The 138 car has only got 10 points so far this season because it was a new entry for Imola, was it not, if memory serves me correctly? So they've got 10 points, and so the second entry for SimHQ, obviously the sister car being the 128, with Azevedo currently at the wheel.
Yeah, Ricardo Azevedo driving that. Sorry, am I right in saying that? There is an Azevedo. Maybe I might have said you Azevedo, but there is an Azevedo at the wheel of it. I've forgotten, unfortunately. But yep, it is. I'm so asleep, mate. Sorry. Yes. No, it is Ricardo Azevedo in the same HQ car, the 26, and there was a Sergio Azevedo in the gaming events car, which is now Hugo Araujo.
Indeed it is, pardon me. Yes, the Rojo is now in that it's now in that 123 car.
Yep, the 1-2-3 now being driven by Hugo Araujo in 4th place. And, well, I don't know how many drivers they've got in that car, but I think it looks like 4, so no 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little bonus there. But in P5, his car looks very similar to it in the Handy Racing Scheme car. And you got Patrick Bard in 6th, as we said before, so yeah. I guess it's just sort of, Manasakis and James could be on for a battle here. Manasakis has gone through. Get James here.
Manasakis has gone through and is starting to pull away quite a bit, actually.
Well, you say that, but Gert James is still close. Gert James is still close,
I said
and he can
that,
still be
but,
threat.
I think Manasakis has just lost a whole lot of time, certainly to the Dunlop chicane.
Could full well find himself in a fighting position here with the South African. We'll have to see. Have to see if he can find himself into the into a fighting sort of area. As hello. I think this booth's about to get a bit more Geordie-like. Do you know why that is? Because we've got a Nick Newcomb. Hello, Nick.
We've got
Hello,
a Nick
good
Newcomb.
afternoon. How are you
Good
doing?
afternoon. Yep, good afternoon to you indeed, Nick. Well, your race with Fanatic Drag Racing isn't going perfectly at the moment. You are stuck a bit far down the order in 19th place.
Yeah,
But
we did a driver swap, and myself and Greg, who did a great job. All intents and purposes, the switch went well. Yep, he left, no longer riding, went out the pit, and I said straight away there was something wrong. I was showing red lights down the left-hand side, and asked them, and said no, they couldn't see us, so I had to come out, come back in. By the time I come back in, it was 3-4 laps down, something like that. So it's just been trying to get back up the order now. We just done a swap there, obviously, and everything went well. Ben's in the car now. We practiced earlier on, so I'm not sure what happened with myself and Greg. Just did the normal swap and went wrong, unfortunately.
yeah, a real shame to see that happen. But still, you are giving it a good go. Yeah, giving it a nice little crack of it anyway. And what is out on track in the moment for you? And just trying to get to the end really and enjoy yourselves, I guess I imagine.
Yeah, we were sitting quite pretty actually, weren't we? Sitting about 5th place, everything going okay, and then obviously just couldn't legislate for that kind of thing happening, and it's just a case of driving the rest of the race as good as we can and just see where everything lands at the finish. It's the last race. We've enjoyed it. We're enjoying it still, and just want to say thanks for everybody for all the hard work they've done this season, and long may it continue. And I hope the rest of the race goes well for everybody, not just for us, but for everybody involved, including you guys.
Well, thank you very much for that. And I mean, ultimately, I guess, it's what it's about. You got to enjoy racing as well as doing well in it. I feel like you've got to do well in something to be good at it, So, good to hear that you're still trying to enjoy the race. Any questions for Nick from you, Neil?
Indeed, so after, your little bit of a mishap, let's just put it that way, what's sort of like your plans for the rest of the race? Are you going to make up, some more positions, or are you just sort of like using this as a bit of a test session or a little bit of a fun run?
Well, it's at the minute, when I came back out on track, I think I was somewhere about 28th or something. And when I obviously lapsed down, and when I pitted there, I think I was somewhere around 19th, 20th, with 3 cars in front of us on the same lap. The furthest car maximum something like about 45 seconds ahead. So that's all we're doing. It's a case of bringing the laps back, and taking a car at a time, going just climbing up the leaderboard. Hopefully make top 10 at the end of the race. We'll see where we finish, and we'll see how many points we can get at the end. With it being double points, anything can happen. After the last race, we're in good spirits, and the setup it's a pretty good setup. It's good to drive, and it's going to take us through the rest of the race, and we're doing well. The tyres are holding up good. No problems with temperatures or anything like that. So we'll see what happens.
Yes, we just have to guess. We'll see what happens ultimately in the end. And see what goes on. Thanks very much for joining us, Nick. Of course, pleasure to have you with us, and good luck for you and Fanatic Drag Racing for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a good one. See you.
Yeah, we will do. Well, I've just seen
And we have a battle in track. Yeah, Crispy and Baden are extremely close in track.
Yeah, Crispy and Barden close in the running order at the moment. This could be an interesting prototype battle. I was about to say I've just seen Chris Williamson go out in the Evo Racing Bava's Lake car and have a bit of a spin. Williamson, of course, not the fastest driver in the world, but very reliable for Evo Racing. But we got a battle to focus on. Barden and Crispy, yes, Blackhawk versus Handy Racing Team.
Indeed, Crispy at the wheel of that 124 car, the Handy Racing Team. Baden at the head of that Blackhawk. Baden's been in since the beginning of the race, hasn't he?
Yeah, Barden has been in that car since the start of the race now, and you imagine he'll have to get out soon. But yeah, he's doing a good job at the moment. He's doing a very solid job chasing down Crispy.
Indeed, but indeed, sorry, as I just quickly lose my thought. Coming through the 4 chicanes, these two now. What can Baden do to try and pass Crispy on that last lap before this one?
Yeah,
Baden gained a good part of a second and 3 quarters on Crispy, so obviously Baden has still got some extraordinary pace in himself.
Still got some pace, obviously, and he'll stay out as long as he does. Crispy really, really trying to defend hard. Baden is catching up though. Getting closer and closer and closer and closer and closer. And that's the thing. He keeps closing in, and this is the issue for Crispy because he's going to get overtaken if that continues.
Indeed, coming through Tetris now, coming down to the first section of Honor d'Air. What can Baden do under the rear wing now? He's closing quite a bit. He's got that massive draft off of Crispy. Moves to the inside.
Here we go then. Barden versus Crispy. Blackhawk versus Handy Racing Team. Oh, he's lifted off as Crispy. I think he's conceded the place. Oh, he's just done something. He's decided not to fight that too hard, and Barden off! Barden cuts the corner, and now he's got to wait, I think, try and maybe give back the time gained. He's slow, and Crispy to the left. He's going to go straight through again. Well, that was interesting, but now he's going to do the hard work all over again, is Patrick Barden.
Indeed, that hard work all over again. We just got to see what he has. Just got to see what he can do. Crispy yet again, but he's got the core team Porsche 991 ahead of him. But it hasn't been blocked too badly by him, and there's Dennis Hadlack right ahead of him in the PRL Logitech car, which is in a new special Le Mans livery, because that's usually a light blue and white car, isn't it? But now it's dark blue and grey.
Yep, it is light blue. It's gone dark blue for Le Mans. Barden can't get past Hadlack into the turn there, and Barden's not gonna get through. He's gonna have to wait. But Hadlack is just gonna hold the line, and Barden will go through nice and easily there. And that is that done. And the battle can continue if he can catch up, of course. But yeah, interesting to see that. Either way, though, the battle can continue now between 4 and 5. Barden may catch up, and we may have it back on again.
Crispy's pulled out a little bit of a lead in Baden now, but we know that Baden is fast. We know that he is quick. We know that they can catch him, and of course, we know that he can pass him. Crispy pulling away now slightly from Baden. Baden must be starting to feel that fatigue possibly now. He's been racing in that car for about 3.25 hours now. You've got to remember he had the hour-long qualifying session beforehand, and also the practice session before that. So he's been in the car for about 5 hours now, and he's got to start feeling it now. The joints will be starting to seize up, starting to burn a little bit. Perhaps he's thinking about swapping that car over to one of his teammates at some point in the near future. having a look at what else is happening on track. That's really the closest battle we've got is for that 4th position. Overall, between the two of them, Mansukis has pulled out a little bit of a gap on Gert James now, and we've got some gaps between like prototypes and GTs that are coming down rapidly. But the closest on track battle for position is indeed between this 4th and 5th between Crespi and Baden. But as we've seen so far today, it is so easy to lose your composure at any point around this track. It's so easy just to lose focus for a second. And if you do lose focus for a second here, you could bin it into one of these Armco barriers that are so close to the track. And that is essentially your race over. You will be in the pits with a huge amount of damage. But indeed, Baden has significantly closed in on Crespi over the course of that Tetra Rouge and the first part of the Honda DR. And it seems to be that Blackhawk racing car seems to be far faster in a straight line than the Handy Racing Team car. But indeed, and just coming in to that braking zone there, Baden made up a huge amount of time in that braking zone. Coming down the 3rd section of the straight now, coming into Mulsanne Corner. A massive braking zone actually in Mulsanne Corner. Deceptively large. Crespi has a little bit of a lock-up on the front there. Has allowed Baden to close in on the run-up to Indianapolis. There's a GT car ahead of him, of course, which they're going to be lapping. That is the now 5th place Nuno Pinto in the 151 Ramada Motorsport car. He's another driver that's been in since the beginning of the race. Coming up through 2nd kink towards Indianapolis, the 3rd kink. We've got to see how slowed Crespi will be through the final kink before Indianapolis, braking hard for the banked left-hander. Baden has closed up a massive amount. Coming through into Arnage, the slowest corner of the entirety of the 8.5 miles of Le Mans coming out of Arnage. It appears that Crespi got a little bit of a better run out of Arnage actually, but coming up towards the Porsche curves, we're just going to have to see where Crespi meets this GT car of Nuno Pinto. Crespi has managed to pass him. Baden has managed to pass him as well. Pinto staying out wide, allowing both of them to pass with ease. But Baden had to take a very much shallower line into the first section of Porsche curves than he would have liked. Lost a little bit of time through there, and indeed this Crespi has gained a little. But it seems that Baden has definitely got the speed advantage over Crespi at this moment in time. He just can't convert that. And he's coming across the start-finish line yet again up through Dunlop Curve as they've actually gone up into 3rd place. The 132, which did have James Wilson at the wheel, has now pit, and it's now Kieran Parkin at the wheel of that 132 car. As it's been slowed by a P2 car that's just came out of the pits. Oh, that's very advantageous from Baden there. No room through though. That was a De Felipe's in the 120 car. That's a Scania Endurance Motorsport car, almost caused a little bit of an incident there, but indeed that has allowed Baden to close right up on Crespi now, similar to what we had a few laps ago. Baden right in the slipstream of Crespi. Can he do anything coming down into the first chicane? Coming down, closing. Baden pulls out to the right-hand side of the straight. Indeed, I think that might be. No, they're still side by side. Crespi has an ever so slight speed advantage. Baden might come in to try and get some more slipstream, but no, indeed he does. Just tucks back in for the braking zone, just to make sure that Crespi knows he's there. Coming through the first chicane, the left, the right, the left, and the right. Coming back out onto the Mulsanne straight for the 2nd time in this on this lap. Baden lost a little bit of time actually through that first chicane compared to Crespi. And here's Baden pulling out, just making sure Crispy knows he's there, perhaps trying to spook him a little bit to force the Handy Racing Team driver into a mistake, and he has a little bit of a mistake there. Goes a bit wide through the middle part of the chicane, does Crispy. That's allowed Baden to have a little bit of a better exit. But we've got to see what happens coming down to Mulsanne corner. The gap appears to be roughly the same at the moment as it was before. Coming down into Mulsanne corner, nothing that Baden can do here at the moment. He's a little bit too far out to make a rash move, but that seems to be that braking zone where that Black Hawk racing car really seems to excel. Yeah, it appears to be braking that the Blackhawk car really seems to excel, although the Handy Racing Team car appears to be slightly faster in that straight line, so that's something to look out for in this in the battle between the two, because straight line speed really is kind of key here at Le Mans, because of obviously those massive straights that we've got, the 3 big straights on the back stretch, and up to Indianapolis as well, and up to the Porsche curves. That's often not seen as the fastest section of the track, but it really is. You're up into at least 5th gear. I just need to head off for a couple of minutes if you just excuse me. And indeed, I am back. I'm very sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Just had someone at my door that I had to meet. But indeed, it's still behind Crespi. There's no room at the end. It's Baden moves to the inside, coming for the first chicane. No room there, though. Again, just trying to force Crespi into a mistake. And indeed, there's a little bit of a lock up there from Crespi through the middle part of that chicane. Indeed, Crespi is still, excuse me, Baden is still looking for that room, moving to the inside again, keep on trying to make sure Crespi knows that he's there and just trying to force him into a mistake, but Crespi is not yielding at all. Coming down into Mulsanne corner. Yet again. Oh, Baden going for the inside line. Nothing there though. Crespi appears to have broken a little bit later. A bit of a look up on the apex of the corner there has allowed Baden to get a little bit of a run. Coming up on the straight up to Indianapolis. As indeed, I do believe we have a Joshua Anderson back with us, and we've still got this massive battle between Crespi and Baden going on. Baden moving to the inside, coming up to Indianapolis again, but it just seems over the past few laps he's been trying to force into a mistake.
Yeah, the psychological side coming into it there. Baden really just trying to force Crespi rather than Crespi, actually don't go directly for an overtake is a valid strategy.
Indeed, it certainly is a valid strategy, and it's one that's been used quite often. Favorite of the drivers here.
Yeah, it's if you're not going to overtake them on, just try and pressure people into it,
Indeed, and we've still got this going on. Baden used to have no way of getting past. Coming through the portion curves yet again, Baden must be starting to get really frustrated by just seeing the back end of that handy racing team car.
Yeah, just wants to pressure him as much as he can here, Baden, just try to get through. I mean, he's looking left and right, but he just can't seem to find a way through for the most part. Oof. Really going, I've just seen apparently SimRacing South Africa in the chat. Garrett Crawford suffered a disconnect near I took control, so they can't rejoin, means a DNF for the P2. Oh, that's a shame.
That's really not gone well. That's not really not gone well for that P2 car.
Yeah, that's gone very badly for them. A shame to see their race is over, but still, they did try. They came and they had a go, and that's what's important.
They did come and have a go, and that's important. But the RSA Protea SimSports car has done pretty well all season. Garrett Crawford in the 108 car. They've currently got 31 3/4 points, and that's where they'll stay. But again, it's just been another one of these things that they've not necessarily had the finishing positions that they deserved.
Yeah, it's just sometimes they have a lot of, sometimes they show real talent, but then they just go and get the, don't then get the position because of problems. So, as they're saying, they had a blast though, Simmer South Africa. So, it's great to see that they enjoyed it.
Indeed, as we did have a yellow in the middle section. I'm going to see if anyone has damage. I just noticed it on the YouTube stream actually. Is that Hadlock without a front bumper? It is. That Pure Logitech car in 18th place overall. That 6th in class has not got a front bumper.
Oh, dearie me. That's not good. Brito was spun apparently, but no damage. But if anyone's got damage, it's never a good thing. I'm just actually, the attrition rate this race has been quite high. I mean, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars DNF'd at the moment. Practically a third of the field.
And we're not even a third of the way through the race.
I'm calling it. This is going to be the very first race that no one finishes. Wow. Interesting.
I have no idea what would happen if that happened. Oh well.
Whoever gets the furthest wins, I assume.
There we go.
But what if nobody completes for say however much percent is required?
We can ask Bernd for these hypotheticals. Let's see if he can answer them. But indeed.
Yep, hypothetical scenarios.
These hypothetical scenarios. But Baden has got past Crespi mainly due to, I think Crespi might have had a small incident actually.
Oh, dearie me, apparently Crespi was having a lag spike and almost lost position to Baden
I had
there.
a lag spike, okay.
That's bad. Tony Jukic in the pits from second though. But yeah, Crespi have a lag spike at that point. Oh, he has lost position to Baden.
He has lost the position, yeah, that's what it's saying. He's down to 4th.
I thought he almost lost it, but he actually has. Wow, it's not good.
Not good. Not good. I think is the correct term. Yes.
It's not. It isn't good. It cannot be good. Losing position is not a good thing, especially when it happens with a lag spike. Well, Crespi though, gotta get it back now.
Is now not that far behind Crespi, actually, is he?
Yeah, Raujo's not that far away. Alexander Hess in the SimHQ car. Tony Jukic gets out of it.
And that's Crespi coming into the pits.
Yep, Crespi in. So, Crespi in. Now, Crespi, I imagine, looking at where... I'm going to look at the... I don't think it'll be a driver swap. I think Crespi will stay in the car, but he's going to lose more time when he's in the
Crespi
pits.
been in the beginning of that car?
Has
Crespi been in
Crespi
the car
been-
since the beginning, I should say, rather.
I think he has, you know. I think you may be right. I think he's been in since the start. So, you have to get out soon. There's Patrick Barden, though. Barden's been in that Blackhawk for the whole race. And I tell you this, they're on the same lap as the Ghost Motorsport team with Tony Manor in the car, so they've got as much a chance of winning as Ghost. Of course, Argenis Riera, the one Ackle team who did lead, a lap down now. So, oh, apparently, yeah, a strike that had Barden had a change of Tom Noel. This is now Patrick Barden's second part in the race. I stand corrected.
Ah, there we go. Tom Noel was in that car, of course, of course.
Yeah, Tom Noel was in the car. I remember that now. So, yeah. There you go, then. Patrick Barden back in the car. Good to see. Good to see him there. I'm very happy to see the Ghost Motorsport team lead, though. Tony Malla leading this race, of course, for Ghost. And have they had a win yet this season? Have they even come close?
They've got 42 and a quarter points. Let's have a look. I shall have a look for you, Mr. Anderson.
Please do, Mr. Heatley. Check where they are and how close they've come to a win.
Let's have a look. Ghost Motorsport, once it loads. They got 16 points at the opening race in Montreal, which is the 4th place. That's the closest they've got.
Yeah, not even a podium for them this season, so a win at Le Mans would really be good.
Well, of
Another
course,
win this season has Ben Schmidt.
as we were saying before the broadcast, it's almost like a small secondary championship, isn't it?
Yeah, you win the I Won Le Mans Cup. And that is a prize in its own right.
A little bit of bragging, right? I won
Yeah.
the longest. We won the longest race on the calendar.
Yeah.
We were the last car standing.
And they can be happy about that. I'm sure they will be, in fact. They will be happy about that if they win. There's still lots of race left to go.
The 138 car isn't there anymore. 138 car, I think, might be in the garage.
Oh dear.
MHQ car.
That's not very good. The 138 in the pits, potentially.
I can't see it, though. Let's have a look.
Oh, well, I hope they're not. So the 138, I believe, is Alexander Hess in the pits at the moment. In P6. And that would be the one of the same HQ cars. Oh dear,
Yeah,
Hess is not
138
there.
car.
Hess is not there. Oh dear, oh dear.
I thought he wasn't. I thought it might have just been my eyes deceiving me.
Barden
but
in, I
obviously
believe.
no.
Patrick Barden in. Yep, Barden in. So for Blackhawk, Patrick Barden's in the pits. And he should come in now.
Is that going to be a driver swap for them?
I don't know. I doubt it. But I don't see anyone who would take over, so it won't be. Jonas Rival's waiting though, so CMHQ might be waiting for a driver swap. Wow.
Indeed, Raveo from that 138 car.
Yep. And Ben Schmidt confirming that there won't be a driver swap on the 106 as well. Part of the team, Ben Schmidt, of course, but yeah, I imagine there wouldn't be. Still. Still. Barden in the pits now, just doing a standard stop, and he's not going to be swapping. Out he comes now. The whole third, of course.
Out third, Andrea Crespi, his arch nemesis appears so far this battle. He's going to come out quite a bit ahead of him.
Yeah, and that's going to happen. So, we are almost 240 into the air. Oh, dearie me! Dearie me, apparently the 139 has 2 punctures. I don't know where that is, but that would be Ben Willis in the car there. Oh, that's big damage! Willis has gone directly off! That is massive! massive damage. How long has he had that for? Oh, that's
Actually,
at
just
least...
have a look. Hang on.
At least into the Porsche curves. Bare minimum. He's just... Oh, that is big. That is... No front bumper, no rear bumper, no rear wing, punctures and... Oh, dear.
Okay, guys, we come to call 18.
Code 80,
No
unsurprisingly
overtaking.
called.
Oh, don't tell me that's happened.
Oh.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh,
Call 18
oh my
first.
goodness. He had a screen. He had this. He stopped in the middle of the track, so obviously a screen lag, and he got absolutely rammed into by Crespi and Azevedo. Ricardo Azevedo, and they went straight into the barriers on the inside of Indianapolis. So,
Oh, that's how far back it was.
Massive. Yeah, it was
That's
over
how
by
far back it was.
Indianapolis.
I didn't even notice. I didn't notice it. Yeah, I just seemed to log up and smashed into my Crespi. Yeah, that can't be helped. But Code 80 called, and Willis will get back. Well, that is a big one. That is a big
It's an
one.
absolutely massive accident. Yeah.
That's going to put the back foot on their chances. PC lock up for Willis. Oh, that was a big one, but he's all right. The car's all right, and they can get it back to the pits.
Get ready, we come back to green in 10 seconds.
They're going back to green flag racing in 10 seconds then. Ben Willis in the pits.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A green flag.
And green they go. So, back to racing action, and Willis will be in the pit safely now. Oh dear, there's problems for slide ride. Chris Graham stopped or stalled. He's not there. Tony Malla pits for Ghost Motorsport and comes straight back out. Well, he must have pitted before then, but he's out now. He will retain the lead of this race. Interesting to see how that goes. But Malla, yep, still leading for Ghost. Ghost not won a race in the VLMS. This could be the first.
Apparently, Burden in the GNS car now, the 122, is using VR.
Oh, hello.
As I saw from Jamie Otis in the chat. So apparently he's using VR. So that must be an absolutely surreal experience.
Oh, I bet it is. I mean, it leads one to a nice potential conversation topic, actually, about equipment in sim racing. Because, you know, it can make a big difference. Like, if you got virtual reality, it must be an experience actually driving a virtual version of Le Mans, looking around the car, seeing where everybody is, you know? It must be quite the experience and immersion. It helps with that, which might help with consistency.
Indeed, but you've also got the thing about, do you get motion sick?
Oh, that's the thing. If you get motion sickness, it's not for you. Well, if you get motion sickness, it's not for you, of course. But, well, I'm going to be interested to see how this goes for Justin Gordon. I'm going to keep a close eye on him because this could be a good one. Well, Justin
Just to
Gordon.
see what his lap times are compared to other P2 cars.
Goes to show, really. You know, people use all sorts of technology in the VLMS. I mean, I've just invested in a set of brand new pedals myself for my racing. So, yeah, it just goes to show. People like to invest in technology and equipment that's going to help them. So, yeah, you know, Justin Gordon deciding if he wants to use VR, he can. I'd love to go with VR one day.
But I have to wait a little while, see what his lap times are like, see what they are comparable to, say, who would be around, say like Azevedo and Pizzo behind him.
Yeah, well, I have to say, I imagine it's not hindering him. I imagine he'll probably have been doing practice with VR, you know, so...
Indeed.
He'll be used to it now, and he'll know... It gives you another sense, doesn't it? It's all right seeing a way to turn it on a screen, but actually seeing it as if it were there in front of you, that's got to help you.
Well, I would love to have a VR set, but unfortunately my flat is too small and I do not have the money.
Well, I'm sure that you might have it one day if you become a successful commentator. It pays well, you know. We got Lemon77 in the chat saying it's a lot of work, but it's possible to train yourself out of getting motion sick with VR headsets. So, you know, got to see what, you know, it can be done. It can be done. Oh, and apparently Justin, according to Jamie Otis, is using the car's inside dash for the info, so really simulator experience. Interesting. He's only using what he can see in the car.
Wow, that's rather impressive. It certainly is.
It's brave.
So I know certainly for me driving, how much I rely on different HUDs to tell me information about my car.
I love a lot of information on screen at any one time. I need information on my screen, even if I'm not using it, just to have around when I'm racing. So I wouldn't be able to do that. I mean, I've been trying other simulators and I can manage, but it just seems to be an R-Factor thing. R-Factor 2 thing. I need information at all times. So yeah, I mean, I don't know how new equipment would benefit me, but still. Ben Willis and Chris Graham still in the pits, obviously, as we mentioned before. Willis still in from the damage, and Graham just doesn't seem to have left yet. I believe this is going to be 2 positions made for Justin Gordon. Well, there you go. Got it in the end, but Justin Gordon, yeah, is now into 17th overall. Moves up a place in his class.
Indeed, he's now up to 12th place in class, so that is actually 6 points for the GNS car.
Yep, and for a team that haven't really had the best of seasons, you know, they are right down the bottom of the order in their class. 6 points is actually going to be the second highest points haul that they're going to get all season. The highest so far is 7 at Sebring.
And they have only got 8 points. I think they got 1 at Montreal.
Yeah, 1 at Montreal. Didn't finish the first 2 races, didn't start the 4th. And, well, it's not really been their season in LMP2, but they've tried, and they're doing all right.
Tried, you know, having a bit of fun.
They're enjoying themselves, at least. They're enjoying themselves, and that's what matters. Either way, let's see what's going on in the rest of the field, if anything. See, Chris Williamson's 9th in that car there for the Basilia Scuderia Evo racing by Basilia, which is definitely good. But we have a battle. I think. We do have a battle. We do have a battle. There is a battle between Jonas Raivio and Jorge Alves for P5. Raivio and Alves going to battle it out for the 5th spot.
We know how fast Raivio is, don't we?
We do. We know how quick Jonas is, so going to be a case of how quick can he go in this instance. Jonas is going to be in 6th gear now. He's got so much more speed than Alves. Gonna go down the inside. Here is Jonas Raivio. Alves tries to defend. I don't think there's enough room. Well, Raivio's already good before he can get to Indianapolis, and Jorge Alves pushed down to 6th. Jonas Raivio into 5th place for SimRacing 138. That was a good move.
Absolutely a textbook move there. Such a massive overspeed that car had.
Yeah, had a massive speed differential in his favour. Really helped him out, and well, Alves has dropped behind a little bit now. Argenis Riera in 7th place at the moment for Monaco, and well, still on course for the LMP2 title. Those guys, obviously. Then looking further down the order, it appears that Romano Motorsports, despite the fact Nuno Pito's pitting now, is in 3rd place, so they should still come out with the GT title.
You're saying that because I think the cars around them are they're out of sequence slightly. This is Boyd Bryson just coming through the Ford chicanes. He'll take the position off of Pinto.
Yep, he's going to take the place off. You know, I imagine, yep, Bryson goes through, so they are now 4th. Procast is still quite a way behind though, so yeah, I imagine they'll come out in a reasonably high position compared to where they need to be to win the title. Still very much their race in GTs at the moment, as it could still be very much Monaco's race in terms of championship titles. But then again, we are only going to be about 4 hours soon into this 11 and a bit hour race. Not even a third of the way at the moment, although we are approaching it.
Not even a third of the way through. We're about to. If it was a normal race here in the VLMS, we'd be about 15 minutes from the finish, wouldn't we?
Yeah, well, about 4 or 6 hour race. You know, we wouldn't. They're not long races usually, but the 12 is very long. So yeah, 12 is a long race, and supposedly and rightfully so because it is the season ender. You know, Pedro Armada is going to be getting in the Armada Motorsports car. Team boss himself, I imagine, going to get in that Dodge Viper and drive it. out he gets, and he will
Indeed.
exit.
It's been a fantastic shift from Nero Pinto, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, Pinto's been in that car for a while, and it's been a great shift from him. Now Ramada gets in, and Pedro Ramada, let's see what he can do. Gonna be interesting to see how they do. And yep, Chris Graham goes in the slide ride car. Probably just gonna pull the plug and try and reconnect. Seen that a couple times so far this race, where drivers have had to do that, but hopefully he'll get back in the race. As Benwell is still getting that damage fixed on that incident before. This goes to show how big it is, and
Oh, it was an absolutely massive incident that for Ben Willis.
it was a huge one. It was an absolutely massive incident. I do believe the attrition rate now is still about 10 cars, so out of the 36 that started, we only have 26, well 25 if you don't count Chris Graham. But yeah, not as many cars running as started the race now. That much is for certain.
But something which I think is rather important to see is that we've got 10 DNFs so far, but 7 of them were in the first 2 hours. So since then, the retirement rates really dropped off.
Yeah, the DNF to hour ratio has kind of dropped since then, you know. So obviously things have been changing, I guess, but yeah, ultimately, no, the ratio has changed since then, and yeah, there's been less DNFs in this portion of the race than there was before. Oh, Williamson has a bit of a spin there, half spin in the first couple of corners. Gonna have to try and rejoin. Goes off the track a bit there. Williamson just trying to get it back on track at the moment and keep it on going. Good little race so far, Neil Heatley, though. Definitely been a good little race.
Indeed, it's been a very exciting race, and as Bernd Schmidt, pardon me, has just reminded us that everyone using the Crew Chief plugin now in via VLMS and VEC, I think, will be able to hear all their competitors' names with the new tailored voice pack that they've got. So that adds a little bit more immersion into the sim.
It does. It does. So, yeah, interesting.
As Brito has had a spin at Mulsanne Corner.
Oh, he has.
Aiming against GT car, excuse me. Let's see what happened. It appears that he just locked the rears. Just locked the rears coming into Mulsanne Corner. An ever so slight kiss with the inside wall, but the car appears to be fine.
Yeah, can just continue on as normal, and that's very good. And he's just able to keep going. Brito there in the Game of Events GT car. Good to see that, because, you know, if it had been major damage, then that would have been pretty painful for them. Jonas Raivio was in the pits, actually, with no front bumper. I didn't realise Raivio had taken damage. And that's going to put the dampers on their chase of Alves and the likes. What actually happened to Raivio?
I shall have a look.
I'm going to rewind and find out, but Jonas has had a bit of a run-in with something somewhere, and I don't know what it is. Either way, though, it's a while back. You have to go back to at least Arnage to find out what went down. Indianapolis, it was Indianapolis! He comes into Indianapolis, he went too fast. Got a bit of understeer in the gravel, smashed into the wall, simple as, lost the front bumper.
Very easy to do. Indianapolis is a very, very difficult braking zone.
Yeah, it is a difficult braking zone. Hugo Araujo pits as well from second. We got cars in, Cruelty is in as well for Scooter Tanopoa, GT leaders. And, well, Alex Bradagam in second in the moment. Bryson third, Ramada fourth. 40 those about to exit the pits.
Cruelty's got a massive lead in that Scooter Tanopoa car. just came out of the pits. Alex Brodegum still to go through
Oh
Indianapolis.
no, I think we've had more problems on the driver change. I've just seen Marek Proka's got out the core team car. Tom Kubik's gotten in and he's disappeared. It's happened again.
Have they thought about not doing that, do you think? No.
Well, I don't think they can help it, Neil.
It's been a... Yeah, we've had quite a few driver swap dues here today that we haven't actually had at previous rounds.
Yeah, it is weird, but unfortunately, you know, they're just going to sort them out as they come along, and I'm sure Tom Kubik will be disconnecting soon to try and get himself back in the running. But that's not what they wanted at this point in the race.
Indeed, that 192 car was in 5th in class.
They didn't need that, I don't think, but they've got it anyway. And they're just going to have to do the whole disconnect, reconnect scenario thing.
The 192 car with 52 points so far this season.
And, yeah, Alessio Ricci's actually pulled ahead of them in the 156 Texas Quadricosia, so now it's cost them a position.
Again, we've seen this quite a few times. Is we're just closing in onto the 4 hour mark with 50. Well, with the leader Tony Mello on lap 58, Blackhawk being 2 minutes 4 behind, Game of SP2 being 2:17 behind, Crespi 2 minutes 30 behind. Then as they're starting to get to the laps, only the top 4 are left on the lead lap.
Yeah, only the top 4 overall on the lead lap, and everyone else is a lap down compared to Tony Mallett. Although Andrea Crespi 2 minutes and 30 behind, so still a while off being lapped by Mallett. Mallett is just coming around the I think it's coming into the S's now, isn't he? Yeah, but he is just coming around here.
Adam Taylor is continuing that march for Team Virus, trying to go get back up into some serious points paying positions up until 11th now, Team Virus.
Yeah, at P11 they go, and they're on the hunt, aren't they? They want this. They want to try and get a good position back. So, you know, they need this. They need to get this good position back, and they're trying their hardest to do so. Although, really, hats off do have to go to Ghost for leading this race. You know, they've taken full advantage of the circumstances surrounding them, and now they are leading. They are leading in a VEC race by some considerable time, as I believe Monaco are in. And in comes Argenis Riera. Now, what's going to happen?
Taco's back in. They're in 6th place at the moment.
Going to happen here? I see Edgar Ruiz. This will be a driver swap. Riera will be about to swap to Edgar Ruiz. So he's going to come in here, and Jonas Raivio, I don't imagine, will be overtaking them for on-track position. Kieran Parkin might. But yeah, they'll go down to P7 now. Will Monaco. As, yeah, that will be a driver swap to Edgar Ruiz, then another Spaniard in the Monaco. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Bryson, Ramada, all the likes of those GTs are still going as well. Ramada's still quite a way behind Bryson though.
Indeed, Bryson is... Where is that? He's just came over the massive hump on Mulsanne Straight, and Ramada's just came through the first... it's just coming through the first chicane. So about the entire length of a Mulsanne, Boyd Bryson has over Pedro Ramada, but we know that the Ramada car is unbelievably quick.
It is very quick indeed.
And indeed, in that last lap, Ramada took 2.5 seconds out of Boyd Bryson.
Yeah, so he's got to watch his back, even though he's a whole Mulsanne straight ahead of the next car. So Bryson needs to really just be aware of that, you know, and watch out and make sure he doesn't get too massively far behind. Currently on lap, Tony Mallett, and he's currently on lap 60.
59 it'll be.
He's completed 59. Sorry. He's completed 59, so he'll have done 60 now after this one. So Yeah, Tony Malla, 60 laps in 4 hours, basically. That goes to show how long Le Mans is.
And I must say, my prediction for the race is that these P2 cars would do 180 laps. So, slightly on message there. We've got a yellow in the final sector.
Yep, I'm going to see if I can find
That's
out.
Tortella. Squadron Courses went off at Indianapolis.
Oh, dearie, no, Lorenzo Tortella, but luckily he seems to be okay.
Oh, hit the barrier about 15 miles an hour or so. Lost the back end under braking at the final right-handed kink before Indianapolis corner, and just was fighting it all the way to the barriers there. So an ever so slight touch to the barrier there for Tortella in the 156 Tech Squadron Corsa car, currently 6th in class.
Yeah, Lorenzo Tortella is just really a little bit damaged. He's got no bonnet. He'll have to come in and fix that, obviously. Lost a bit of the front bodywork, but should be able to fix that and keep it going, of course. No, not major damage. It's not really bad. Chris Graham is left and rejoined, so he should be able to get it back over in the slide right car. Great to see that they had their problems, of course. They were doing quite well. And, well, it is, sometimes, though, endurance races do that. They just take away and they give at the same time. You can never really predict one. And, well, obviously, doesn't seem to have gone well for Slide Right this time around. I have to say, though, Neil, just the fact that, we still have as many cars going as we do, it kind of shows...
Yep.
Well, at the same time, it shows how difficult Le Mans could be. It shows how determined these teams are to keep going.
I think now a lot of the teams have fallen into a rhythm now. Pardon me, we've fallen into a rhythm now. Essentially, the drivers that have certainly been in since the beginning of the race, I don't actually think there's any of them left.
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams now at this point really just they're in the rhythm. They want to stay in the rhythm and just keep as they are. Just keep going. Really. Keep on it. Just keep trying to keep the cars going.
Indeed.
That's ultimately what it's about. And, well, I'm keeping half an eye on Alessandro Porti in that Scuderia Denopa car. If it's all right, I'd like to go for an onboard lap of this track with Porti. I know it's a 4-minute lap, so something might happen in the meantime, but it's worth trying if we can go on board with Alessandro Porti here in the Scuderia Denopa car as he starts a lap of Le Mans. Just want to have a look at this brilliant circuit, just in a bit more detail. So Porti's going to come round the first turn now and find himself in the first turn. Of course, turn 1, Dunlop into the Dunlop chicane. Really needs to just keep him going here, is Porti, and, well, we'll see when he goes. We're going to do a lap on board with him. Alessandro Porti then, it's Scuderia Denopa. He's come through the first chicane. Now he's going to find himself coming through the S's into Tetra Rouge. Now, this has been reprofiled over the years, Tetra Rouge, but now it is a corner where you brake hard, you turn right, you got to watch the exit, and then you're on to the legendary Les Honorières, the long back straight, separated these days by 2 chicanes. In the old days, it was a full run to Mulsanne, but these days it's got chicanes in to keep speeds down and keep the overtaking opportunities rife. Here we go then. You see the speed Porti's carrying, 295 kilometers an hour, touching 300 kilometers an hour as he hits the brakes for it. Down 3 gears from 6th, well 4 gears to 2nd from 6th. Takes a chicane at 120 on the exit. And it's back onto the straight for another blast of acceleration. Porti being overtaken, but he's not going to be worried about that. He's going to be more concerned about the very next chicane, the Michelin chicane. It's a left and a right. It's a mirror of the previous one, which was right and left. And Porti this time is going to want to go nice and quickly through here. Slightly slower, I believe, the second chicane, but not by much. It's very margin of anything. Exits at roughly the same speed, and now it's the run down to the so difficult to master Mulsanne. It's a curved braking zone. It's so hard to get right, so easy to get wrong. up the hill and over the bump he will come. If you're going fast enough in some cars, you can do a jump here, but the downforce on this car, stopping 40 from doing that into Mulsanne. So difficult to get the braking right here. Hits the turn though nicely and exits before another fast speed run down to the Indianapolis corner. A trademark of Le Mans. A trademark of Le Mans. Such long, speedy sections. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. And you really are not going to get a section of this track where you aren't in 6th gear until you get to the Porsche curves and through the S's section again. But 40 now, just like the Mulsanne, it's a braked curve turning area. Got to be careful though here, and carefully has been. Slide backing on the inside to let yourself get through into the nice speed here. And I'm going to shut up for a second so you can listen to this Corvette as it approaches the Porsche curves. That's the sound of 7 litres of American power right there. But now is a turn section which is notoriously difficult. The Porsche curves. Porty has to brake. Shifts down to 4th gear. He's going to keep the revs reasonably high. And he's going to accelerate through the left. That follows it. Then into Maison Blanche, which is a left. Then it's a right. And then it's another left before he comes into Corvette, which in a Corvette is very, very quick indeed. Hits the throttle, then he's got a little bit of a wiggle. It's a right, then it's a left. All the time at full throttle. And then finally into the legendary Ford chicanes. It's left then right, then a slower left then right. Porty takes the first one in 3rd gear, then the second one in 3rd gear. 3rd corner goes down to 2nd and takes the 2nd corner in 2nd gear of those 2. Crosses the line, and that is a lap of Le Mans in a Chevrolet Corvette C7R. It really is nice to see it from a GT's perspective, isn't it, Neil?
Indeed, the GT cars, I know, are a little bit slower, but it's really difficult in these GT cars to see where the P2 cars are coming in order to lap you.
It can be difficult sometimes, but the experience from that GT of Porty really is something good. And now, in fact, that's conveniently taken us up to the 4-hour mark. So it's time for another R-Factor 2 hourly update, which I'll be giving you this time because Neil did the last one. So what do we have? We have Tony Miller leading it in the 115 Ghost Motorsports car in P1. Then it's Patrick Barton in 2nd place in the Blackhawk Racing LMP2. Then it is Hugo Roger in the 123 Gaming Events P2. And Andre Crespi 4th place in the 124 Handy Racing Team car. Then Edgar Reith in the 121 Monaco. And it's Kieran Park in 6th in the 132 Atlantic. Then Jorge Alves in the 114. And yep, the 114 car there. Spirit Sim Racing. And then Jonas Raivio on the 138 Team HQ. Then Roberto de Valives in the Sicani Endurance 120. And then Chris Williamson rounds up the top 10 in the 111 Evo Racing by Basilia car. GT-wise, we've just seen Alessandro Porti in an onboard lap, but he's in the lead of the 171 Scuderia de Opel. Then the 181, the Blackhawk Racing Aston Martin in 2nd place in class. Alex Braudegan piloting that. It's Boyd Bryson 3rd in class in the 170 RSA Portia Sim Sports car. Pedro Romano still on course for the title with Romano Motorsports 151 car in 4th. Then 5th place for Malay Champ Markley in the Caspian Motorsports BMW. Then Dennis Hadlack in the PRR Logitech Corvette. Brito was 7th in the 177 Gaming Events GT Corvette. Then Lorenzo Tutela in the pits in the 156 Scuderia Texas Quattrocorse car. Tom Kubik's 9th in the 192 Call Team Porsche. And rounding out your top 10 is Chris Graham in the Slide Light Ferrari, the number 162. Well, not really much again in the way of battles, but some on-track tactical battles going on here, Neil Heatley, as there will be throughout the entire race.
Indeed, there's quite a lot of strategic battles, as you said, you know, just trying to work out what your opponents are doing. Pardon me, try and work out what your opponents are doing and what you've got to do in relation to that.
Yeah, you've got to, just got to try, really, you've just got to try. And out-strategy people these days, but...
So saying that Le Mans now is just a 24-hour sprint race.
Yep, it used to be, you know, endurance, but now you're always on it. Now you're on it, and endurance racing in general, you know, there are points where you're always trying, but there were points in the good old Group C era where, you know, you dial it back for a couple of laps, you turn the boost down, try and save the engine because you were so far ahead, but The game has changed in modern endurance, and now these drivers will be going at it for 24 full hours. Or at least 12 in this race. In the full 24 VEC.
At least 12 in this one, indeed.
Yeah, 12 in this one, but in the 24 hours of VEC, I imagine it will be a 24-hour sprint race.
We've got kind of a battle quite close on track between Crespi and Ruiz, I believe. 4th and 5th overall.
Yeah, Crespi and Ruiz are actually quite close. Yeah, Crespi locks up into the John up chicane there, and Ruiz is going to be able to gain a bit of time. But I believe there's a lap between them.
Oh, there is a full lap between them.
But still, it's on-track battling, and it could be interesting, so I'm not going to divert myself away from it just because there's a lap between the two of them. It could still be a very interesting battle. Let's not kid ourselves.
It could still be a very interesting battle, indeed.
Ruiz really just chasing down Crespi at the moment, trying his hardest here. He's going to have the draft. He could unlap himself, you know.
I wouldn't be surprised if we did, because we know that one Aqua car is very quick. It was in the lead for quite a long time in this race at the Hansa Borgia Milan.
Here we go then, Edgar Ruiz. Oh, he's just braked earlier. Crespi's let him through. Interesting. Well, he's let him go through there. Let him unlap himself. And Andrea Crespi now.
Crespi not want to lose time to Arujo, perhaps, in the Game Events P2 car just up the road from him.
Doesn't want to lose time to Hugo, I don't think. Doesn't want to get involved in a battle, you're right. Good thinking, maybe, from Crespi, if he was going to get himself held up. Yeah, Alves is in the pits for Spirit Sim Racing in the 114 now. So, yep, going to see how this goes for them too.
Ghost Motorsport really has quite a large lead, don't they? They've just came onto the Mulsanne straight as first place, and Patrick Baden's still in the run up to Indianapolis, so a massive lead Ghost Motorsport have.
Yeah, they have quite a big lead here, you know, at least 2 minutes over the next car, so Ghosts are in a very good place right now. They could be absolutely on for this win, and, it'd be the first, and well-deserved, because, they'll have taken control of a scenario and gone for it. They've not had a win in VLMS. Will Le Mans be the first? What a first win it would be!
And they double points for the 115 car. We take it to 92 and a quarter points, as we have a couple of a yellow in the middle sector for someone or something.
We do have a yellow in the middle sector. I'm trying to find out what it's about. Oh dear! I think I may have found it.
Kubik in the core team.
It's Tom Kubik who's got problems. Kubik has got a problem there. Oh,
actually, that's
dear.
Up by Rouge, actually. Let's see what happened to him.
That's Tetra Rouge. What's happened?
Oh,
he locked it up. He locked it up and then smashed into the barrier. And then...
hit the barrier on the left-hand side of Tetra Rouge.
Yeah, he hit the barrier. I think the ignition went off the engine. Something's happened with Kubik and the ignition's gone off the engine. Oh dear.
Yeah, I'm hearing
I don't know what's happened there.
I'm hearing no signs of life from that.
There's nothing even on the dashboard. Kubik, he went into the wall and then the ignition's gone off. Now that, unless you have to the ignition has to be manually mapped, so it wouldn't just automatically turn off. So
I must say that silence has fallen over that core team car, and they're certainly in a bit of a gravel trap of despair at the moment, aren't they? It's not gone well for them today.
Yeah, this is not good for them though. This is a bit of a crisis point for core team. I hope this isn't the end of the race for them, unless he's just flat out stalled it. So for core team, this is not really a good place to be in right now. This is hurting them.
I think that car might have had its last dying breath.
Might not be able to continue. I don't know.
I think that could be it.
Either he's stuck in the gravel or something's happened. But Kubik's not moving. This could be it for core team.
Moving.
Well, what a way to end.
He's trying to hit everything on his keyboard at once. See if anything can make that Porsche 991 move.
Oh, no, he's gone.
Indeed, no, that's him.
I think it may be being a disconnect to try and get back in. I don't know, but Cubic,
Perhaps.
signs are not good for core team. Well, it would be a shame if that's how their race ended, but
Alves has gone into the pits box though, the 114 Spirit Sim racing car. The 114's only had 12 points all season, so not going well for them.
might not have gone very well for them indeed, unfortunately, in the end of it. As Alves, oh dear, Alves, who made the pit stops, had the driver swap issue, I feel. He's now got to do the whole disconnect thing. This is actually getting quite problematic for some teams now. This is a bit of an interesting one.
Indeed, it is. It's been very interesting that that we've only really seen these sort of problems here, at least in this magnitude.
Yeah, it seems a lot of teams are running into them, but yeah, interesting. But still, we have a race to continue commentating on, and we can't lull too much on the problems that teams have had. But
Kieran Parkin is trying to unlap himself from Tony Mella.
Oh, he is, yes. Parkin wants to go at this. Parkin wants to have a go. Cubic rejoins, hoping he can get it back going again. But Parkin is going to keep chasing down Mella here. He's in a slight draft. I don't think it's going to be enough. Joe Chandler says hi. Great to have you along, Joe.
Pardon me. But Parkin is 2 laps down on Tony Mella. Could be getting one of those lap backs. Where is Edgar Ruiz, who is the next car in front of Parkin? Ruiz is just coming up to the Porsche curves. They're up to the Porsche curves. Parkin coming down towards Mulsanne Corner, so a little bit of distance between the two of them.
We've lost Daniele Tully as well, by the looks of it, in the Witchwood P2. And, well, that's not good for Tully. So another car seems to temporarily bite the dust, at least, unless they're going to try and rejoin. But Tully was the one who had that massive accident before, wasn't he? His old Cubic is definitely out.
Yes.
He's tried again, but this looks like the end for core team.
Been a bit of a night to forget for them, hasn't it? It's really not gone well for core team.
Yeah, not really gone their way at all, unfortunately, and I guess they'll just want to forget this experience of Le Mans. But Andre Crispy in the pits now for Handy Racing Team. Edgar Ruiz, I imagine, will start again, time back. Kieran Parkin still trying to unlock himself from Tony Malla. At the moment, a lot of cars are on different laps. Like, you're going 2 or 3 cars back, and the next car's on a different lap, and it's the same through here. So the car's quite evenly spaced out at the moment. So people seem to have found their sort of areas on track and are sticking to them.
You've almost got a full... Well, no, Crespi's just came into the pits now, actually. But you did actually have almost a full lap between Crespi and Ruiz. Indeed, that's how it went. So it's almost a full lap between the two of those. Ruiz in a lap by himself, really. Then Parkin, Ravio, De Filippis and Williamson, I do believe, are all on the same lap. No, sorry, it's... Parkin and Ravio are on the same lap, and De Filippis, Williamson and Taylor are on the same lap themselves. So, but you've still got the 4 on the lead lap. Well, it isn't 4 anymore because Tony Mella is about to lap.
Well, Mella's in. Mella's in the pits.
Mella's in himself. So he is. I was going to say that he was about to lap to put only 3 cars on the lead lap, but there's still 4 cars on the lead lap.
This will be a driver swap. Thomas Lechevre's waiting, so he'll be about to switch out. Thomas Lechevre will be getting in the ghost car then, see what he can do. Tell you what's impressed me though, was Adam Taylor's up to 10th in that Team Virus car. He's not stopped ever since he got in it. As oh dear, we've also
Chris Graham's binned it.
Oh, Chris. No, Chris. Oh, he got no front left wheel.
Yeah, I was going to say he's only got 3 wheels.
3
Let's
wheels
see what
on his
happened
wagon.
to Mr. Graham.
But he's in the pits already, so everything's okay in that sense. He's just trying to find his way back to the pits now.
Oh, it was an incident with the P2 car.
Oh dear, what happened?
It was an incident with Akin. No, that's a lie. Oh, Graham. Oh no, it wasn't. It was just the camera angle. Excuse me. Graham was being passed by Tony Mella, our current race leader, through the middle of the Porsche curves. So sort of like the second left-hander of the Porsche curves. tried to leave a bit too much room on the inside, went onto the Armco on the right-hand side, lost the wheel, then bounced across the track right in front of Kieran Parkin. A little bit of a brown trouser moment there for the Cornishman. Bounced right across the track and hit the Armco on the left-hand side of the track.
Yeah, Graham just seems to have clouded them all then. That's going to put Slide Ride even further behind. Speedy Minder already out of the race. Daniel Charlie's trying to get back into the race. And, well, drama for that team then. That's not really gone the way they wanted it to.
As I said, Graham and George Angelidis has been driving that car all season.
Oh no! No, Lechevre's gone! I've just seen Lechevre's not visible! And that's the race leader for Ghost Motorsport. Has it hit them too? Lechevre's not there. I can't see him. Patrick Barden might inadvertently be about to take the lead here. And it might be Hugo Araujo. But Lechevre's not there.
Araujo has not came into the pits. We've got to see what happens. Araujo in the Gaming Events P2 looks across the start-finish line.
I think he's probably going to get it. He is. Gaming Events P2 leads.
Gaming Events P2.
Oh, and now he's had a contact with the RSA car there.
Oh my God! It got in the lead and almost immediately threw it away. Araujo, please. But it got in the lead and almost immediately threw it away with that incident with the Boyd Bryson in the RSA Protea car, the 170, currently third place in the GT cars.
I don't understand this. What's going on? It's just like people are switching. This is getting a bit weird now. People are switching and it's not completing. And we've had it on a massive scale. Now it's affected the race leaders. What actually is this? This is interesting, this.
But it's certainly allowing and there we go, Patrick Bartons came out of his box in the Blackhawk Racing car up into second in the 106.
Well, this is going to be interesting.
The 106 with only 14.25 points so far this season. This put them on 54.25, which will no doubt vault them a few positions up the table.
Yeah, Spirit Sim Racing have run into problems as well. Antonio Aubrey's been out for a couple of laps now, but he's not come back. So hopefully that's not their race over. But yeah, this is an interesting scenario now because drivers are starting to disappear while they're switching over, and Thomas Lechevre has now lost the race lead because of it. Andrea Crespi's going to get himself into third. And I don't understand this. I'm sure Thomas Lechevre doesn't either.
Here we go, Crespi up into the podium position. So Handy Racing Team up into third.
What a turn of events. We told you Le Mans could give and take away, but we didn't expect to give and take away the race lead. Now, Hugo Araujo's the lead for Gaming Events P2. Have Gaming Events led a race so far this season? I don't know.
Trying to think. I'm not sure, actually.
I don't think they've won one, and they may have led a couple of times, but now they're in the dream position. Patrick Barden, though, in the Blackhawk car is ready to capitalise if anything does happen. He's there in second place. Crespi third. Ruiz is probably going to be lapped soon by Araujo. Daniele Tully's trying to make a rejoin. Yeah,
Araujo's just came through Arnage.
Ruiz is really not far ahead of him at all. He's not far. I think this is going to be lapping soon, and we'll only have the top three that haven't been lapped.
Araujo coming up on the run towards the Porsche curves.
Yep. Hugo here. It's to keep this nice and stable. Now he's in the race lead. And he's doing just that.
Daniel Tully's rejoined.
Yep, I think Tully is trying to get back into this one, which is good. So
he's in 22nd place. Oh no, sorry, this was from Farlerio. Tully's actually in 22nd place in a P2 car. Excuse me.
Yep, either way.
Richard Copeland's car, of course he is.
Yep, and Tully, no, Tully is going again. That's good. Good to see Daniele Tully back in it. That's fantastic.
But indeed, that is them going lap down.
It's good to see them back
Ruiz
in
just
it.
past
Really
the
is.
pit lane.
Really is good to see them back. And yeah,
Ruiz up into 4th in the tackle car.
Edgar Ruiz is back in the Monaco 121. Yeah. And Lechevre still has not disconnected and reconnected, so I don't think he knows what's going on here, Lechevre. This is not a good turn.
Has he got anyone in his team to help him? In the 155 car, he does. He's got Tony Mella taking a break in his.
Oh, well, it's all gone a little bit wrong, really, for Ghost Motorsport, but yeah, that is not the first time it's happened to a team this race, though, but still, hopefully that will be the last time, because, you know, it's caused problems for teams up and down the order. Alessandro Porti at the moment is 11th overall. That is a GT in 11th overall, which kind of goes to show the attrition rate we've had in this race. You know, Porti is 11th in a GT when there's at least 20 prototypes.
Well, there's 22 prototypes, I believe, to begin this race, if I remember correctly. But yes, as you said, it was for Road Atlanta for a while. We had Alex Brautigam in the Black Hawk car, certainly up in the top 10. I think he was up into 8th at some point, actually, because all the Prototype 2s were just aquaplaning all over the place at Road America. So I think we got a GT car up to 8th at some point, but eventually, pardon me, they dropped back down the order. But to have a GT car 11th overall after 4 hours and 20 minutes here at the moment, something quite extraordinary.
Yeah, it's still good to have GT so far up the order. It goes to show how dominant really Genopo's race has been. They're only 4 laps behind. Only 4 laps behind some of the prototypes as well. So if they came into some serious trouble, they could be there to capitalise.
Indeed, it's all about capitalising here. All about that.
How interesting would it be if a GT car won Le Mans overall? I mean, you'd have to have some pretty catastrophic things happen to the prototypes, but it would be fun, wouldn't it? Oh, Porty's got wrong! That's it! That's not gone wrong! That hasn't gone wrong! He's just in a barrel roll! Well,
Jesus Christ!
You've woken me up, Alessandro! What you've just done there, mate, is... Your car's not a plane, mate! It's a Corvette! It's not supposed to fly! But what he's just done... What he's just done is...
Code 80 in 10
Code 80, unsurprisingly! Unsurprisingly, there's a Code 80 here at Le Mans!
5,
That would get at least an 8.5 at the Olympics. I would rate that certainly a 9 out of 10.
Yeah, what happened there?
I don't know. He lost control under braking for the Dunlop chicane, and the gravel trap there has actually got a rather large mound in it. Not dissimilar to the one towards the end of Mulsanne straight. He just went over it, landed awkwardly, did a full 1.5 flips in the air, landed on his roof and rolled 1.5 more times. Absolutely extraordinary. Take a bow, my friend.
Well, Alessandro Porti has just shown us the Scuderia Genopo formation dancing team. That's, you know what? Actually, you know what? That could have been a space mission for all I know, trying to launch the car. Yeah, he just hit the bump in the gravel, went over it, got airtime. I mean, I'm just looking at this. He got some sick airtime. That was brilliant airtime. But he completely botched the landing and then just, well, did 3 barrel rolls, converted it into a lovely 9.5 out of 10. But it's not going to help them pace-wise. Yeah, there's massive crabbing in that car now. I can't laugh, really. I feel sorry for them, but...
That's Porty. Just go through Tech Rouge now. This could be quite a sizable Code 80.
Can we please get a replay of that on the stream? Because that was the most mental crash I've ever seen. Like, come on. If you're going to crash, make it stylish.
I think that's the 3rd barrel roll we've had this season. I can remember
I don't want to get that on the replay. If you're going to crash, make it stylish. I mean, Alessandro Porti coming through turn 1 about 150 seconds ago. Just stalls into the lead and then just woof over the bump.
We had the barrel roll Road Atlanta up at the top of the track in the wet. we've had a barrel roll down at Ravazza 1 during Ravazza 1 during the Imola race. And yes, that was and that's our third barrel roll this season. Absolutely fantastic. 8.5 out of 10. Ta-da! Whoa!
I mean, I'd love if we could get a replay on the stream if whoever's in charge there, but you know, it was such a weird crash. He just mounted the bump and just went straight over. I would love it if we could actually get a replay of that, but well, interesting things happening here at Le Mans.
Hang on. While they're doing this, I'll see if I can get one. Hang on.
Oh, Neil Heatley's going to try, but it was quite a while ago.
I'm sorry, but this is gifable.
Oh, is Neil Heatley going to try and make a gif of it?
Yes, I'm going to make a gif of it and keep it in my own archives. But there we
maybe
go.
You can show that. Maybe you can show the people who are asking for a replay.
But yes, so we've got a bit of a Codete now because it pardon me, because it happened up at the top of the track, up at oh dear, up at oh jeez, at the Dunlop chicane. You've actually got quite a long Codete now. A lot of people could can come in and take a pit stop under yellow.
Yeah, a lot of people can come in now because it's going to be a long code 80, and yeah, this is going to help the likes of Chris Graham who are still in the pits. But yeah, this has worked well for them. As oh, hello, actually, I've just noticed Bernd Schmidt 1 is in the waiting booth. Is that the right place for him to be? Oh no, he's gone to the race director place. There you go.
Yeah. I was going to say that. He's usually...
Did he switch himself? Yes, he did. I think he wanted to come in.
Sorry,
but, no, apparently it was a mistake. There you go. Bernd Schmidt is here. Bernd Schmidt is definitely here. I wonder if we can get a replay of what actually now Bernd is back. What happened to the Denopo car, unless we've just had one, because it was pretty crazy. But yeah, it was quite a while back now. I'm gonna have to try and find the exact location for Bernd, but it was a while back.
16073.
Yeah, I've watched the incident for the Center Priority. He lost the car in the fast right kink in front of the first slow corners. He spun, he got into the gravel, and then he he does a complete roll around of his car through the gravel. Seems to be the car got hit by something in the gravel. So,
yeah, it just seems like he took too much speed over it, and then just speed over the gravel. Then the landing was weird, and then he did the barrel rolls.
Yeah, for sure.
From an Olympic gymnastic point of view, that was almost perfect. Well, that I'm sure that Neil Hitley is going to be snapping that and saving it for the record books. But yeah, that's going to ruin Denopo's race now, and it's probably going to put Blackhawk in the lead of the GTs.
Well, it certainly will put Blackhawk. Yeah.
Well, this has changed things in the GT battle now, hasn't it?
Indeed, it has changed kind of everything in the GT battle. The Scuderia Denopo car, pardon me, was on the edge of glory with Alessandro Portio. It's almost bringing out the Cinderella story. Then just that small mistake by Alessandro Porte, very unfortunate, a small mistake. Pardon me, and now this is going to allow Blackhawk Racing 181 with Alex Broughton currently at the wheel to take the lead. Boyd Bryson will no doubt move into second because they're missing a wheel. And Pedro Ramadhan, the Ramadhan Motorsports cars came into the pit. I can see Ben Willis in the pit. Kieran Parkin is in the pit. And I imagine that every single team in the pit lane would have taken this opportunity to just make a fuel stop, because of course you lose far less time under code 80 than you do while taking a pit stop under green. But yes, we've got about over 7 hours left here in the race. That means for the GT cars now, it should be a fairly solid six stop race now. If the race were to go entirely green from now, but it could require a little bit of fuel saving to make only 6 stops. You may require a 7th splash. And the P2 cars, you'll probably still be looking at about 9 or 10 stops for them because they can only really do about 40 minutes a tank. Can the P2 cars, and that's if they're lucky. They may only actually be able to do 37 minutes or so. Alessandro Chiappuoti is continuing his slow limp back to the pits. He's just on the left-handed kink that Chris Graham had his incident at in the slide right Ferrari 458. As we had a user moves out of our channel. That was burnt. I'm not sure what he's doing, but there we go. But yes, there's now the where he had his incident. Alessandro Chiappuoti now coming through. Pardon me, Farage Corvette about to finish up the lap under Code 80, an unbelievably long lap under Code 80. It's at least 3 times as long, so a little bit of a breather before almost like the second half of the race here. That is Pewote now going into the pits. So we should be hearing the countdown to green at some point from our race director, Bernd Schmidt. And indeed, Aaron Taylor's just getting this opportunity to pit himself. Team Virus on the march back up to 10th place. Had that first lap between him and Maciek Mlinek in the 107 car. Now marching back up the order, up in 10th place. There's still quite a few points for the car. That is 14 points for Team Virus. That will that's still not quite enough to overtake Simtek actually for second in the championship. They need to gain one more position, which I do believe they will when they pass Thomas Lefevre. Then they will be tied on points. It depends on Simtek and Virus. Whoever's got the most wins out of those two will win that. That will become second in the P2 championship.
Okay, guys, get ready. We come back to green in 10 seconds.
Indeed, that is the green flag being rewaved, and that's Adam Taylor up into 9th now. So that's a tie between. That's now a tie between Simtek and Virus.
Green flag.
There's now a tie between Simtek and Virus for second place in the P2 championship. Hugo Rujo in that gaming events 1-2-3 car. It's really been a bit of a last man stands here today, hasn't it? Nobody seems to have wanted to win this race. Every time someone got into the lead, there's been a technical problem or indeed a crash that's taken them out of contention. And we've seen that certainly with the 123 as we have a caution in the final sector again. I shall see what is happening, and that's Brito in the VLMS GT car has gone off. Where's he gone off? He's gone off the 4 chicanes, just lost it at the first of the 2 4 chicanes, span it, didn't hit anything, but managed to stop it a little bit sideways on track, but a fantastic job saving it then from Brito in the 177 VLMS GT car, currently 20th overall, 7th in class. Having a look further down, Greg Hall, that Fanatec drag racing car, had terrible luck when Nick Newcomb was at the wheel. He took over, but it never actually registered him taking the wheel. He went out, did a lap, lost 4 or 5 laps. Terrible luck for the Fanatec drag car there. Abreu, I'm not sure what's happened to him. I'm not sure what at all has happened to that 114 Spirit Sim racing car. Richard Norgren, that 128 SimHQ Motorsports car, had similar misfortunes. Alessandro Puotti is still there taking his repairs, but that puts Ramada Motorsport after that earlier scare back up into 3rd place in class, more than enough to guarantee them that championship, because Scuderia Dinopo was currently their biggest threat in this race, and they're now in the pits. The next car that's really after them in the championship is the leader, the 181 with Alex Brautigam at the wheel. Pardon me, but the gap between 1st and 3rd here is only 14 points, but they need to gain about 33 in order for them to pass. So Ramada Motorsport comfortably with the lead of the championship at the moment. But indeed, in 2nd place at the moment is Baden in that Blackhawk racing car. We've seen that Blackhawk racing car, the P2 Blackhawk car, has been fast all day, similar to its counterpart in the GT class, has been up there the entire day, and that's really showing with this particularly strong 2nd place. Andrea Crespi in 3rd at the Handry Racing team. They've been fast all season, just not necessarily had the positions that they possibly should have had. Breeze also in 4th place in that one Aqua car. They had similar misfortunes actually as well. It was a driver swap incident as well, if my memory serves me correctly. They're back up into 4th place. That's a position that they need to guarantee the championship. But all their championship rivals have had misfortunes today, as I think the GNS cars got disqualified. Gordon in the GNS car, I believe, has been disqualified. Have to see what has happened to him. Let's have a look. Yes, a disqualify for Justin Gordon in the. That was an explosion. I'm pretty sure I just heard an explosion. Could the game just be playing tricks on me again? I'm pretty sure I heard something that just sounded like a horrific...
Okay guys, we come to call 80 in 10 seconds, no
Indeed,
overtaking.
there is a code 80. What What's this code 80 for?
5, 4,
That's
3,
Wreath.
2,
It's not got a front
1.
end.
Code 80 enforced.
Wreath has not got a front end.
I've come back at an opportune time, haven't I? Oh, heck.
Takutako's not got a front end. Let's hear something. What was it? Oh no! Let's see what happened actually. It appears like coming through he's just completely outbroken himself for the first chicane. And he's trying to avoid the tyre barriers and go through the gravel trap on the right hand side, but he's misjudged it and hit the tyre barrier. That stops you from cutting the chicane. That's the front end of that car completely off.
Yeah, pretty significant wallop indeed, and obviously judging from his steering inputs after that, there must have been a bit of suspension damage. In fact, just going on now, yeah, that is crabbing, so yeah, he's got to deal with that. Oh, that's not good for Monaco at all. That's going to really hurt their chances. Although, to be honest, they are still realistically the only ones who can challenge for the title, apart from, Fanatic Drake.
Indeed.
Well, Team Virus, though. Team Virus will be happy about this. Because they can challenge as well, but they're in 9th. So, Virus would need to win still. So, it's still going to be a very big climb. But Monaco would then have to be 9th or less.
Yes, but I'd be very, very surprised if Virus managed to win this race. But we've seen anything can happen here.
Yeah, we have seen that anything can happen. I mean, with Monaco having crashed there, it's going to put them significant amount of time behind. Team Virus, as it stands, 60, 2 or 3 laps down. Adam Taylor, though, to be getting himself back up here in about 4 or 5 hours, though, has done quite well. It could happen.
It could be the operative word in that sentence.
You see, this is the great thing about a 24-hour race, or a 12-hour race, or a 6-hour race. All bets are off until the final moment. Yep, it's interesting stuff then with this code 80. And Ruth, it's going to be interesting to see whether the Ruth can get it back and how much time they're going to lose. Really, so
because it is again quite.
Okay, guys, important, very important.
Okay,
turn off my computer.
Well, so Ruth here is just going to try and get it back to the pits, obviously under this code 80 period, and
okay,
well, it's going to hurt Monaco's chances.
Guys,
going to help.
This is starting to be kind of a funny situation, isn't it? So people disconnect, people rejoin, people can't be seen, and people can be seen. It's quite frustrating. So what we're gonna do, and it won't be popular, but we're gonna red flag this race, we're gonna end it, and we're not gonna resume it. Sorry, it's a crappy end to championship, but we can't really let it continue, can we? It's people's time they have invested, and they will disconnect, and yeah, you've all been there. So I'm gonna red flag it now, and these positions will be awarded according to the rules. This is 1/4 of the race, so it won't be any full points or half points. It's 1/4 of the race. Yeah, that's it for me. Thanks, guys. We're gonna red flag it again, so you might as well just stop the car, escape, and yeah, again, I'm so very sorry, but there's nothing we can do. The dedicated servers has not been updated, so it's not like there's any bugs in the actual dedicated servers. This is, can't explain it. We would love for people to send in all the trace files and result files so we can have a look. Obviously those who disconnected, and was having a hard time seeing others or being seen. So that's it. Red flag.
Wow. I did not see that
That's
coming.
it.
I did not see that coming at all. I mean, okay, that's it. The race is over, apparently, and I assume Hugo Araujo and Gaming Events P2 will take up the win in P2, and in the GTs it will be Black Hawk Racing, but it's a sour end. It is a very sour end of what's been a great season.
It's the last time for the season. I'm speaking to you as a race director. I'm really sorry I didn't have word for it. I thank Jimmy for all his help, and I'm really sorry for everyone, for every driver, for every team, for every viewer, that we have to red flag this race and that we have to end the season up on this way. I'm really sorry for all of you guys. A big thank you to all of you who have been a part of the first season of the Virtual Le Mans series. I really appreciate it. Congratulations to everyone who made it through the race with all the incidents we have had right at the beginning. Also, congratulations to the championship winners, and I'm really sorry that we have to end it right up on this way. Hopefully, we will see us again after the summer break for a new season in the Virtual Le Mans series. Yeah, well, thanks a lot, guys. Really appreciate it to have you all on board. The commentators, the drivers, the teams, the viewers, you're amazing. Thanks a lot. So have a great evening, have a great Sunday tomorrow, and yeah, really sorry for this crappy end of the season and today's race.
Well, Bernd Schmidt there just saying his personal thanks. I mean, it's not how we wanted to win the season, but ultimately, I guess, the administration have made the right call because we were having people disconnecting during driver swaps, Neil, and it was affecting the race. As I said, it took the lead from Ghost Motorsport, so ultimately it was pretty important. And
It took the lead from Ramada Motorsports.
you cannot argue that was not the right call because it was affecting people's races.
Indeed, but it's something that we've never seen before. Certainly on that scale, we've seen it like one or two times during a race before. Remember, Estoril happened. I'm trying to just remember back. I think it may well have happened at Imola as well, but only usually maybe once a race. But this time round, it really has been on a such a wide scale.
Yeah, it was so widespread, and ultimately, I feel like it wasn't a bad call from the administration at all to actually red flag the race. I don't know what's going to happen points wise. I don't know what's going to happen results wise, whether it's going to count for anything, whether the race is just going to be abandoned. I assume because we only got a quarter of the way through, it's not really going to count for much. So by that logic, I think we can officially say that Ramada Motorsports and Monaco ACR will be our champions in Virtual Le Mans Series.
Indeed.
And I assume that if they accept them, they'll be taking their invites into the Virtual Endurance Championship Room 1.
Yes,
obviously,
for the 24 hours in 2 weeks' time.
For the 24 hours in 2 weeks' time. Unfortunately, of course, the circumstances of their gaining them, not really how they'd have liked, but ultimately, I feel like it was the right call made by the administration because, as we say, it was just holding things up. So I guess, ultimately, all things considered, that's it. That is it for the Virtual Le Mans Series in 2016-17.
Indeed.
Of course, it is a sad thing that it has to end this way, but we have had some great racing here today. We had some fantastic overtakes, and it was a pleasure to commentate on, Neil.
Indeed, it was. It was a fantastic race to commentate on. What happened? It had action during every single section, didn't it?
Yeah, it was just absolutely yeah. Every single section of that race was fantastic. I loved it. I mean, we have Bernd Schmidt with us now. Bernd, as a race administrator, you know, it must hurt to have to call a red flag, but I do feel personally, and I don't usually get too opinionated on broadcasts, I feel like it was the right call to make. So, you know, just while you're here, I thought, thank you, you know, just for doing your work as a race director this season and being here, because we work so hard as a race director. I don't really think we give you enough credit than the credit that you deserve, Ben, as a race director. You put a lot of time into this. A lot of your own dedication and your energy goes into the running of these races. So I personally want to thank you for all the work you do.
Well, thanks a lot, Joshua. So it's just unbelievable for me. So I don't know, just a bit crying about to end the season like that. Yeah, don't know what I can say. So thanks a lot also to you guys. You have made the stream a special one. You have done a lot of effort into every race. It was such a pleasure to have you on board as commentators for the whole season. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it does hurt when things like this happen for a series you put into so much effort in, but, you know, ultimately, I do feel the right call was made, and of course, I think now is a good time as any, I think, to end this broadcast. Once again, my personal thanks go to Ben Schmidt, Jimmy Allerton, and all of our race directors and great series coordinators, and of course, all the drivers, all the teams, and to you for watching. It is a shame that the series has ended like this, but do not miss the 24 hours of Le Mans in the Virtual Endurance Championship in 2 weeks' time, where hopefully we'll be able to have a full race and we'll see some fantastic racing. I'm sure Ben Schmidt and Jimmy Nelson will be about for those. But from me and from Neil Heatley, it is a goodbye and see you in 2 weeks' time for the 24 hours of Le Mans.